Chapter 614. The Past That Defines Us. Arcane. Mother, are you really going to do this? To be a man's teacher? Not to mention the fact that he is a vampire. Yes. He convinced me. And he has the prerequisite. Which is being able to use mana. Emily snorted. Admitting defeat isn't bad. You know. You always tell me that failure is just a way of learning. Evie looked a bit shocked at her daughter until her expression slowly changed into a small smile. You're right. But soon. Her expression changed to an irritated one. But that attitude does not apply here and now. I refuse to accept this result. She grunted. An attitude not very worthy of a queen. A side that only Emily knew. Her mother. The Queen of Witches. The leader of the nation that holds the economic power to influence various factions. Was so petty that she couldn't bear to lose to someone. Emily rolled her eyes. Why don't you just say you were taken aback by that man's good looks? Evie's lips twitched a little. Wasn't her daughter getting a little cocky lately? Shall I fetch the sandal? Emily felt a shiver run down her back and looked at her mother warily. What? Aren't you getting really cocky lately? Why are you responding to your mother this way? Humph. You talked about being careful with that man. And you got caught in his trap. Okay. I admit I underestimated him. But I didn't expect him to be so cunning and use his attractiveness. She swallowed a little when she remembered what the man looked like. Emily's eyes just narrowed. Cough. Evie pretended to cough to hide her embarrassment and continued. I didn't expect him to know how to use his charms so well. Emily just rolled her eyes at her mother's excuse. How could a woman who had predicted thousands of business opportunities and encountered all kinds of supernatural beings not foresee the action of a simple vampire? She just didn't want to admit that she let her feminine side be exploited by the man. And she was at his mercy. Anyway. What should we do now that we've got these artifacts and lessened the suspicion of the other factions? Evie's face became neutral. And a solemnity appeared on her face. Do you still need to ask? My daughter. We will take the first step in the dream that all witches have had since the beginning. Evie's eyes turned colder and more serious. It was for this moment that she did all this. It was for this moment that she deceived and murdered. And manipulated. It was all for this moment. A dream all witches had from the beginning. We will leap into a new world. A world free of vampires. Werewolves. Gods. And any kind of supernatural creature that might threaten us. A world that will ensure our race's prosperity. No more chasing. No more hiding in the shadows. Evie's body trembled a little. A show of weakness only Emily was allowed to see. No more abuse. No more female witches being used as breeding machines. No more petty gods trying to use us as playthings. No more arrogant vampires who can do whatever they want to our race. Evie's eyes began to shine with power. As she tightened her grip on her staff. And determination gleamed in the queen's eyes. Like vampires and werewolves. We'll have a whole planet to ourselves. Emily closed her eyes and nodded. Maybe she was the only girl in all of Arcane who knew all of Evie's plans. Which was normal since Emily was Evie's heir. She was Evie's blood. If Evie, for some reason, becomes unavailable, it is Emily that will ensure that the witch's dream comes true. Do you think we have enough energy? Mana isn't enough to find a habitable planet for us, but the divine energy of an entire pantheon. That is more than enough. So if we had just captured the Aliath clan in the past. A power a mortal should not be able to wield. A power that borders on the realm of godhood. The Aliath clan should have been allies of the witches. Unfortunately, my mother doesn't have social skills. And at that time, she just wanted to study that clan's eyes. I guess everything happens for a reason then, Emily murmured. Indeed. Should we inform my sisters about the plan? 2 of my daughters are aware of this. And one of my daughters' space magic is important. So they will have to participate in the plan. Selena and Alice. They're both completely loyal to you. But the others are just acting in their own best interest. Such is the nature of witches. And some of your sisters met terrible fates before I met them. Yeah. But that's no reason to act like a bi. Emily flinched when he saw her mother's eyes glittering dangerously. A look that said, dare to say the next words. There is no reason to act this way towards our fellow witches. You've been gone for a few days. And you're acting rebellious. You better watch your ass because before you know it, my hand will be there spanking you if you're a bad girl. Emily shuddered when she saw her mother's stern look. She really was going to spank her ass again. And to add, not all witches had the privilege of growing up sheltered like you. You know the condition to awaken mana. Right. A major trauma, in other words. A very bad situation. Emily cringed a bit. It's not like she was oblivious to this. She really was lucky to grow up in such a sheltered environment and to have someone like her mother to teach her everything she knew. Things before the arcane realm was founded were horrible for witches. Correct. Most of the witches present here were broken women before. And only with the passage of time and her research did they manage to get out of that depression. And, some of your sisters have suffered a worse fate than most witches. Because of that, they are so distorted. Magic is a blessing. Evie looked solemnly at her palace window. But also a curse for some witches. Due to such strong magic, their lifespans were prolonged. And their minds were boosted. And they never had time to recover. Emily just kept silent. She didn't know what to say about this particular matter. She just couldn't relate. After all, she had never experienced anything like some of her sisters did. And she really didn't want to experience that. Because of this, she is just silent. And not out of opinion. Because it was a pain that she did not understand. After all, she grew up very sheltered. And it may not seem like it. But all my daughters are loyal to me. After all, I always choose after rigorous scrutiny. Even Hecate? Emily asked. Hecate is no exception. She can be very loyal to the current vampire she serves. But her loyalty is always with me. Which is why I didn't strip her of her title. Amazing. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to trust Hecate. She's been away for so long. After all, my daughter, us witches, were connected by something far greater than simple loyalty. Evie's eyes began to darken and become completely lifeless. The eyes of someone who had fallen into the deepest abyss and had no escape. The eyes of someone broken. Pain and despair. Emily shuddered a little as she bit her lip. Ran towards her mother. And hugged her as hard as she could. Mother. You're doing it again. Evie's eyes began to sparkle as she felt her daughter's warmth. And she managed a gentle smile. The world has not been kind to witches. My daughter. Therefore, we have not been kind to the world. Evie got up and made a hand gesture, causing a screen to appear in front of her, showing a battlefield where angels and demons were fighting. A war without feeling. Emily murmured. Indeed. But it's better for us. We can take advantage of it and retrieve our sisters who are hiding on Earth. This world can burn. And I won't care as long as I and my race are away from this conflict. Although, I have a bad feeling. What is it? Mother. It's just a bad feeling. Every time I look at Diablo, this feeling increases. And it increased. Even more the last time I saw that devil's happy face. A happy demon is not a good thing. Emily narrowed her eyes. Indeed. You are correct. A happy demon is never good news. You always told me not to ignore your instincts. Mother. I know. And I won't. That's why I'm rushing the plan. Aren't you going to rescue our sisters on Earth? Most of the witches that are out of Arcane right now are clandestine witches that came out of Arcane. Only the minority are new witches. And most of those new witches haven't awakened their powers. And those that have awakened, the demons killed them. A complicated situation. Indeed. Because of that, I will rush the plan. The sooner we go to the new world, the sooner we can build our kingdom and make a portal to go back and rescue the other witches. Security measures will be necessary. We cannot let the gods of space and time track our planet as they did with Samar and Nightingale. Emily spoke. The security measure. My daughter, it is Arcane itself. Emily opened her eyes wide when she realized the implications of what her mother said. You really are a genius. Mother. Humph. You need a lot to get one over on me. My child. Does this mean I'll get a new father? Ugh. Evie gasped when she heard her daughter's words. And for a moment, the memory of a handsome vampire popped into her head. Those words don't make sense with what I said earlier. You thought of a certain ridiculously handsome vampire. Right. Emily flinched at the gleam in her mother's eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'm helping you. Mother. Huh. You know. The sooner you admit he's cute, the sooner you won't think about him. You know how charm works. To think that my daughter would teach me something so basic, you're right. Daughter. Safe. Emily sighed in relief as she managed to divert her mother's attention. When is Alucard coming to train with us? She asked with genuine curiosity. After the war. Probably. I don't want to risk the presence of a foreigner until my plan is realized. Emily nodded. She expected those words. Now. Follow me. We have work to do. Emily nodded as she looked at the screen that tracked her mother. A war of attrition. Neither army is using their strongest players. She thought, but soon pushed those thoughts aside as the screen faded. Diablo. I must say. That was quite a cunning trick. Using my ex-wife against me. Although it would be a lie if I said I didn't see it coming. Lucifer. Even though you fell from heaven and became a heartless demon, you always had a special affection for Lilith, even though you knew it was a trap. You would come. This is the weakness of those beings who still have a heart. Lilith remained silent with a blank expression as tears fell helplessly from her cheeks, revealing her emotions. Her whole body looked battered. Her armor was worn out, and blood was pouring from her body. She looked like she had just come out of a desperate battle. The sword in her hand glistened with blood. Blood from the same man who was kneeling in front of her now. Lucifer. She roared internally. But her body did not move. Well, you are not wrong. The man laughed. Although I didn't expect this toy. He looked at the spear that pierced his chest. I always wondered where it was. I tried to find it to put in my collection. But the spear was gone. A weapon used by a mediocre human. A weapon made special only by taking the life of the son who was most loved by my father, Jesus. The only weapon capable of killing Heavenly Father's creations. The Spear of Longinus. Chapter 615, An Unexpected Variable. Chapter 615, An Unexpected Variable. A weapon used by a mediocre human. A weapon made special only by taking the life of the son who was most loved by my father, Jesus. The only weapon capable of killing Heavenly Father's creations. The Spear of Longinus. The first of the fallen. Lucifer. This is the perfect weapon to be used on you. Diablo started walking towards Lucifer. With each step he took, the earth around him shuddered at his presence. No matter how much you whine, no matter how much you deny it, you were created by him. As was Lilith. But, pausing in front of Lucifer, Diablo grabbed the spear's shaft as he looked into the man's face. As proclaimed long ago, Lucifer was handsome. The most handsome in heaven. He had blackish blonde hair, sapphire blue eyes, and white skin. He was the spitting image of heaven's angels. Even after he had fallen and become a fallen angel and later a demon, that image had not changed. I am different. He did not create me. I am an amalgamation of all the sins committed by his creations. I was born of sin. I am a primordial demon. Hey, all this villain talk. And for what? Just do what you came to do. Diablo narrowed his eyes and stopped what he was going to do. No. He stopped holding the spear and walked away. Lucifer just looked at the devil silently. Arrogance and recklessness are the secrets of failure. I know you very well, Lucifer. You don't plan a riot in heaven and nearly kill Heavenly Father if you're stupid. I refuse to believe you are such an existence. Not to mention, there's the question of you being missing for a long time and no one hearing from you. I refuse to believe you've been loitering for so long. A moment of silence fell around. The primordial demon and the first of the fallen stared at each other. Both gazes were calculating. This stalemate ended when Lucifer made a move. Ha! Lucifer visibly sighed. And his entire pained face turned into an amused expression. He touched the spear and pulled it from his chest. This is why I valued you. Diablo. You are too smart for your own good. I was so close to eliminating you. I just wish you had pulled the spear. Lucifer smiled a condescending smile. A smile that Diablo and every demon who once interacted with Lucifer knew well. The only beings capable of surviving this spear are beings that Heavenly Father didn't create. Diablo narrowed his eyes. What did you do? You already have your answer. Diablo. I've become something my father didn't create. I became different, I was completely reborn, I became something better. The white sclera of his eyes Lucifer darkened. And his eyes gleamed a golden hue. Elder gods. Tisk. You know that too. I see, it makes sense now. I've always wondered where you were. I've searched every faction in existence. I've searched every pantheon. And I could never find you. Someone like you can't go too long without causing chaos. I found your lack of presence disturbing. But if you were with those beings that even Vlad doesn't know very well, everything would make sense. Yeah. Congrats. You have a brain the size of my dick. I really hate that about you, always so annoying. Always so astute. Lucifer's body shook several times in fury. His expression distorted. But as if someone had clicked a button. His face returned to the smiling one from a few seconds ago. That's why I like you. It's always interesting when you're around. Diablo remained silent. His brain was much more focused on thinking about the current situation than entertaining the bipolarity of Lucifer. This was a waste of time. Diablo sighed and just turned his back. Come on. Lilith. Lilith's body began to move like a doll. She lacked subtlety. Looking like a rigid robot. Are you just going to ignore me? Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Now that you have lost your status as the first of the fallen, I need another ingredient. Your heart is no longer useful. You are useless to me. Therefore, fighting you is unnecessary. And I just complimented you on your intelligence, are you stupid? Or has arrogance gone to your head? Lucifer was feeling quite amused now. The demon just tried to kill him with a death trap using his ex-wife. But when he found out that he was useless, he just disregarded everything and ignored him. For this devil, it was like, Lucifer's expression grew even worse. It was like it was just business for him to deal with me. A bothersome matter not worth his attention. This piece of shit. Lucifer clenched his fist and felt the shaft of the spear. Wait. Spear. He quickly looked down at his hand and saw that the spear was nowhere to be seen. He looked at Diablo and saw the spear in the primordial demon's hand. Veins bulged on Lucifer's head. And he appeared in front of Diablo with a dark flash. Kicking toward the devil's head. Don't ignore me. Diablo just raised his hand and held off the attack from Lucifer as if it were nothing. Lucifer opened his eyes wide. Why are you so surprised? You said it yourself. You were reborn into a completely different species. Diablo held the leg of Lucifer and, with his grip, shattered the bones of the appendage and threw him forward. Lucifer flew towards the wall. And a cobweb-shaped crater formed from the impact. I don't know how long ago you changed your race and were reborn. Although I have an idea what it might be. If you think of elder gods, you can think of only one ability that would catch the eye of even someone like you, the immortality of the soul. Lucifer's blood-covered face froze for a few seconds. Does he know about this too? Just how much does he know about the elder gods? You've always been greedy. You've always wanted to become a being close to your father in level of existence. With an immortal soul, you can much more easily cultivate an energy that mortals must be very wary of touching. You can cultivate energy that only the most talented of beings can achieve. You can cultivate the spark of divinity and the concept that embodies it. But, even if you have awakened that divinity, it's useless in front of me. Lilith, next to Diablo, raised her hand in the air. And a sword appeared. A sword that Lucifer knew very well. After all, my subordinate has a sword capable of killing a god. A hush fell around the room. Diablo sighed again for the time wasted plotting against this man. This is useless. You lost thousands of years of instinct created by the body. You lost the habits you created with your original body. I see you have trained and perfected your new body. But Lucifer, to fight me, training alone is not enough. In the meantime that Diablo spoke, the body of Lucifer completely healed. And he fell to the ground. If you had your original body, I would have taken you seriously, but now, you're just pathetic. You've become weak. You're not worth my time. Lucifer's face distorted even more. But even though I feel that way, I really thank you for deciding to change races. After all, I feared that when you returned, The demons under my command would choose to serve you. Speaking about his fears was not shameful for Diablo. He recognized the threat of Lucifer. The man who was once an angel was a being to be feared. Diablo's devilish smile grew, but now, even if you decide to go back, they won't respect you. They won't fear you. After all, only a demon can rule over others' demons. I came here with the aim of killing you and taking your heart. But even though I didn't accomplish that feat, I managed to get rid of one of the biggest concerns I had. As the Heavenly Father once said, "You are indeed foolish, Lucifer." That was the final straw for Lucifer. His power exploded into the sky but suddenly stopped. Waiting for the enemy to get stronger is foolish. And I don't have time to entertain your anger. Huh. Lucifer's vision blurred. And soon he found himself falling to the ground. For a few seconds, he saw the face of a demon. A demon he knew very well. Agaras. Devil King. Agaras knelt before Diablo. Let's go. What do we do with the body of Lucifer? He's not dead. Huh. Agaras looked at the lifeless body of Lucifer. Lucifer is truly immortal now. There are no ways to kill him. He will always come back to life. The only way to kill him is if that being wished it. Diablo rolled his eyes in irony. The being who craved freedom the most ended up being chained due to his own greed and arrogance. That being, the leader of the elder gods. Agaras just looked solemnly at the man he once called king. How low have you fallen, Lucifer? Should we seal him? That won't happen either. The elder gods won't allow one of their own to be sealed away. And if I do that, I bet I'll have one of those beings at my doorstep in less than a few days. Even though we're allies through Niklas, those beings are unknown for now. I must end this war before I think in approaching those beings. Agaras was speechless. Just what was the purpose of him coming here? Who knows? To act as a clown? Maybe. After all, that's what he is now. Well, at least the love he feels for Lilith is real. After all, he came to rescue her. Lucifer is self-centered, arrogant, lustful, and thinks everything around him belongs to him. Love. Such a word is very kind to the first of the fallen ones. He doesn't feel it. He just feels a sense of possession. I bet he came here just to show some of his strength. He wanted to act high and mighty. He wanted to show off his new self. Your Majesty understands it well. I have spent millennia observing and studying Lucifer. I probably know him better than himself now. As expected of your Majesty. Agaras bowed in pure respect. Suddenly Diablo and Agaras stopped walking and looked straight ahead. As if someone had cut space itself. A dark hole appeared. And from that tear in reality, a being emerged from its deep darkness. He was completely pale white. He had no eyes and no nose. He just had small holes, where his nose should be, in a mouth that contained sharp teeth. A messenger of the elder gods. Did you like the present, King Diablos? A distorted voice was heard as if two or more people were speaking. As expected, he was allowed to come here deliberately to give me a message. Of course. Diablo had already suspected this the moment he found out that Lucifer was an elder god. After all, those beings did not leave their territory of their own accord. They were an isolationist group. He cannot be considered a gift. He is just a clown. The smile of the being in front of him grew wider. As expected. It looks like you understood everything. Not wanting to prolong this conversation, he spoke. Where can I find a heart equal to those of the first of the fallen ones? You wouldn't appear before me if you didn't have that information. The quality of the heart of the first of the fallen ones can only be rivaled by the first three created angels. Michael or Gabriel. Ha. This just got even more complicated. How can I make the fairest and most loyal angels fall naturally? They cannot fall artificially. Or the heart will not have the same quality. Your little project intrigues our leader. He wishes you great success on your journey. And this is a gift of goodwill from him. The being put his hand into the darkness behind him and took out a vial containing a dark liquid. Have one of the brothers drink this liquid. This liquid will boost the being's dark thoughts. And they will fall naturally. Angel or not. To be light or not. We all have our darkness. Although angels have a lesser amount of darkness. That darkness still exists. After all, balance is necessary. Diablo narrowed his eyes. He wasn't a fool to blindly trust something given to him. Ha 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 ha. The being's distorted laughter was heard all around. I understand your concerns. But understand that we really don't hold any grudges against you. On the contrary, our leader just wants to support your rise to global power. What do you want? Glad you understand quickly. Our wish is simple. Keep your group away from our home. Forget our lands exist. The being's voice changed as if only one person was speaking. And even though it was through a messenger, Diablo could sense that being's power. When you rise to power and become a ruler, I hope that promise will be fulfilled. But if it isn't, well, I wonder how you would fare when fighting an immortal army, an army that even with the new state of your body at that time, it won't make any difference. The messenger's smile grew. Diablo's face darkened. Just how much does he know? And how does he know that? I never spoke out loud my real goals. Now, what is your decision, King Diablo? The area was silent for several minutes easily. It was clear to the messenger that the devil was thinking. I accept. Good. Now, take it. The messenger threw the vial toward Diablo. But instead of the demon king who caught it, Lilith was the one who took it. So careful, the messenger muttered. It was apparent that the demon king had ordered Lilith to catch it. I don't despise that attitude. You truly deserve your title of king. The messenger looked toward Lucifer and suddenly appeared in front of the man and picked him up like a sack of potatoes. The messenger disappeared again and reappeared in front of the hole he came out of. A little advice. Pay more attention to the host. Soon the messenger turned around and entered the hole. Diablo narrowed his eyes at this. He let the creature's words sink in and thought about it. Who is he talking about? My king. Ignore what you saw. Come on. We have work to do. I need to talk to Asmodeus. As you wish, my king. Chapter 616. 1 fight. 1 training. And 2 progress. There are many ways to wake up in life. Victor. Since he'd married 3 beautiful vampire wives, usually woke up to some kind of sexual contact. Yes. He had an active life. But that wasn't the only way Victor woke up. Sometimes, when Victor advanced in his strength, he usually woke up in a particular way. The way of Scathach. Boom. A body flew through the trees, destroying several in the process. Well, this is a good way to wake up, Victor muttered as he found himself lying in a crater with no damage to his body. Scathach appeared in front of Victor with a big smile on her face. I wonder how you managed to get past my senses, Master. Even while sleeping, he kept his senses open for possible attack. This was something Scathach had always taught him. Ah, my foolish disciple. There are thousands of ways to trick one's senses. Victor looked neutrally at the woman. I call that bullshit. Ha ha ha. You really underestimate how big the world is. My foolish disciple. I also trained to be an assassin. I can be as stealthy as I want. The only one who can match me in the art of assassination is Oda Blank, the first leader of Clan Blank. Being able to match someone practically born to be a killer was bullshit. And to make matters worse, this wasn't even her main trade. Scathach really deserved the title of best teacher. Just how many arts of war is she experienced in? Well, why am I surprised? She's had 2,000 years to improve. Victor asked as he slowly started to get up. Scathach watched with interest as Victor rose and destroyed the surrounding terrain through his lack of control. Okay. Foolish disciple. You will fight me just using physical strength. Scathach cracked her neck a little. I will beat you so hard that you will learn to walk again. She spoke with the same big smile on her face as she cracked the bones in her hand with a monstrous grip. Well, that was pretty sexy. Victor smiled. But Scathach's eyes widened when Victor disappeared from in front of her and appeared beside her. Don't underestimate me. Just because I can't control myself. Scathach instinctively placed both arms in front of her to defend herself. Boom. A monstrous punch landed on her crossed guard. As the older woman flew, she was delighted when she saw the result of Victor's punch. Her arms had been broken. Interesting, the woman's blood-red eyes flashed. It wasn't the first time Victor had dealt damage to her. It had happened many times in the past. But she had never taken this much damage from the man as she did in this exchange. Usually, she just suffered minor cuts. Or minor bruises. But 2 broken arms. All while he was in his base form. Scathach's smile grew even wider. Her smile became more bloodthirsty. She felt a numbing sensation inside her. She was excited. Regaining her center of gravity. Scathach dropped to the ground while looking straight ahead. Specifically at Victor, who had just arrived. Well. It looks like our training fights from today onwards will be more interesting. My foolish disciple. Scathach's tone was predatory and seductive. She was looking at the man in front of her as if he were a very succulent piece of meat. A slab of meat she would feast on in every way possible. Scathach was delighted when she saw Victor's euphoric gaze on her. She felt her insides twist even more as his smile grew. And he spoke. Not just our training matches. Master. Remember that you and Aphrodite are the only ones who can handle my full strength right now, which means our nights will be even more destructive. Scathach's face changed to one of shock. And soon changed to realization as she realized what he meant. The image of Victor using that strength while they were training in bed flashed through her mind. And just with that thought, she realized that the trainings in bed will be even more violent. Just the way she liked. Her arousal grew even more. And she started leaking liquids from her private part. Fuck. He's going to destroy my cave. He really knows how to cheer me up. As expected. He is the best. That's it. You've achieved your destiny now. You won't get rid of me until I'm completely satisfied. Scathach's long red hair slowly started to float. And the air around her started to get heavier. And suffocating. Victor had awakened something terrible. Victor's smile grew when he saw Scathach's condition. My beloved master. You took the words right out of my mouth. You won't be getting rid of me anytime soon. Master and disciple looked at each other. Pure desire seen in their eyes. Excitement radiating from their every pore. Competitive spirit exuding from their very presence. And above all, fighting instinct exploded with their every breath. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared and crashed into each other. An explosion erupted from their point of impact. A crater formed below them. And once again they disappeared. And appeared in another place. This time clashing against each other's right legs in a devastating kick. The martial arts of the two were mirror copies. They were master and student. After all, the exchange of blows began to get stronger and more destructive. Their rationality was no longer in control. All that was left was instinct. The purest, most primal instinct. Well, this is ridiculous. Natasha, who was standing on top of a tree, commented as she watched the fight taking place. Is that just their physical strength? Damn. Natasha prided herself on her speed. She believed that, in the mortal world, there were no beings capable of matching her speed. And if there were a being capable of matching her speed in the future, they would be her husband. He's going to be a monster when he masters that strength and applies his speed. Natasha broke out in a cold sweat. Even if she was crazy and obsessed with that man, even if she was blinded with love, she still had enough rationality to understand how ridiculous this was. She had enough rationality to understand how ridiculous the sight before her was. A vampire that hasn't even achieved his first 100 years of life is on a par with Scathach in strength. A woman who has spent over 2 millennia training. Natasha could see it. The red-haired woman wasn't holding back her strength. She was going all out. And yet, Victor was following after her, matching her strength. The very feat of matching Scathach's strength in her base form was something to be amazed at. It's a feat only the strongest alpha werewolves could achieve. And they were werewolves. Their race specialized in body physique. They were naturally superior to vampires in physical strength. Natasha loved Victor with all her heart. She would easily sacrifice an entire planet for his sake. But even she, in all her insane glory, knew that what she was now witnessing was just bullshit. I wonder what would happen if he used his full vampire count form. Natasha thought of Victor using his current power combined with the full vampire count form she'd used in her fight against Niklas. and it only took a few seconds for her to understand that she couldn't predict the amount of strength he would have. After all, the complete vampire count form multiplied the user's strength by 4x. Not to mention that the output of the power that the user could use was greater. Do not forget the fact that the physical body also gained a great boost of strength and resistance. After minutes of thinking about this subject, she realized that she couldn't imagine Victor so strong. After all, what she was already seeing now was ridiculous enough. Sounds of explosions echoed through the area. Trees and land were destroyed. But Scathach and Victor's fight never stopped. The two looked at each other with intensity. And at that moment, only the two existed in their little world. A world that was made just for them. She seems to be having a lot of fun, Natasha murmured. And a feeling grew in her heart as she continued to watch this scene. So jealous. Even though she wasn't as obsessed as Scathach, she still liked to fight. She liked the feeling of getting stronger. But on top of those feelings, she liked being with her husband. And because of that, her feelings of envy couldn't help but rise. Maybe I should fight him later. Using only our bloodlines. Natasha was a practical woman. And who knew what she wanted? She was always faithful to her own desires. When she felt envy, and wanted to fight Victor in the same way that Scathach was doing now, instead of wasting time on feeling envious, she thought of the training she was going to do with Victor in the future. After all, she knew her husband well enough to know he would never turn down a fight. His movements are getting more refined. Natasha looked on with shock at Victor. That's fast. Is he already getting his control back? Focusing even more on the fight. She noticed something else as well. Scathach is getting better too. A cold sweat began to break out on Natasha's face. In Scathach's case, her amount of progress was imperceptible. But Natasha could see with her senses that saw the world more slowly. With each exchange of blows, with each fight, Scathach's physical strength and control increased at the same time. Slowly but steadily, Victor's attacks were no longer breaking Scathach's body. And, while they were leaving bruises, her body was getting stronger the more she was beaten. Scathach's martial arts, that the two combatants practiced, were evolving and improving step by step every second that they clashed. Right before Natasha's eyes. Much to Scathach's pleasure and delight. Her and Victor's roles had reversed. It was no longer Victor who was left with a broken body, but Scathach herself. I see. She's utilizing the strength she gained from drinking Victor's blood. I thought she had mastered that extra strength before. But it seems I was wrong. At the level of Scathach, for her to master something, she needed to fight with all her strength. Only then would she progress. Which was difficult. After all, you could count on one hand how many people were strong like Scathach in her basic form. No wonder she's so happy now. She's feeling that heady feeling of getting stronger while fighting the man who will be her husband and mate. Natasha laughed in amusement. If she were told that she would be with the same man who would be Scathach's husband and her daughter's husband, she would call the person who told her that crazy, and would laugh as if it were a joke. Haha. Things have really changed. Natasha thought wistfully. Looking at the smiling man who was exchanging blows with Scathach, she couldn't help but mutter, I'm really glad you came into this world, Victor. She couldn't imagine a world where she didn't meet this man. She was so happy and satisfied that sometimes she wondered if it was a dream. She had her daughter back. And she had someone who was able to understand her and accept her for who she was, not what she represented. It was because of reflections like this that Natasha had some thoughts of leaving her entire clan in Victor's hands. He will take good care of them. I know he will. I wonder what face my future daughter will have when she finds out that her sister is also my husband's wife. She laughed in amusement thinking about the future of her messed up family. And was content. Scathach dodged Victor's blow and punched him in the stomach. For a moment, Victor felt his breath leave his lungs, but quickly ignored that and punched her in the face. Blood sprayed from the woman's face, but her smile never left her. This is so much fun. He's better. My husband is the best. Scathach punched Victor in the face and was surprised when she felt him feel even denser than before. She removed her hand from his face to see a small layer of ice on his skin. As if it were an extra layer of protection. But that was not what shocked her. She knew that Victor also improved her martial arts by training with her daughters. She could also do the same thing. What shocked her was that a whole half of Victor's face had been frozen. He's crazy. Isn't he afraid of freezing his brain? It's okay that he'll regenerate. But still. Scathach narrowed her eyes. And realized that Victor did it unconsciously. Because the moment she pulled away, the ice on his face disappeared. And he was back to normal. His body is reacting on its own. Is the world tree's energy helping to enhance his bloodline's powers? Because of that, he didn't feel anything when he turned half of his face to ice. Scathach disappeared again. And attacked Victor's back. And she was shocked when she saw a layer of ice appearing on his back. That was too fast. I can only do something like that when I'm in my vampire count form where the output of my powers is easier. Scathach's eyes widened in shock as she realized something. Is he using his elements as if he were in his vampire count form? The pieces in Scathach's head began to fall into place. And suddenly, she smiled even wider. Damn monster. Is this really possible? Damn. He's breaking common sense again. And the worst part is, he doesn't even realize what he's doing. Do I try to do the same? After all, unlike him, I already have complete control of my count vampire form. Scathach started to draw the same power she had when she transformed into her count form. And she was surprised that for just a few seconds, it covered her entire hand on ice. And that included the insides of her hand. But soon after, her hand returned to normal. Which was normal. She had never done this before. But that's not what she was shocked about. TT was that she didn't feel any pain with this feat. It was very different from what happened when she used ice through her martial arts. This method felt more natural. Scathach's heart was beating wildly. She saw a possibility. A possibility to get stronger. All thanks to the man in front of her. She looked at Victor with eyes that were more predatory and passionate than before. Fuck. I love you so much. A whole new world of possibilities had opened up for Scathach. And she couldn't help but jump like a little girl who'd been given a gift she'd wanted so badly. The strongest female vampire was progressing to this day. Still getting stronger. And the best part of it all. She was getting stronger by herself. By her own effort. And training. That prospect made her heart sweet as a woman in love. Gods have mercy on the fools who will tease her because of it. Victor turned around. And started attacking Scathach again. He didn't know why Scathach seemed more excited than before. And more bloodthirsty. But he didn't care. He was having so much fun that he didn't care about anything right now. He just wanted to fight. Chapter 617. Discoveries and Powers of Leon and Anna. While Victor and Scathach were training, Victor's allies were in a meeting. In a room that contained Agnes, Violet, Sasha, Mizuki, and Aphrodite. All the women looked at the visitor who had just entered. How are they? Agnes asked. Just as expected. Fighting and not caring about anything else. Natasha, who had just arrived in the room, replied. I expected something like that. Agnes was not surprised by this information. Agnes looked at Ruby and asked. About the new vampires. My sisters are teaching them how to control themselves. Ruby smartly didn't report about Sienna beating up Leon more than necessary. Something Agnes noticed. That's not what I was asking. You know that. Ruby. Ha. Ruby sighed visibly and then said, as I had thought before. Leon is not able to control his new instincts. He is going through a difficult change. Put simply, he's thinking with his lower head. Agnes, Violet, Natasha, and Mizuki narrowed their eyes. I'm not doing anything because he's Victor's dad. But those looks are getting unbearable. Violet commented dismissively. The girls didn't say anything but had the same opinions as Violet. Typically, if another man looked at them like that, they would have already, mysteriously disappeared. But the same could not be applied here. The man in question was Victor's father. After all. And even though he was giving the women leering looks, everyone knew that this was happening because he can't control himself. It's only been a few hours since he turned into a vampire after all. And not just any vampire. A vampire from the direct lineage of a progenitor. How are we going to deal with this? Agnes asked. Killing him. Well, that's what I'd like to say. But that would piss Victor off. We can give him the same treatment male slave vampires get. Natasha responded. Isolate him and discipline him? Agnes asked. Yes. Natasha nodded. When a male slave vampire is created, they are entirely under the control of their creator. However, there are some cases where the slave vampire is wholly lost in their desires and goes crazy. In those situations, an alternative is presented. The vampire is isolated from everyone and beaten into submission. A simple and effective method. Being a direct lineage of a progenitor, Leon's instincts are stronger and prouder than anyone else's. He just responds to Victor. And only him. Finally, Aphrodite, who had remained silent the entire time, spoke. Beating him into submissiveness to us will create unnecessary hatred, damaging the family dynamic. I don't want that for Anna. She doesn't deserve that. Aphrodite couldn't care less about Leon. She only cared about Anna. And because Anna cared about Leon, she gave him some attention. But that's all he'd get from the goddess of beauty. Aphrodite's only male priority right now is Victor. Tisk. So much work. When will I have time to practice our marriage act? Aphrodite was getting frustrated with her situation. Then what should we do? Mizuki commented. One of the solutions is correct. Isolating him from everyone until he can control himself. Aphrodite started to explain. The next step is to tell Victor. Those words made the girls' faces darken a bit. Currently, Victor is fighting Scathach toe-to-toe in her base form. Natasha started to speak. Everyone looked at her in shock. Ignoring the shock of everyone present, she continued. If you talk about it to Victor, we can't predict what kind of action he'll take. You know how he feels about us. To think that a body reconstructed by the world tree's energy was that powerful. Aphrodite thought to herself. Not knowing everyone was thinking the same. Whatever it is, Aphrodite is correct. Violet said as she snapped out of shock. Oh. Aphrodite looked up when she saw Violet agreeing with her. Victor must know about this. After all, we can't take the usual actions with Leon. He is his father. After all. The girls were silent for a few seconds. And they realized that what Violet said was the right thing to do. Trouble had appeared in Victor's family. And only Victor could solve this kind of matter. Not that they weren't his family or couldn't fix the problem. But in this specific case, Victor's attention was required. How is Anna progressing? Agnes asked in a way to change the subject. Simply put, she's a freaking genius. Ruby spoke. And that got everyone's attention. What do you mean genius? Ruby. Mizuki asked. Exactly what I mean. She's soaking up everything she learns like a sponge. Her desires aren't being problematic due to her honest nature, honestly. She reminds me a bit of Victor when he first started training. Well, I always thought Victor was a mama's boy. But now this explains it. They're more alike than we thought. Violet muttered. They are mother and son. After all. And they say that the male child is always more like the mother. Although I do not know the truth of these words. Mizuki spoke. And that's where the problem is. Ruby muttered. Violet looked at Ruby with a raised eyebrow. She knew the woman's tone of voice. She always spoke like that when something problematic she couldn't solve came up. What happened? Ruby. Violet asked. How can I say this? Ruby thought aloud. Just say the damn problem. Violet snapped. She still lost her temper easily. Like all her clan members. Fine. Fine, ha. Just don't freak out. I'm starting to freak out now because you don't mention the damn problem. It was worth mentioning that Violet didn't like the suspense genre in all media. She had no patience for that shit. How can I put it? Anna has developed a certain desire for her son. She began to blush and speak slowly near the end. Much to Violet's anger. She looked like she would pull her own hair out in frustration. As she was about to yell at Ruby to speak faster, Aphrodite opened her eyes a bit in shock. She didn't expect Anna contained such hidden desire in her heart. As the only person who understood what Ruby was saying, she casually commented. She's saying that Anna is sexually lusting after Victor. Violet and everyone around her didn't know how to react to that. That was my exact reaction when Sienna brought this up to me. According to my older sister, whenever Victor's name was brought up in the conversation, Anna's eyes would glow blood red. And she would become more active. More excited. Ruby replied in a monotone. Okay. This took a bizarre turn. Mizuki spoke. She knew that in the supernatural world, incest was pretty much normal. Just look at the gods. They are the perfect example. The same goes for other races like werewolves, vampires, yokai, etc. But that wasn't what she thought was strange. It was the fact that Anna was having this kind of desire. Which meant only one thing. She had been harboring this desire unconsciously. And when she became a vampire, her inner desires started to be driven to the surface. Well, it's not like I can't understand. The man is just too handsome. And if you ignore his bloodthirsty personality for his enemies, he is a perfect family man. Why is nothing with Victor normal? Now even his own mother wants him. Okay. So she fucks him. And that urge goes away. Or will she become one of his wives? Violet spoke. The girls just looked at Violet as if she'd grown a second head or something. What? You guys are acting like it's a big deal. In our society, that's normal. The only reason I wasn't attracted to my dad was because my bitch of a mother was very protective of him and because Victor came into my life from the time I was small. And he became the object of my obsession and, consequently, my love. The women didn't know how to react to this and just looked to Agnes for answers. And that's when the older woman said, "It is precisely because I understood this peculiarity of our race that I prevented my daughter from getting too close to Adonis. And it did not prevent her from running after her obsession. Fate is a bitch sometimes. In the end, despite all your protectiveness, you ended up marrying my husband." Violet groaned. Well, a lot of things happened. Agnes spoke neutrally and a little sadly. Cough. Back to the point at hand. Anna is not a supernatural being from the beginning, Violet. Aphrodite said to change the subject. Humph. The woman is a friend of a former werewolf general. An acquaintance of a retired hunter. And her best friend is a goddess. From the beginning, she was involved in the supernatural world. Honestly, it feels like her life is straight out of a movie or something. The women didn't know what to say because Violet was right. Aphrodite sighed. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Despite having eccentric friends, the woman was a human and grew up in human society. I presume these desires were created when Victor turned into a vampire. And when he gained the beauty of Adonis. And my blessings. The feeling only grew. Due to her transformation, those desires are being driven to the forefront. She is being torn between a desire that she never thought she had and her love for her husband. Ruby spoke. It took the girls a few seconds to process all of Ruby's words. And then Natasha spoke. Well, she'll have to deal with it. The girls looked at Natasha. Just because it's her wish doesn't mean she must follow it. She must learn restraint and ignore it. Something all vampires have learned over time. Look at me. If I were to act solely upon my wishes, I would be riding my husband's cock 24/7 and being filled by him. But I'm not because, even though I want to, I hold back. Mother. What? Stop being a prude. I know you want that too. Those words only made Sasha's face redder in embarrassment. You're ignoring the fact that this is very difficult for a baby vampire. Especially someone as honest as Anna. Agnes spoke. Then she must channel that desire into another being. Someone like Leon. After all, she loves the man. Natasha responded. Not to mention that this type of situation you are thinking about will not happen to Victor. My husband loves his mother very much. But that's it. He loves her as a mother, and not as a woman. After all, knowing his personality, do you think he would stay put if he loved his mother as a woman? Well, Ruby was going to say something. But Natasha wasn't finished. Since he gained the memories of an elder vampire, his inhibitions about human rules have become even looser than a whore's pussy. Sasha, Violet, and even Ruby blushed a little due to the woman's words. She said those kinds of things so naturally. If Victor loved Anna as a woman, he would have already taken the woman to his bed and shown her pleasures that few or almost no man can give a woman. She's correct. Natasha's words have merit. Ruby spoke. Not to mention that her plan to direct Anna's desire towards Leon is feasible. I can do a few things to help with that, Ruby commented after thinking for a few seconds. Anyway, ignoring Anna's sexual and existential crisis for her son, ignoring that she wants her own child filling her guts, Violet thought a little out loud. And her cheeks turned red. It was apparent what she was thinking. God. This is exciting. Violet. We get the point. Ruby commented in a heavy voice with an underlying order for her not to continue her sentence. The surrounding girls just rolled their eyes at Violet. You are corrupting my daughter. Natasha. Agnes commented in a dry tone. Huh. This bitch has been like this from the beginning. She's as rotten as you were when you were younger. Natasha felt wronged now. Veins bulged in Agnes's head. But she didn't say anything. She knew that Natasha was correct. Saying something now would just be giving Natasha ammunition. Anna and Victor. He. If it's Anna, I don't mind this development one bit. After all, she's like a sister to me. Violet. Ruby's voice came out harder than usual. Huh. Wake up from your daydream and say what you have to say. If you have nothing to add, be silent. Violet huffed. Don't order me around. Ruby. I'm not your employee. I am not ordering. I am just calling to your attention not to fall into the degenerate world. Says the girl who likes BDS. Violet. Ruby yelled with a face red with embarrassment and anger. Okay. Sheesh. Chapter 618. Discoveries and Powers of Leon and Anna. 2. Violet huffed. Don't order me around. Ruby. I'm not your employee. I am not ordering. I am just calling to your attention not to fall into the degenerate world. Says the girl who likes BDS. Violet. Ruby yelled with a face red with embarrassment and anger. Okay. Sheesh. The girls just looked at Ruby and Violet in amusement. Sasha's face was completely red and steaming. It was evident that she wasn't focused on reality right now. Perhaps I should try too. But it is so eccentric. Sasha was in her own inner chaos. Does Scathach have those fetishes too? Aphrodite asked aloud. Well, it's possible. Someone just has to conquer her on her own terms. Agnes murmured. The goddess of beauty thought a little about the future. And a big smile appeared on her face. The future is bright. This family is the best. Aphrodite laughed. Anyway, what are Anna and Leon's powers? Violet asked what she wanted to know. Oh, I'm also curious about that. Since they were humans before, they should have awakened a power born from their unconscious desires. Mizuki spoke. Anna's power is quite fitting for her. She can compel everyone around her to be completely honest. Even if you try to lie. You can't. Ruby answered. In some strange way. Everyone thought that it suited her quite well. Tests need to be done. We don't know the size of the area of effect and whether she can turn this power off or not. For now, it's acting passively. Ruby thought about the possibilities of this power. And the future was bright. She couldn't wait to experiment further. I assume this was born out of her unconscious desire to make everyone around her more honest. Sasha asked. Yes. That is likely. Ruby spoke. Did she receive anything else? It's not possible that she received this weak power from the progenitor bloodline. Right. Violet spoke. We don't know. And suppose you look at the results of maids who were once human. In that case, I think it's quite likely that she no longer has any powers other than the natural capabilities of a noble vampire born directly from the progenitor bloodline. What do you mean? Take Eve and her dark fire. For example. That fire might be weaker than the Snow Clan's fire. But its corrosive attributes and permanency are ridiculous. Ruby elaborated. It's like a poison that cannot be cured and will burn forever. It's a rather ridiculous mutation of the Snow Clan's fire. And it has the potential to get stronger in the future. Of course. That all depends on Eve. If she manages to increase the heat of her flames while retaining its corrosive attribute. Even better. If she manages to put more debuffs on her fire. That will be pretty nasty for enemies. Everyone thought of a fire that never went out. burned forever, and left the target in absolute torment. And everyone couldn't help but shudder a little. I assume this mutation also applies to Anna's power? Agnes asked. Yes. Currently. She compels everyone around her to be honest with her. Not even the noble vampire's charm is that strong. Just by being in her presence, no one can deny the information she wants. Only Victor has this effect on vampires. And that's because he's a progenitor. If she asks you something, you're obligated to answer it honestly. And if she doesn't ask anything, you'll speak your mind. Ruby continued. She will be a perfect future interrogator. Mizuki couldn't help but state the obvious. The girls just nodded at Mizuki's words. What about Leon? What is his power? Sasha asked. Well, how do I put it? He creates a kind of barrier for defense. Ruby replied. Confused. Huh. Everyone didn't understand what she meant. Aphrodite. Do you remember the constructs you can make with your divine power? Yes. Oh, you mean. Yes. It's something like that. With the only difference being that he can't create other shapes. At least not yet. The only thing he can make is a transparent wall that seems to be unbreakable. This is quite similar to that green-haired man named Bellamy from that anime you like. Ruby. Sasha spoke. Ruby opened her eyes wide. Now that you mention it, it is quite similar. I wonder how it came to be. Perhaps from his unconscious desire to be his family's protection, or wall, to protect from harm. Violet spoke. The girls fell silent, thinking it was quite possible. That was one of the reasons why the girls weren't so cruel to Leon. They knew that he was a good man, that he respected everyone, and that his recent attitude was just his desires acting up. I just hope he gets better soon and learns to contain himself. Having these thoughts is something normal. No being can hide it completely. But I fear Victor's reaction and that he will do something irreversible. Victor is very overprotective when it comes to men around us. And he trusts very few. That being just Tatsuya so far. Not to mention that all of us here know that despite loving and respecting Leon, for him, Anna is the most important person in his life. So it was no surprise that his heart broke when he killed Anna. And it only hurt when he killed Leon. Aphrodite spoke. It's precisely because he understands this that I don't think he's going to overreact. Darling doesn't want to make the same mistake that my dad did. He's probably just going to beat up his dad or something. Violet spoke. Not to mention that even though he didn't say it until a while ago, he regretted killing my biological father. Even though I said several times that I didn't care. After all, I was never close to him. And he was a piece of shit. Sasha spoke. Natasha flinched a little at her daughter's tone. This regret comes from the fact that in his mind, a structured family is one that has a father and mother together. A privileged thought if you ask me. After all, he grew up with great parents. Aphrodite spoke. I know that. And I also know that he doesn't care about it anymore. As I said earlier, he is more concerned with spoiling my mother and me than with this. Something I'm not particularly against. Natasha flashed a lewd little smile. Me either. Sasha wore the same smile as her mother. The girls looked at the two women with impassive gazes. Realizing what she said, Sasha looked away and blushed a little. It is too late to blush now. Sasha, you let your inner thoughts out. Violet rolled her eyes. And that just made the woman even more embarrassed. Heavens. I already told her to be more honest. But she still can't. Natasha rolled her eyes. I'm honest. With the people I've known for a long time. Era. Are you embarrassed by mine and Mizuki's presence? It is not necessary. You can act however you want. We're family now. Just give me some time. Okay. Mizuki decided not to comment when Aphrodite included her in the family. It felt nice. Unconsciously, her thoughts went to the conversation she had with Victor. Anyway, Leon and Anna's power potential is great. It's up to them how they will develop. I'm really curious about the properties of the energy Leon uses to create his projections. If I knew what it was, maybe I could help him get better. But I'll only help him when he improves his attitude. I don't feel comfortable being in the presence of someone who looks at me like a walking piece of meat. Especially my father-in-law. Ruby spoke with disgust. Indeed. Indeed. For now, I will assist Anna. Her power seems quite similar to one of my love divinities. I will see if I can help her. After that, I will return to Mount Olympus. Speaking of which, what's going on in Mount Olympus? I forgot to ask. Agnes spoke. Aphrodite lost her usual gentle smile and looked at everyone with a serious look. And the words that came out of her mouth made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Mount Olympus is in the midst of a civil war right now. After a few seconds of silence, Violet whistled and said, "Cool, anyway. How are we going to get Anna to have sex with Victor?" The girls just shifted their eyes toward Violet and stared at her with lifeless gazes. "What? I'm surprised you're throwing women to darling. Aren't you against it? As Leona said before. Where is your yandere pride?" Ruby commented. "Humph. Of course. I'm against it. It's just, Anna is just special. And I want what's best for her. And I know what's best for her is my husband. So, how are we going to get her to fuck her own son?" She asked with blood-red eyes and a big smile on her face. "For some reason, I think she just wants to see Victor doing Anna." Mizuki spoke. And the girls just nodded in agreement with her. Agnes, Natasha just looked at Agnes. "I'm sorry for having such a degenerate daughter." Agnes just hung her head in embarrassment as she did her best to ignore Natasha's glare. "Oh why? I am not degenerate. Anyway. This will not happen. Leave that decision to Victor. This is a matter we cannot get involved with. Tisk. Petty. I just wanted to see them." She started to laugh in a way Natasha knew all too well. "I see. Is this how you feel when you look at me? Daughter. Yes. I promise to control myself more." Sasha didn't know what to say at that moment. Violet managed to make her mother back off. And her mother was the very picture of degeneracy. "I'm terrified to ask. But, why are you thinking about this?" "Violet." Ruby spoke. Violet awoke from her own world and said, "Thinking about what? About Victor and Anna. Oh. Don't lie to me. I want to know what you really think. Not your perversions. I'm not perverted. Natasha is." Violet snapped. Accusing someone innocent of something they didn't do is very ugly. "Violet." When Violet was going to retort Natasha, Ruby said, "Violet. Don't lose focus. Tell me your thoughts." Ruby knew her childhood friend well. And despite having perverted motives for her actions, she believed Violet had thought long and hard before talking about what she thought of Anna and Victor. Proof of this is that when Ruby caught Violet's attention, the woman looked neutral, which caught everyone else's attention. Seeing that she couldn't hide her thoughts from Ruby, she spoke. "To be completely honest, I give it less than 500 years till Leon breaks Anna's heart." The entire room fell silent. "Spell it out, Violet." Ruby spoke in a serious tone. But with just those words, she could already imagine future scenarios of what Violet was talking about. "Humans are not meant to live long. Ruby. My husband is an exception because he has a lot of extras added to his mindset. He is a progenitor. And that gives him inherent pride. He has my father's memories, which gives him the experience of someone who has already lived 1700 years. The passage of time no longer means anything to him. He will love us even if 2000 years pass. His obsession will ensure that. And Aphrodite's recent blessing as well. But Leon. He has none of that. Despite being a noble vampire, he didn't grow up in our society. He's not prepared for the passage of time and the changes that will come with it. To make him curb his desire is just putting some duct tape on the problem. And even if he decides to create a harem for himself, Anna will not allow it. She is, after all, like my husband. And just like Victor, Anna is capable of loving indefinitely. Because of that, I say that in less than 500 years, Leon will break Anna's heart. And everyone knows what will happen next. Anna surpasses even me in Victor's heart. If something happens to her, Victor will kill Leon. The son will kill the father. And that action will do even more damage to Anna." Violet's words silenced everyone. They never expected that behind Violet's perverted words, There was such a well thought out motive. So it wasn't just your fetish that you wanted to see mother and son having sex? Sasha asked. I won't lie and say I don't have that desire. But the main reason is what I just talked about. If I saw a possibility that this wouldn't happen, I wouldn't have said anything. And I would have been silent. I like Anna very much, she is like a mother and a big sister to me. She is not just my mother-in-law, because of that. I don't want to see her heartbroken. Natasha, Sasha, Ruby, and Aphrodite nodded in agreement with Violet. Natasha agreed that Violet was correct. No woman deserved the pain of a broken heart. Aphrodite agreed with Violet's thoughts because she could easily see this scenario happening. In fact, the chance of this happening was over 90%. She had seen this happen a lot in her long existence. Sasha and Ruby agreed that they didn't want to see Anna suffer. I see, that is plausible, in fact. That is quite possible. Ruby closed her eyes and remembered the reports she'd read about slave vampires, breaking down, with the passage of time. Incest or whatever bullshit aside, Anna needs unwavering support by her side. And unfortunately, I very much doubt Leon can give her that kind of support. Violet continued. The mother and son are so close for a reason. The two have supported each other unconditionally since the beginning. That relationship could be seen even before they became vampires. Aphrodite, Ruby, and Sasha nodded. They understood very well what Violet was talking about. I still think we have to leave this situation for the future. Agnes spoke after listening to everything in silence. Violet looked at her mother with a narrow gaze. Don't look at me like that. Violet. I agree with you. Then why? Violet was going to say something. But her mother interrupted, saying, but I also think we ought to leave this matter for time to solve the problem. Leon deserves a chance. Just because something like this has happened in the past doesn't mean it will happen to Anna and Leon. After all, we'll be there for them. Right? What if he breaks Anna's heart? Daughter. If you are afraid of getting hurt, then you are afraid of living life. Living means making decisions. And that decision can hurt a person or not. That's normal. Violet was speechless when she heard what her mother said. And if Leon breaks Anna's heart, she won't kill herself because of it. After all, her greatest support will still be with her protecting her. And I fully believe my husband will not kill Leon for this. She spoke with a confident face until the image of Victor crazed flashed through her mind. And she added uncertainly, probably. PFFT, ha 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 ha. The girls looked at Aphrodite with a raised eyebrow. Why are you laughing? Mizuki asked. You guys are saying that if Leon breaks Anna's heart, Victor will kill the man. But you forgot one fact. Girls. Victor's personality came from one place. And we all know it came from Anna. If such a scenario happens, it is not Victor who will kill Leon, but Anna. Don't underestimate my friend. She's fiercer than you think. Subconsciously, everyone imagined Anna acting like Victor when he was angry. And they shuddered inwardly when they realized they could vividly imagine this scene. I feel like Skathich and Haruna are going to be great friends with her in the not too distant future. Everyone just nodded in agreement with Agnes' words. Yumu. The more good friends Anna makes, the better. She deserves all the good things in the world. Aphrodite nodded in satisfaction. She was the type of woman who liked to spoil everyone she cared about. And she was not against Anna making more real friends. Chapter 619. Is that what you taught me? Chapter 619. Is that what you taught me? 2 days. 48 hours of non-stop fighting. That's how long it took for Victor to control his strength enough not to cause damage all around him. During those 2 days, Victor had the best time of his life. And he felt that a part of his desire to fight Skathich was fulfilled. God. He loved every second of that fight. Even though the two weren't using their full power. And it was just martial arts and physical combat. He loved every second of it. And he wanted more. He wanted to fight more. But he couldn't. Something had happened that had ruined his fun. His father, Leon, had lost himself in his desires and was lusting after his wives. Anna, who was extremely angry with Leon, beat him almost to death due to being a prodigy, apparently, in vampire matters. She accepted her nature easier. And because of that, she was stronger than Leon. And not only that, Anna, his mother, his dear mother, lusted after her son and wanted to be one of his wives. When Victor learned of this, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. For him to know that his mother was sexually desiring him was incredibly nonsensical. And such a thought did not enter his mindset. Yes. He had the memories and experiences of a man born in ancient Greece. A man born of an incestuous relationship. But just because he had those memories didn't mean he accepted them. He was not against it or hated anyone who did it. But rather that he did not accept that these thoughts came from Anna. For Victor, Anna was always an authority figure. A woman who taught him how to live his life and taught him the basic principles of life that he followed to this day. She was the woman who gave him everything. And he literally owed her his life. In today's society, few parents would raise a sick child and bear that weight with a smile on their face. God. She was his goddamn mother. It was weird as fuck to think of her that way. He never had those desires. 2 days. Victor's voice came out as a growl, making the two beings in front of him flinch. Victor was sitting on an ice throne. And in front of him, kneeling were Anna and Leon. 2 goddamn days. I only went away for 2 days. And so much trouble happened. Victor. This is not your. Anna tried to say something. But Victor's heavy and authoritative voice cut her off. Silence. Anna flinched visibly. Absolute terror seeping through every one of her veins. She tried to stand up and defy her son. She tried to do something. Or say something. But she couldn't. She felt an existential terror in her body. And she couldn't even look into the blood-red eyes of the man who was her son. Who was in front of them now was not Victor, their son, but Victor, the progenitor. The one who gave the two a rebirth. The father of their race. Victor faced the 2 vampires in front of him. Vampires he loved very much. Vampires who were his parents. And the people who raised him since he was little. Who formed the man he was today. Victor took a deep breath and contained his possessive side as much as possible. This childishness would not help now. He was not dealing with an enemy he could kill without remorse. But his parents. Leon remained silent with his head down and an embarrassed look on his face. Only when his son's cold gaze fell on his body was he awakened from his desires. Only when his wife beat him almost to death did he understand how much he had fucked up. I am disappointed. Victor's voice was like a knife that severely cut both of their hearts and hurt them. From the beginning. You were warned. From the beginning. You learned about vampires for the eventual race change. You weren't like me, who was suddenly thrown into this world. And had little time to adapt. You were educated by the best. And you had enough information to understand the whole situation you were in. Victor looked at his father. Leon Walker. You lost yourself in your desires. And you dared. Crack. Crack. Parts of the throne where Victor's right hand was were broken from the involuntary force he was exerting. As his eyes glowed an even more intense blood red. And bulging veins were visible on his head. For a moment, Victor's vision turned utterly red with rage. And it took all of Victor's self-control not to commit something he would regret. Victor took a deep breath and swallowed his anger. You dared to covet my wives. Leon lowered his head with shame written all over his face. That act, in and of itself, was an act of betrayal. Not just to me as your son, but also to my mother, your wife. Leon. What was it that you taught me since I was little? What were your teachings about family? Is this what you taught me on how to be a man? The final words came out as if 2 demons from the deepest hell were speaking simultaneously. Leon flinched visibly at Victor's twisted and insane tone. Victor took a deep breath again and continued. From what I remember, my father taught me to be someone respectable. He taught me to be a man of character. He didn't teach me to be a pig who lusts after every woman he sees. Especially engaged women and his own son's wives. If Victor's words once cut Leon's heart, these words completely destroyed it. Right, what was I doing? How could I forget about it? Fuck. What was I doing? Depression, shame, and sadness were seen on Leon's face. And the man didn't say anything or apologize. That would be an even more pathetic sight for his son and himself. Victor turned his gaze to his mother, Anna Walker. She shivered again at her son's cold and heavy tone. She had never heard him speak to her like that. Who is in front of you now? My father. Anna stopped talking when she felt a dark power emerge from Victor and cover his body. I said. Slowly the dark power began to wane until Victor was revealed with his human appearance. The appearance he had before turning into a vampire. Who is in front of you now? Looking at the thin man with sapphire blue eyes and a haggard appearance. Anna opened her eyes wide. It had been so long since she had seen this form. The gaze was more assertive. And his body was exuding a pressure that only a strong king could exert. But she was sure the man. Wrong. The boy in front of her was. My son. God. What was I doing? She questioned herself in horror at the very thoughts she had been having. Correct. Don't be fooled by my appearance. Anna Walker. Then. Slowly. Victor's appearance began to return to its original form. I may have changed. I may have become prettier. I may have acquired knowledge and memories that are not mine. I may be a progenitor. But I am still your son. Those words were as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on her body. Soon she remembered the words Victor had said to Leon. This wasn't my teaching. We protect each other. We don't cheat each other. The family must stay together and not act out of selfishness or act in a way that harms each other. How I've been acting was not the things that I taught Victor. No matter what titles I have or what people call me. Before all that, I am Victor. Victor Walker. The son of Anna Walker. My son. Tears started to pour down Anna's face. How could I wish for my baby like that? Anna. You are a vampire now. Scientifically speaking. We are no longer a blood-related mother and child. Scientifically and supernaturally speaking. I am your father, now since you were born of my blood. And for a vampire. What's the most important thing? Answer me. Anna Walker. Our own desires and blood. Correct. Victor nodded. And in the same heavy tone. He said. As a progenitor. I am the apex of our species. And as I created you. I became your father. And because of that, unconsciously, your blood, your vampire side, will desire and covet me. And that is normal. This is something that cannot be avoided, but it can be controlled and contained. As long as she doesn't actively drink my blood, she'll be fine. Victor thought to himself as he looked at his mother. She lowered her head, blushing a little and feeling ashamed of herself. Anna, are you such a weak woman that you will be a slave to your own desires? Anna shuddered a little as she lifted her head and looked at Victor. She stared into those blood-red eyes that seemed to pierce her very existence. Eyes that seemed to know everything about her. And no, I'm not. She started with a weak and stuttering voice but ended with a serious and resolute tone. Internally, Victor nodded in satisfaction. Yes. We are creatures of desire. But that doesn't mean we should act like pigs. We are rational. We think. And if we think, we have logical thoughts we can follow. We are not animals. To be a vampire, to be part of vampire society, means learning to curb our desires. Look at the vampires outside this mansion. Look at the servants in this mansion. Do you see them acting like pigs wanting to satisfy their desires? Silence was all Victor got in response to his question. But he didn't press the two. Victor knew that Anna and Leon had explored more about the city ruled by the Snow Clan. And he knew that what they saw was a well-structured, almost normal society. At that moment, Leon and Anna felt like they had returned to their childhood when their parents scolded them. In Anna's case, it was the memories of her mother and strict father that came to her. In Leon's case, it was the memories of the orphanage matron, a woman he greatly respected. I will ignore what happened these past 2 days. Victor spoke in a neutral tone that no longer carried the weight from before. The two looked at Victor. You two are still newborn vampires. And you are still in the changing phase. So I will not judge your attitudes because I know that changing from a human to a vampire is difficult. I experienced it personally. And so did my maids. This kind of attitude, despite being distasteful, is understandable. The two let out a sigh of relief. They didn't even know they were holding their breath. But that relief didn't last long when an immense pressure, as if gravity around them had gotten heavier, was felt by the two. But that doesn't mean I'll tolerate it again. This incident showed me something. I was being too soft on you two. They swallowed hard as a bad feeling began to build up in their bodies. Because of my overprotective nature. This situation occurred. Oda. Hilda. Two shadows appeared from the ground. And from them emerged a white-haired maid and a stern-faced, Oriental-looking man. This is Oda Blank, the first master of the Blank clan. He is a ninja master, meaning he specializes in infiltration, assassination, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and interrogation. He is a master of all these trades. He will be Leon's trainer. And he'll take that lazy ass of yours and turn it into something useful. Leon flinched visibly when he felt their gaze. Hey. That's the human father of the progenitor. It was obvious that Oda wasn't impressed. But he wasn't going to express it in front of everyone. This woman is Hilda Snow, Agnes's most loyal maid, and a mother figure to Violet. The woman second only to Agnes in strength. Just like Oda. She is proficient in all ninja arts but is also a master of etiquette and politics. She will be Anna's trainer and will teach her how a vampire noble should behave should the situation arise. When she heard Victor's words, Anna felt like an imaginary arrow had struck her pride. Hilda remained silent. She had no thoughts or opinions about Anna. For her, it was just another job she would fulfill with total effort. After all, it was Victor who was asking for it. If I don't try hard and have poor results, Agnes and Violet won't stop bugging me about it. Hilda thought. From today onwards, you will train non-stop until you learn to control your new strength, talents, and desires. The faster you acquire the minimum control necessary to act as one would expect in society, the faster the training will end. Until then, you are not allowed to interact with other beings. Not even with each other. Treat this as a temporary separation. Cold sweat fell from the faces of the two. Their feelings were correct. They were fucked. You sure are cruel, Lord Victor. Aren't they your parents? Victor scoffed as he heard this, replying, my beloved Scathach, the woman who is my teacher, the woman I respect the most, second only to my mother, trained Ruby since she was a child. And everyone here knows how excruciating Scathach's training is. The two just nodded. Scathach's training was infamous. Those who had gone through this training once did not wish to return. Only Victor was crazy enough to like that training. Despite being overprotective of Ruby, being her own daughter, Scathach swallowed the pain she felt and trained her to the bone. If Scathach can do it, why can't I? But, unfortunately, I don't have time to train anyone. I already have my hands full with everything going on right now. You two are the people I trust the most in this matter. So I am confident you two won't take it easy on them. Right. Of course. The two said simultaneously with a sadistic glint in their eyes. Good. Victor flashed a big satisfied smile. His smile disappeared. And he spoke with a frown on his face. I want weekly reports on the two's progress. This report should be given directly to me. Or if I am not available, given to one of my maids or wives. Now. Get them out of my sight. Hilda walked toward Anna, scooped the woman up like a sack of potatoes, and disappeared. Oda just engulfed Leon in his shadows and disappeared as well. Victor closed his eyes and rested his head on his left hand. His head and heart were throbbing now. Chapter 620, Universal Tree. When the two left the room they were in, Victor's wives entered a few minutes later. And all of his allies were with them. Only Haruna and Vivian were not present. I must say you handled that very well, Victor. Scathach commented with a proud smile. I will not allow my parents to become degenerates who only exist to satisfy their own desires. I refuse to see them like that. I would rather see them dead than such a deplorable sight. Darling. Violet murmured gently while speaking carefully and as slowly as possible so that Victor could see what he was saying. Don't say words you might regret. Victor opened his mouth to speak but soon closed it and fell silent. A few seconds later, he just nodded his head and let out a frustrated sigh. Despite being irritated with this whole situation, He would never want to see his parents dead. Anyway, now that that's settled, let's get back to the main subject. Victor snapped his fingers, and several tables and chairs were set up. Natasha, Agnes, Scathach, Ruby, Violet, Sasha, Kagaya, and Aphrodite looked at each other and just nodded. They decided to put the matter aside for now. It was obvious that Victor didn't want to talk about it now. Just what's going on Mount Olympus? What about Russia? Aphrodite sat in one of the ice chairs and said. The beings imprisoned in Tartarus were all released. And a civil war ensued on Mount Olympus. Although the situation is bad, it is still manageable. Zeus may be a piece of shit, but there is no doubt that he is strong. Well, at least almost all beings of Tartarus got out. Luckily that beast son of Gaia and Tartarus is still imprisoned. Aphrodite thought as she thought of Typhon, a beast that almost destroyed Olympus once. She raised her hand, and a pink panel appeared in front of everyone. And it showed Aphrodite's memories of the civil war that was going on. Fuck. This is ridiculous. Sasha muttered in disbelief. The scale level of this war was way beyond normal. This is on a completely different level. Leona spoke. Powers on a scale that were only seen when two vampire counts fought were being used all over the battlefield as if it were completely normal. The level of destruction was ridiculous. When gods and monsters go to war, mortals can only hide and pray they don't get caught in the crossfire. Huh. Victor spoke. What was that? Pepper asked in curiosity. One of the sayings of ancient Greece. Agnes and Aphrodite spoke at the same time. The two women looked at each other and nodded before looking back to the front. A saying that is true enough. Hardly any younger vampires, especially those without training, could handle a battle of this scale. Even elder vampires would have a hard time meddling with it. Mizuki commented. You are just looking at the bigger picture of things. Even amongst gods, few have the destructive power to cause this much damage. Aphrodite explained. Look at me. I only learned to fight effectively when I left Mount Olympus. Most gods see no need to train. So those gods with more combat-oriented divinities come out on top. Of course. That's also true for the Titans. Well, in a way, that makes sense. I don't see the need for a god of trade to have a divinity related to fighting. Ruby said. Before continuing. Also, I don't see how this god can get strong. After all, everything is limiting him. Aphrodite nodded in agreement as she explained. Indeed. Gods are limited to the divinities they possess. And even progressing in the concept of that divinity is something that takes a long time. And that's an advantage mortals have over us. At least those mortals who have longevity like vampires. In this room, most of you can face lesser gods and a few other gods who wield a divinity for combat but never bothered to train it. Victor can take on most gods due to the quirks of being a progenitor of vampires. By using blood, he can damage a being's soul and eventually kill them if the accumulated damage is too great. Not to mention the other, special, attributes that damage the soul without him needing to come into contact with the being. Aphrodite smiled when she thought of the day Victor damaged Freya with a casual gesture. Yeah. The bastard is full of hacks. Honestly. It's unfair how much power he has. Edward rolled his eyes. Life is not fair. Brother. Deal with it. Leona said. Then added. But you're right. Brother. Edward just snorted when he heard his sister's words. Aphrodite continued. Not to mention that after recent events, Victor's body is as strong as those belonging to the strongest alpha werewolves in their base form. Even Scathach is no match for him now. Hey. I got better. Okay. His attacks no longer damage me as much. Scathach spoke with a smile on her face. She definitely wasn't upset about it. But can you harm him in your base form with just martial arts and not resorting to using your vampire count transformation or using that spear of yours? Aphrodite spoke. Scathach was silent. No. She could not do that. Even in the previous training session, the one who suffered the most damage was Scathach and not Victor. Proving how much stronger his body was. Which was a good thing for Scathach. After all, she was feeling like she was getting much stronger than before alongside him. Their relationship could now be described as master and student. Lovers. In-laws. And most importantly, rivals. Not to mention that Victor can increase his power output even more now. In terms of power, I think he is on par with the lowest godly ranks of those that own combat divinities. And that's just with his physical body, Aphrodite thought to herself and continued. And with his special perks, he could most likely fight a mid-level and high-level deities. After all, a fight between high-level gods is not just something physical, but also a battle between souls. In that regard, Victor only loses in quality. But this issue is slowly being improved now. Roxanne just smiled gently. Fuck. This is insane. I was bracing myself. But seriously. He hasn't reached 500 yet. You know. Finally. Morgana, who had been quiet the entire time, spoke. Roxanne nodded satisfactorily. Yumu. It's all thanks to me. I will protect my husband. Hehehehe. The girls just rolled their eyes at Roxanne. Next on the list of those capable of fighting high-level gods would be Jean, Natasha, Scathach, Morgana, and myself. With just Jean, Scathach, and I being able to handle God-King level beings. Morgana looked at Jean with a blank expression. What? Jean asked. Did you really get that strong? I told you. What Victor did helped me a lot. Jean looked at Aphrodite. Although I'm surprised you know that. Aphrodite. I would also like to know how you know that. I don't remember using all my strength before you. Scathach commented. I have lived a long time and have met Earth's world tree and its guardian. Aphrodite commented in a neutral tone. She looked at Scathach and continued. Your teacher was the Witch of Doncaster. This woman wouldn't have let you use her name if you hadn't surpassed her in the craft. She was so dedicated to runes. A power so complex and powerful that, if used correctly, could threaten even a god king. And after getting to know you a little better now, I believe you would not be satisfied until you reached that level of using runes freely with your vampire powers. Scathach only pursed his lips when she heard Aphrodite casually divulging about her past. Victor looked at Scathach for a few seconds, then looked away and said nothing. He already knew that the name, Scathach, wasn't her real name. After all, she even told him that when he became a vampire count. You are very insightful for a goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Era. You don't live this long without paying attention to details. Especially for someone like me who has enemies everywhere that actively wish harm upon me. Victor narrowed his eyes at that comment. He didn't like what he'd heard one bit. Sensing Victor's emotions, Aphrodite looked at him and smiled gently. Concern, and trust. Huh. It looks like he's worried about me being in a warring place. But he still trusts me enough to handle it. So lovely. Aphrodite felt quite sweet now. Her eyes seemed to glow a little brighter. She looked at Victor like she wanted to jump him then and there. I see, the energy we have is quite similar. Jean nodded to herself as she thought of the world tree that Aphrodite had known. Aphrodite awoke from her stupor and looked at Jean. Although your energy is much purer than everyone here. Even the energy of Earth's world tree means nothing in front of you. Aphrodite smiled widely. Seriously. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're our ace in the hole. Vlad really fucked up really bad. Ha 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 ha. Jean narrowed her eyes. She didn't like the tone in which Aphrodite spoke as if she were an object. Don't look at me like that. I'm just saying that if Vlad knew what you were, he would have never let you go. That only makes me feel worse. Jean rolled her eyes. But it's still true. Few beings would look at your power and not want to use it for their own benefit. Victor is one of them. That's why I like him. He looks at me for what I am, not what I can offer. She narrowed her eyes at Aphrodite. She wasn't enjoying this conversation. Seeing the big smile on Aphrodite's face, Jean squirmed as she realized what she'd said. Great. Another one. As if the demon girl wasn't enough. Violet rolled her eyes. Although it was quite obvious. Sasha spoke while looking at her nails. Eyeing Jean out of the corner of her eye. Who was completely red in the face. Which was quite adorable for a woman with a grown child. Natasha. Agnes. And Leona just looked at Victor with lifeless eyes. I did nothing. Victor quickly defended himself. We know. It's just annoying when it happens all the time. Can't you get uglier or something? Maybe wear a mask. Leona spoke. Humph. That would be a sin against all beings. Great. Now he's even more narcissistic. Edward rolled his eyes. Hey. You would act like me. Too. If you had all this. He pointed to himself with a big smile on his face. Edward snorted and turned his face away. He wouldn't openly admit it. But he knew Victor was correct. Pepper. Lacus. And Sienna just stared at the man with dry yet intense looks. Scathach flashed a small smile when she saw how her 3 adopted daughters were acting. Maybe I'll join the plan that Natasha spoke about. Scathach thought lazily. She felt so happy and satisfied. It even felt like she was floating on clouds. She felt so light. Okay. Putting the romantic comedy aside for a bit. I don't understand anything you're talking about. What are these insinuations in the air? And why is Jean our ace in the hole? Leena pulled up an important point. Finally. Someone noticed. I thought it was just me being left out. Mizuki muttered at the end. Leena looked at Scathach. I don't know anything about it either. Scathach spoke. Ruby. Sasha. Violet. And Agnes nodded. Indicating they didn't know anything either. Even you don't know anything. Leena opened her mouth in surprise. Of the entire group, only Victor and I know. Aphrodite spoke. I don't know exactly what it is. But I have an idea that I'm 90% sure of. For me to be 100% sure, she would have to confirm it for me. Victor replied as he thought about the strange events he'd seen in Jean's memories. Vic, why didn't you say anything? If I had known that, I would have explained it better. Jean said. She thought Victor always knew. Victor looked at Jean. You're helping me. Right. Then why do I need to know anything else? You bear me no ill will. And I told your brother I would take care of you. And that is what I will do. Jean looked in shock at Victor. And slowly a small, gentle smile appeared on her face. Really? It's just at these times that I feel bad that he wasn't born a little earlier. Jean fixed Victor with an intense gaze. Morgana felt her lips twitch at this pink scene before her. Then, she looked at Victor's wives and spoke. See. Natural playboy. With those looks and that character. It's impossible not to fall for him. Fuck. We have to do something. For once. I agree with you. Demon girl. Violet spoke. Believe me when I say it is an impossible task. Kagaya, who'd remained quiet the entire time, said. Despite being one of Victor's wives. She was a maid before a wife. She was a maid wife who would rather care for Victor's needs than these complicated matters. Maid wife. Not bad. Kagaya thought to herself with a bit of internal embarrassment. The girls were silent. Who was it who said that? It was Kagaya. The woman who spent close to 24 hours a day in Victor's shadow. Her words carried a lot of weight. Back to the point. Jean. Are you going to talk about it or not? Aphrodite took the reins of the conversation. They would forever deviate from the main subject if things continued like this. Instead of answering, Jean looked at Victor like she was asking for permission. It's up to you, Jean. Regardless of what you choose, I will support you. Jean smiled gently. She felt an invisible weight she had on her shoulders disappear with those words from Victor. She'd been afraid of revealing her existence and girls treating him differently or special. She had had enough of that when she was Vlad's queen. Everyone knows who Roxanne is now. Right. Jean began to explain. Yeah. She's a world tree. Pepper spoke naively. Leena just reacted as if she had just discovered that fact now. The people in the room glared at Leena and ignored her reaction. You remember that Roxanne has the big guy, right? The giant gorilla who is her guardian. Most nodded. With a few who didn't understand what she was talking about, as they were the few who hadn't seen the big guy yet. Ignoring this group that didn't know either. Jean continued. I am the same as Big Guy. I am a guardian of a world tree. But unlike Big Guy, my position is higher and a little more flexible. I'm still connected to the world tree. But my autonomy is much greater because he is who he is. I am the guardian of one of the 7 primordial entities. I am the guardian of the universal tree. The tree that sustains all existence in the universe. The being responsible for the maintenance, life, and reincarnation of souls in the universe. The being that is the progenitor of all the world trees in existence. The shock was obvious. Everyone didn't know how to react to those words. But just as expected, the first to respond came. Well, I expected something like that. But it's still surprising to confirm my suspicions. Victor smiled. So, you are my aunt. Roxanne turned her head to the side in confusion. Well, I treat that being like my brother. And he treats all of you like his children. So that analogy is correct, I guess. Jean replied. Oh, I have an aunt. Roxanne ignored everything and just listened to the part she was correct about. And then she jumped on Jean and hugged the girl. Jean was static for a few seconds but then hugged the redhead. Who was too big to be called small. Damn. These breasts are suffocating me. Jean thought she would die if this continued. Fuck. I didn't expect that when you said you recovered a lot of things. Morgana grumbled. With great effort. Jean separated her head from Roxanne's grip and looked at Morgana. I wandered for a long time. And due to some events that led me to assume the fate of a little girl, I lost the memories of who I was. Only when Victor helped me was I able to remember who I was. This opens up possibilities for so many problems it's not even funny. Ruby felt a headache coming on. What do you mean? Jean asked. Confused. I'm talking about your children. If you are the guardian of a primordial entity, does that mean your children will inherit the ability to use that purest energy? Nah. That's not going to happen. Why? My position is special. That energy is bound to my soul and only my soul. Therefore, even if I have a child, he will only inherit my lineage from the race I am now. Ruby was speechless. She didn't understand anything. Simply put, I am like the mother of Carmilla Fulgur. I am a spirit who gained a physical body thanks to the power of the Heavenly Father. And subsequently, I have transformed into a vampire thanks to Vlad. As a higher level spirit, I can assume any race. And my essence will not mix with my physical body. If I have a child, the child will only inherit the things I have in my physical body. The child will not inherit anything from my spiritual side. That's good. Just thinking of the chaos that would have ensued if your children and descendants started using this primordial energy stressed me out. Ruby sighed in relief. The primordial ones also understood this concern. And thus, even if they were to have descendants, those descendants would not inherit anything from their parents. Balance is a fragile thing. And it needs to be protected at all costs. Only Roxanne and Aphrodite nodded. They seemed to be the only people in the room who understood what Jean was talking about. Jean. You speak as if you knew my ancestor. Sasha asked while narrowing her eyes. Something her mother was doing too. The two Fulgurs didn't miss that little detail. Jean looked at Sasha and smiled gently. Yeah. I met her. After all, I was the one who named her. Natasha and Sasha opened their eyes wide. Folks. The group looked at Victor. We've gone off track again. Oh. Everyone reacted at the same time. Victor sighed and looked at Ruby. Tell me about the war in Russia right now. Yes. About Mount Olympus, he glanced at Aphrodite. Just keep an eye out and try to bring some reliable gods to our side. He didn't explain much. He knew the goddess understood what he meant when he said reliable. It was basically a term to say easy to manipulate and control. Aphrodite flashed a sly smile and said, that's what I was already doing. Darling. Victor just smiled when he heard that. He had very competent people beside him. The meeting resumed with Victor, Scathach, and Aphrodite taking the reins of the entire discussion. Chapter 621. A week of progress and events. A week passed. That week, a few things happened in Victor's group. And although they were few, they were very relevant. Starting with Scathach and Victor. The two became practically inseparable this week. To the wild jealousy and envy of the girls. Even if they knew why Scathach basically monopolized Victor. That doesn't mean they liked it. All they did that week was train. Drink each other's blood. Train again. And practice their night battles. Due to the intense training and drinking of each other's blood, an uncontrollable lust grew in both of them. If they weren't vampires, They would easily be confused as being some kind of bunny. Whenever a workout was over, Scathach would pull Victor into the bedroom and straddle him like a thirsty woman. When it wasn't Scathach who did it, it was Victor who couldn't bear it. It was obvious that the girls, especially Aphrodite, were very jealous. But in the end, this routine proved to be quite effective. When Victor and Scathach finished training a week later, the man could perfectly control his body, just as he had controlled it before going through this rebirth, which meant he could fully access his powers in his base form and use them at full throttle. Unfortunately, Victor still hadn't been able to use his vampire count transformations like before. And there was one simple reason for that. The energy he used now was much more potent than before. It sounded silly, but it was understandable if you considered that the energy Victor used in his vampire count form was 100x greater than before he went through this rebirth. For some reason, when Victor entered his vampire count form, his body's senjutsu energy mixed together, and its scale of power became absurd. But thanks to that, they discovered something. Victor basically had an insane amount of energy being produced in his body. They finally understood the meaning of an energy that feeds an entire planet. Proof of this fact was that Victor no longer needed to drink blood. In fact, he didn't even feel bloodlust anymore. His body's energy kept his body at 100% all the time. He had become a living nuclear reactor now. It was worth mentioning that Scathach was a little jealous of Victor's perks. The potential that this energy in Victor's body had was absurd. And even Scathach herself admitted that if Victor completely controlled the energy that Roxanne was producing and channeling into his body, he would become much stronger than her by an absurd margin. And that knowledge filled the older woman with a single emotion: excitement. The purest, most genuine excitement. She felt like she was a kid again and had to focus once more on training. The Scarlet Sisters had never seen their mother so happy before. She always walked around with a smile on her face. And it wasn't a bloodthirsty smile but one of pure happiness. For a few moments, the daughters thought their mother had been replaced by someone else. Victor wasn't the only one who improved this week. Scathach was improving at an insane pace herself. Her base form was rapidly evolving and getting stronger than before. Not only that, her own bloodline was being refined. And she felt that her power output had grown much higher as well. Which was insane considering her level of power. There were two reasons for the evolution of Scathach. The first was that Victor and Scathach fought to the death constantly. They never held back. And they both had confidence in themselves and their abilities. That no matter what damage, their bodies would heal as they abused the regeneration of a vampire. The second reason was the intense sex sessions and drinking of each other's blood. Victor's body was producing high-quality energy. And all his blood was being bathed in this energy. Meaning his blood became even more delicious along with his seed. As the ancient sages said, eat well, train diligently, and fight battles with all your might. These are the ingredients for growing in strength. And believe me, Scathach ate very well this week. Scathach's two mouths were wholly filled by Victor's liquids. Putting all these factors together, in just 1 week, her body stopped being broken by Victor's punches, with his blows only leaving bruises in their wake. Furthermore, through the damage done to her body, her regeneration also became more potent. Although that only happened when Victor didn't use his strength properly. By the time Victor started using martial arts and correctly applying all of his strength as taught by Scathach, the damage done was still the same as it had been at the start of their fight. In comparison, Scathach never managed to damage Victor's body significantly. Much to her frustration, Scathach's current goal was to improve her base form enough to cripple Victor's body. And when Victor heard about it, he grinned like a fool for a long time. It was good to know that his target was chasing after him too. Yes. The couple had a lot of fun this week. Compared to them, the Snow Clan experienced one of the most hectic and simultaneously calm weeks ever. The calm part was because the flow of people coming to the Snow Clan's new city stopped completely. To the great relief of all members of the Snow Clan and Violet and Agnes herself. The hectic part was because the Vampire King was visiting the city and appearing publicly to see the haven. Notably, on that day, all members of the Snow clan and even the Fulgur clan were wholly occupied. That day, Sasha looked at the Scarlet Sisters with eyes that seemed to pierce the girls' bodies. The reason for this was that due to Scathach's action of abandoning the territory, she was only a vampire count in name and didn't really have much responsibility. And that went for her daughters too. Therefore, the four sisters did nothing to help and only gave their silent support. Much to the Fulgur and Snow clan's annoyance. A secret shared only by the Scarlet Sisters was that they really weren't just procrastinating. Seeing their mother and Victor improve was like a slap in the face from reality for the girls. If Scathach, an insanely strong woman, could still get stronger, why couldn't they too? Why should they wait for their next strength boost? Would they be Scathach-worthy daughters if they just stood idly by while their mother evolved further? Of course not. They would not accept this. Carrying these feelings in their hearts, Ruby, Sienna, Lacus, and Pepper did something. They started training. Too. A training they did when their mother trained them together. They battled until someone was seriously injured. Just like Victor and Scathach. They focused on improving their basics. Sienna had the raw ice power due to Victor's training. She managed to balance her other attributes as well. But she still wasn't satisfied. She had room for improvement. And that's what she did. She focused on improving her weak points that were painfully obvious. Her defense. Lacus was fast and had a good defense but lacked explosive power. So she worked on improving ways to kill faster. She was a born assassin. And her powers helped with that. So she asked Kagaya for help. A woman who was a master of this kind of subject. Even though her mother had been training her in this art, she wanted an outside perspective. And due to Kagaya's recent increase in power, Lacus thought she was a good candidate. Not to mention the fact that her clan specialized in this type of art. Pepper had explosive power. Those cute little fists had abnormal strength. But her speed was shit. And even though it improved, it still wasn't good enough. So, that's what she trained. She also trained her power to use water more creatively. Due to being a hardcore otaku, she had many ideas to improve her power. And she even archived those references to try in the future. She just didn't in the past because, well, she was lazy. Ruby was the most balanced of all. She was the strongest for the simple reason that she spent 1 year and 6 months training with Victor in the human world. So her base was strengthened entirely. But Ruby had a problem. Her power output was very slow. Victor and her mother could create an entire damn monument with just a snap of their finger while she needed to concentrate a lot on everything because she had to separate her water and ice powers. She thought it was unfair to compare herself to those two monsters. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, she quickly shook her head and slapped herself across the face. Victor never made excuses for his training. If he had an idea of how to train, he would go ahead even if it hurt him. Ruby didn't want to make excuses anymore. She was said to be the woman who inherited Scathach's monstrous talent and power. Not to mention she had a complementary bloodline that matched her ice perfectly. Ruby started training to use the power of water and ice simultaneously. She didn't want to separate the attacks or use them separately. She wanted to use both at the same time. And she did it. After just 2 days in hyperfocus. Using all her brain and training her body. A result that caught the sisters completely unprepared when they went to fight that day. The method Ruby came up with may as well be called flow. A subdivision of her mother's own techniques. Using the image of a river as an example. She used the power of water to circulate that power throughout her body and created a flow of energy that she was ready to use at any time. She used what she observed of her husband as a reference. She covered her entire body with her energy, and maintained that state at 100%. Which was ridiculously difficult to do and required ridiculous control of her own powers. But she managed. Simply because her powers complemented each other well. And because of that, no energy was lost when she used her power in her body constantly. Ruby took another step to alter her mother's martial art and adapt it for herself. Thanks to this training, Ruby had a pleasant surprise. Her vampire count form became much easier to control. And she didn't know the exact reason for that. But what she did know was that it was due to the training to use the power of her lineages more intelligently. Not only were the Scarlet Sisters training, Leona, Edward, Mizuki, Liena, and even the maids were training this past week. For the reasons stated earlier. The only ones who couldn't train thoroughly were Agnes, Violet, Natasha, and Sasha. Something else happened too. But it wasn't with Victor's group. It was in the Nordic pantheon. The Bifrost, the device that connected the realms of the Norse pantheon, was destroyed. And Asgard became inaccessible, as well as the other realms of the pantheon. When Aphrodite received this news from Freya, she was utterly shocked. The reason for this was that the Bifrost was not a simple artifact. It was an artifact with the concept of travel. The artifact itself had a divinity that was directly linked to the pantheon. And in theory, it should have been possible to destroy the Bifrost. After getting over the shock, Aphrodite saw an opportunity in this event. After all, the entire pantheon was closed off due to this event. What if someone showed up and offered travel services in exchange for rewards? Aphrodite could smell the scent of a delicious business opportunity. And like an opportunistic goddess, she quickly called a meeting to discuss the matter. But unfortunately, the meeting had to be postponed because of another piece of news that Aphrodite heard. This time coming from Mount Olympus. Typhon was released and was, at that moment, recovering in Tartarus. But the invasion of this monster was inevitable. This news came through a messenger from Persephone, who was operating in the Greek underworld on a minimal basis. This news made Aphrodite ignore the business opportunity, for now, and rushed her godly ass to the temples of Hestia, the goddess of the home, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and Nike, the goddess of victory. The reason for her visits? To grant refuge to the three women in Nightingale. And that's how the week ended. With Victor and Scathach leaving their training and getting the news of everything that happened. Coincidentally, he also received the weekly report for his parents. And just as he expected, Anna was evolving like an eagle that finally learned to fly. The result of her report was that she had great potential. In contrast, his father's report was surprisingly good. Due to the lecture he received from Victor, the man seemed to gain some seriousness. And Oda's act of spanking his ass also helped a lot. So he was progressing very well in his mindset. But in terms of power development, that was a different matter. He was very slow. At least compared to Anna. But he was far above the standards of normal noble vampires. Victor wasn't upset about that. On the contrary, he felt happy and knew that people evolved at different paces. Some developed quickly at first and then faced a plateau, while some developed slowly but consistently. Victor was abnormal for constantly evolving rapidly without stopping, although these were also the results of his continuous efforts always to seek strength. I'll await next week's report. Dismissed. Oda and Hilda bowed respectfully, then quickly disappeared at high speed. They are doing well. Huh. Scathach spoke. Yeah. Although my mom is more of a natural about it. Well, you had to have gotten your talent from somewhere. Not just your progenitor's blood. And everyone knows that those vampires who are most honest with themselves evolve the fastest. Scathach smiled softly. Victor smiled with the woman and said, indeed. I assume I was like that too. Yes. Due to your goal of chasing after me, you've gotten a lot stronger. Hey. I didn't see you complaining about me running after you last night. Who said I was complaining? She smiled sensually and added, I only decided to train you because I saw the raw potential in you. The rest was a result of our interactions. Victor gently took Scathach's hand and pulled her into a kiss. Who knew we would end up like this? Indeed. Scathach smiled lovingly as she returned his kiss. And she squirmed a little when she felt her ass being grabbed by Victor. Don't get cocky. She smacked his hand. You haven't completely beaten me yet. Victor just chuckled in amusement. He liked her attempts at playing hard to get. That day is even closer than you might think. Foo. My foolish disciple. You are not the only one getting stronger. You need to work harder to surpass me. You have many training sessions and tortures that you have to go through with me yet. That feels more like a reward for me. Scathach was delighted that Victor accepted her tendencies so easily. He was the only one able to say that he enjoyed training with her. She was painfully aware that other beings could not stand her Spartan training. Difficult was not enough of an adjective to describe her training. The words hardcore masochism were more appropriate to classify her training. And few beings like to train by breaking their bodies in every possible way. Squeezing Scathach tighter and moving closer so she could hear his voice in her ears. He spoke in an obsessive, sadistic tone. Don't stop training. Don't stop evolving. Do not wait for me. Keep getting stronger. He licked her ear. And the act sent shivers down her spine. Because I guarantee you. Scathach. Victor grinned and turned away from the woman who was breathing heavily with hot air coming out of her mouth and a flush of excitement on her face. That. If you wait. I will be close to reaching you again. He turned and started to walk away. Blood-red eyes stared at Victor's back for longer than she would have liked. Only when he was out of her sight did Scathach come back to herself and look down. Fuck. That was very exciting. She urgently needed to change her panties. Damn bastard. He knows where to scratch my itches. And it's even better because I know he's completely honest. The red-haired warrior smirked widely with a sadistic smile and then disappeared in a flash of red. Chapter 622, Greek Goddesses. Definitely not. The thunderous and enraged scream of a goddess with long golden hair, golden eyes, and a plump body was heard. Aphrodite covered her ears with her hands. Demeter. You can't be so selfish about this. Selfish. Selfish. Demeter's body began to shake with rage. My daughter is in the fucking underworld fighting Gaia knows what. And I can't help her. You still dare call me selfish? Aphrodite's eyes softened. Okay. I apologize for my choice of words. But you have to understand that you're the goddamn goddess of agriculture. You can't be of any help in this war. Are you calling me useless? Me. Demeter. Yes. Aphrodite was honest. If she learned anything from dealing with Anna, it was brutal honesty. Veins began popping in Demeter's head. You. Before you explode. Just tell me. How can you help in this war? Aphrodite didn't let her speak and continued. Do you know anything about tactics? Good. But we have Athena for that. Do you know anything about war? Splendid. But we have Ares for that. Do you have some kind of power to help everyone? No. You don't. Your greatest divinity is agriculture. And what are you going to do? Create food for the gods to eat. The gods don't need food. Demeter's momentum began to diminish. And her angry glare began to turn into an expression of despair and uselessness. I know about all that. You don't need to tell me. I know I can't help in this war. I know my presence won't do anything. But, my daughter. Tears began to form on Demeter's face. Hestia, who remained silent, slowly walked toward her younger sister and gently hugged her. Demeter didn't refuse the hug and let the tears fall down her face. Did you need to speak so harshly with her? A woman's gentle but stern voice was heard. Aphrodite looked up to a goddess with long black hair and sapphire blue eyes. Unlike Demeter, who had the air of an older woman who had borne a child and had a curvy body with large breasts, this woman had a nice body. Nothing was too big, but at the same time, not small either. The woman in front of her was Nike, the goddess of victory, strength, and speed. Yes. She needs to wake up to reality. Aphrodite's expression became more serious. Before, the war was like the Titanomachy all over again. Only with the past titans at a disadvantage. I was sure that in due time, Zeus and Mount Olympus would win. But, the moment Typhon woke up, this was no longer a civil war. And the whole situation turned into an extinction event for Mount Olympus. And in that situation, goddesses like me, Hestia, and Demeter are useless. That beast cannot be stopped by my charm. And there is no rationality in its being. All it seeks is destruction. He is a beast of the apocalypse for a reason. Nike was silent. She had no words to refute what Aphrodite said. And she also knew that the goddess of beauty did not speak her name because Aphrodite knew that Nike could fight. But even Nike didn't have the guts to go fight Typhon. Is she the personification of victory? Yes. She is. But that doesn't mean she's blind to fight a battle she can't win. Just because she's the goddess of victory didn't mean she was ignorant of the fact that when facing an apocalyptic class being, only defeat can be expected. What is an apocalyptic class being? They are beings that have concepts of end in their existence. Beings that put a permanent end to something. Fenrir is something similar. He and his kin are the beginning of Ragnarok in the Norse pantheon. An event said to be the prelude to the destruction of the Norse pantheon. And Typhon is the same as Fenrir. But much worse because he has no rationality like the wolf. He only exists to destroy the gods. Gaia truly gave birth to a monster. Hestia, who was consoling Demeter, didn't say anything about it either. She knew that the situation had just become desperate. And if Typhon appeared, only the original primordials could stop him. And even they risk ceasing to exist. With a being whose concept encompasses the end aspect, only beings with the concept of beginning can fight him. And usually, the beings that have this concept were the regulators of existence. The 7 primordial entities that regulate existence. Beings that were above even the similarly called beings like Nyx, Gaia, and Tartarus. For they regulate existence. They are the beginning of everything. And only they can stop Typhon without any damage. Especially now since that monster got stronger. What a mess. Hestia felt a terrible headache. Right. Now. We have to go. I'm sorry, Aphrodite. But I can't. Excuse me. Aphrodite looked at Hestia with an exasperated look. I can't go. Not while my family is in danger. Veins started popping in Aphrodite's head. Fuck. Hestia. Stop pretending to be blind. The only people you can really call family is your mother. Your dear brothers. Given a chance, they'll just as well treat you like their sex toy. That's the kind of shit they've become. Ignoring Hestia's frown, she continued fearlessly. Even your sisters are something moot right now. Hey. We are still her family. Demeter snarled at Aphrodite. Aphrodite's eyes visibly flashed in anger. Demeter. Answer me. How long has it been since you've come to visit your older sister? As far as I know. It's been thousands of years since you've spoken to her. Demeter didn't say anything. She had no excuses or anything to say. After all, Aphrodite was correct. She's here now. Right. So it doesn't matter. Aphrodite's eyes softened. Hestia. You're too good for this family. Are you sure you're not adopted? Hestia's eyes narrowed. Aphrodite ignored the woman's glare and continued in the same irritated tone. If this damn war hadn't happened, Demeter would be in her flower world doing Gaia knows what. She doesn't care about you. Enough. Hestia spoke with a stern tone as fire flashed in her eyes. Tisk. You know I'm correct. Hera is another horrible example. The woman is more concerned with taking care of her husband's trash cheating than visiting her only family. Rhea and I are the only ones who visit you. The fire in Hestia's eyes dimmed a bit. She didn't want to fight her only friend. Haha. I know my family has problems. No shit. But, they are still my family. And I won't give them up. At that moment, Aphrodite really wanted to pull her own hair out in frustration. Why does this woman have to be so stubborn? If you have such a low opinion of me, why did you invite me here? Demeter spoke with a hostile tone. You are useful. Aphrodite did not sweeten her words. I'm in a faction. And my faction needs someone who has control over agriculture. Demeter didn't know whether to be annoyed or amused about Aphrodite's brute honesty. For me, you could die. And I wouldn't even miss you. But I have to think about my future. Aphrodite shrugged. Okay. Now she was irritated. This bitch. You have become more unbearable. Meh. Deal with it. Aphrodite snorted. Did you call me because I'm useful too? Aphrodite. Nike asked in a neutral tone. No. You, Rhea, and Hestia are the only goddesses I really want to save in this shitty pantheon. The rest can burn. And I wouldn't even shed a tear. I see. I wonder why you have so much affection for me. We never talk much. Nike explained. You were one of the only goddesses who never judged me right away. Even Hestia did in the past. You gave me reason to. Hestia stomped her foot angrily. She still got irritated when she remembered that event. I already apologized. Okay. Aphrodite spoke in an apologetic tone. Oh. That makes sense. I believe I shouldn't believe rumors and only judge someone when interacting in person. Nike continued. It was probably a good thing you didn't meet me before. I wasn't very, sociable before. Aphrodite didn't know what to say. So she made up any word she could think of at the time. The correct word is bitch or whore. Demeter screamed. Veins appeared on Aphrodite's head. Shut up, Demeter. Unlike you. I at least have someone who loves me unconditionally and isn't just after your fat body like your brothers who. Aphrodite trailed off when she realized the next words were low even for her. Brothers. Who what? Raped me. Threatened me. Used me. Demeter snapped. An expression of pain appeared on Hestia's face. She wanted to defend her family. But some of their acts were horrible. Mainly because they were committed in her own family. An example of this was Demeter herself. It was in these discussions that she fully understood that the scenario that Aphrodite spoke of was 100% realistic. If Hestia displayed weakness in front of her siblings, they would take advantage of her. Anyway, even though I hate this sewer called the Greek Pantheon, and I don't want to do anything to help, I simply want to kidnap Hestia, Rhea, and Nike to save the three of them. Nike and Hestia didn't know what to say about the goddess of beauty openly declaring that she was going to kidnap the two. And to make matters worse, they knew that the goddess could do it using her charm. I would be an idiot not to take this opportunity to not recruit goddesses into my faction. Goddesses of agriculture, medicine, purity, progress, home, life, etc. All those goddesses who don't have combat power but are very useful in a faction. It would be a waste not to save them. I wanted some goddesses who can fight like Nike. But they are very few. And most would not abandon the Greek pantheon. Goddess. Why are you only specifying women? Nike asked with narrowed eyes. The men of that pantheon can go to Typhon's stomach. And I'd just thank the beast for taking out the trash. Aphrodite snorted. And if I bring male gods into my faction, the probability of my husband or myself killing those gods is too high. I don't want to deal with that problem. Aphrodite felt a little annoyed now. If only I had some way of storing divinity. Something like my husband's progenitor ability. The ability to store souls. It's too bad my husband isn't a god. Now, if he were a god, he could store those souls in his own soul. She felt it was a waste to have so many deities disappear. She wanted to use everything possible. The divinity is at the core of a being's soul. And removing this divinity was the equivalent of killing the god. When a god died, that divinity automatically returned to two of the primordial entities: positivity and negativity. There were no methods to store this divinity and give it to someone else. Only the two primordial entities can do so. But with years of research, Aphrodite found a way to do it. And the answer was the progenitor of vampires. Specifically, a vampire progenitor's unique ability to store souls within their own soul. If that progenitor was strong enough to bear the weight of a god's soul and was proficient enough at manipulating souls, in theory, the progenitor could grant the stolen divinity to another being. You have a husband. Demeter screamed. I see. You are acting in a way that only benefits you. Nike spoke in a neutral tone. The two women spoke at the same time. And Aphrodite consciously ignored Demeter and focused on Nike. Correct. But one thing I don't understand is why are you being so honest about this? No use lying here. You'll find out anyway. And Hestia knows when I lie. Aphrodite grumbled at the end about the goddesses of victory and her ridiculous divinity that made her have victory in any situation. And when she says any situation, it's literally any situation. Even in an argument, nobody wins against Nike. Only when freaks like Typhon are in play that this divinity does not help at all. Victory cannot win against the end. To be honest, Aphrodite really wanted Nike to come. Having the goddess of victory on your side was like having a cheat code where your faction will always win. I also wanted the goddess of luck, Tyche, to help even more. Having luck and victory on your side, your faction would be above the mortal factions and would go straight to a pantheon-level faction. Do you have a husband? Demeter screamed. Gah. Aphrodite put her hand to her ear. Are you sure you're not the goddess of megaphones or something? Why the hell do you have such a loud and booming voice? Are you related to Sakura? Huh. Who is Sakura? A pink banshee. Demeter's face distorted. Don't compare me with those inferior monsters. Aphrodite rolled her eyes and looked at the two of them. So, are you coming or not? Nike and Hestia looked at each other as they seemed to be talking with their eyes. Then, when the two looked at Aphrodite again, they said, "I." They couldn't finish because a roar that evoked primordial fear echoed throughout Mount Olympus. Roar. The earth began to shake. And the world grew darker as if the sunny weather in heaven was just for decoration. It was as if the end of the world was beginning. Typhon awoke. And he was hungry. Hungry for destruction. All the gods could feel an existential danger in their entire being. A primal fear that everyone felt when facing the end. When the roar of the beast ceased to be heard, Aphrodite looked at Hestia with a serious expression. Slowly her pink divinity started to grow. And her pink hair started to float. Okay. I am not asking permission. You're going with me whether you like it or not. Fuck your annoying stubbornness about a family of scum who deserves to be dead rather than alive. No need for that. Aphrodite. I'll go with you. Nike spoke. Me too. But before I go, I need to get my mother. Hestia spoke with great difficulty. This was not the time for her to be stubborn. She needed the literal end of the world for her to understand that. Aphrodite's godly power began to wane. And she looked up at Demeter. The woman's face was in utter terror. A stark contrast between the faces of Nike and Hestia, who were calm but still afraid. I will. But, you have to promise that you will save my daughter. Demeter spoke. Aphrodite opened her mouth and closed it again. She remembered the feelings of hatred that her husband, Violet, and Agnes had towards Persephone. Why aren't you saying anything? Because your daughter committed an atrocity to my husband, who is the leader of my faction. She cursed a being to death so that that being's soul would be hers forever. Nike and Hestia gulped. Cursed directly by the queen of the underworld. For a mortal, that was literally a direct ticket to hell. One of the cruelest curses you could bestow upon a mortal. It was agonizing to live with the knowledge that you would die much sooner than expected because of a god, and that god would treat you like their personal toy. You married a mortal. I know you like them like that Adonis case. But isn't that incredible? Shut up. You don't know anything about me or my husband. And for your information, your daughter also fell in love with Adonis. And it was this same Adonis she cursed. I know about that. So you married Adonis. Like I said, it's more complicated than that. Anyway, all you should know is that your daughter isn't very well liked in my faction. And many beings want to kill her. Aphrodite said as she thought of Violet, Agnes, and Hilda. If my daughter doesn't go, I won't go. Okay. Then stay here and become the beast's food. Aphrodite turned around. She didn't have the patience to deal with this shit. Demeter felt a shiver run down her spine as she remembered the beast's roar. Wait. I'll go with you. Do not leave me here. She hugged Aphrodite's legs as she pleaded. Hestia and Nike just looked at this sight with empty eyes. They were seeing how far one could fall because of the fear of death. And it wasn't just anyone. It was a literal goddess. Fine. Fine. Stop grabbing me. Aphrodite managed to get rid of Demeter with great difficulty and spoke while looking at Nike and Hestia. Let's get Rhea. And other goddesses. Preferably the goddess Tyche as well. The goddess of luck. Huh. I see where you're going. Nike said. Aphrodite flashed a smile that would make Scathach and Victor proud. The more hidden cards we have, the more we can survive the other pantheons. When this whole mess is over, the Greek pantheon will probably be one of the weakest pantheons of gods. Oh. You don't believe that beast is going to extinguish the Greek pantheon? Nike asked. Gaia may be the biggest bitch in the universe. But she still likes the Greek pantheon. She won't let her son get that far. She'll probably stop him when Zeus, Poseidon, and their associates are killed. Will the beast listen to Gaia? Nike asked in disbelief. For a moment, she thought about trying to sacrifice Zeus. Nobody would miss him. But she figured that plan was unlikely to happen. He wasn't a god king because he was weak. Who knows? I'm betting so. And I've hardly lost a bet before. Ha, all this because of my foolish brother who didn't keep his promise to Gaia. Hestia commented with visible pain on her face. Gods can be quite spiteful and hold that grudge for millions of years. Gaia has been betrayed twice. Once by Kronos and once by Zeus, and this is an opportunity for her to get revenge. Anyway, let's go. Aphrodite spoke. The goddesses nodded. And soon they were gone in a flash. Chapter. Greek Goddesses. 2. After they heard the roar of the beast, the gods began to act like headless chickens and lost their minds. They went crazy. Immediately the minor battles going on in places on Mount Olympus stopped as if a superior entity had said that it was not the time for fighting now. The gods, led by Zeus, went to an emergency meeting to figure out their next steps. The Titans, led by Kronos, were partying and drinking, though they also had their eyes on the outcome as well. There was no stage for civil war in a place where the beast of the apocalypse, known as Typhon, fights. Because as far as the Titans knew, Gaia was a vengeful whore. And though she wanted revenge on Zeus, the crazy bitch would have no qualms about getting revenge on Kronos. 2. Even though Gaia's hatred of Zeus was greater, the Titan of Time knew that it was only a matter of time before the woman turned her sights to him. Kronos' allies were making plans after Zeus died to contain the beast or even flee Mount Olympus if there was no other option. Whatever happened, Kronos' allied Titans knew one thing. Right now, Zeus was so fucked. So fucked that he must be shitting his pants in fear right now. Ha. Celebrate. Celebrate. Today we will watch my foolish nephew's rain fall. Atlas shouted with a big savage smile and eyes full of hatred and amusement. Of the Titans, he was the one who wanted to see the color of Zeus's blood the most. He didn't want to kill him. Far from it. He wanted to torture him with every possible form of torture. He wasn't satisfied with this result. He wanted revenge. But he wouldn't throw a tantrum about it. After all, there were always those close to Zeus. Right? Even Poseidon becoming a eunuch would serve as some form of mental relief. He would break these gods so severely that the word, God, would no longer be able to describe them. He wanted to make all of them his personal toys. Toys that he would break with all the mental and physical torture he knew. Oh. The gathered Titans screamed as they raised the mugs. They all had the same hateful look on Atlas' face. I'm fucked. That was Zeus's thought when he heard the beast's roar. He felt a primal fear for his existence. A fear he knew all too well. What do we do? This time we have no heroes or fate to stop this beast just like last time. Athena was a woman with silver hair styled into a ponytail with braids. She had dark green eyes. A nice body that was neither too full nor lacking in anything. A body that was very similar to Nike's. She was tall for a woman. Something common to all gods. However, height was meaningless to them since they could be both in a form that was 10 meters tall or the height of a human. So they chose the height that suited them best. Currently, the goddess was 180 centimeters. The goddess of wisdom felt out of ideas right now. In the civil war that was going on, she was confident enough that her group would win in due time. But against a beast like Typhon, there were no strategies to fight him. And there were also no beings capable of facing him now that he was stronger. Only original primordials could fight it. And it was worth adding that Zeus didn't have a good relationship with any of them. So the probability that someone would help him was 0%. After going over the entire current scenario and possible futures in a fraction of a few seconds, she reached a conclusion. Zeus must die. This was something even a 10-year-old who knew Greek history could figure out. Gaia and Tartarus created Typhon to destroy Mount Olympus. Specifically, he was designed to kill Zeus and end his reign. For being born of Gaia's existence and Tartarus, two primordials in their own right, Typhon was a second-generation primordial, as were Hypnos, the god of sleep, and Thanatos, the god of death. But unlike the two gods, he was created only to destroy. And his end concept made him a formidable opponent for most, if not all, gods. In the past, when Typhon acted, it was all revenge orchestrated by Gaia because Zeus didn't fulfill the agreement they'd made. Athena fully believed that if Zeus died, Mount Olympus would still exist. Gaia may be one of the most vengeful bitches ever to live, but she was still a Mount Olympus goddess. As a primordial, she knew leaving the pantheon very weak was just asking for other pantheons to invade their territory. And with how the primordials were linked to the Greek pantheon, Gaia and Tartarus wouldn't want that. Following this line of thought, the probability that Gaia would be able to control her son after he fulfilled his purpose of existence was more than 90%. Being only 10% uncertainties that Athena herself had. We must flee. Hermes, the god of thieves, said. Athena awoke from her thoughts that lasted only a few seconds and looked at the group around her. It is impossible to run away. We must fight. Poseidon, the god of the seas, shouted. You don't fight an adult beast of the apocalypse. Poseidon, you run away from them. Apollo, the sun god, spoke. We managed to defeat him last time. Poseidon screamed. Apollo just shook his head. We only won for 3 reasons. He held up a finger and continued. First, this monster was a weak newborn. Something he isn't now. Second, fate was on our side. Third, we gods were united. And we had competent heroes. And even under those favorable conditions, we lost many gods at that time. A hush fell over the place when Apollo finished speaking. Zeus, who was sitting on the throne, just looked at Athena and Ares, feeling their father's gaze, without even looking at each other. The two spoke at the same time. It's impossible to beat Typhon. If the two gods responsible for one of the aspects of war, gods who never got along, said that in unison as if they were agreeing with each other, it was because they had similar thoughts. And the situation was precarious. Perhaps it could be even worse than they imagined. Zeus' face darkened. Athena and Ares looked at each other in a rare moment of understanding. But right after, they snorted at each other and rolled their eyes. They still didn't like each other. So what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to stay here waiting for our end? Well, the only person who will die here is you if it's up to me. That's what all the gods in this room thought simultaneously. They all thought about running away the moment shit hit the fan. For the people here, if Zeus died, they wouldn't even shed a single tear for him. They'd just piss on his dead body and use it as a garbage dump. Yes, Zeus was not very loved. When Artemis, who had been silent, was going to say something, everyone heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Suddenly the door opened, and Dionysus appeared. He looked pretty battered. He even had a missing arm. Zeus. Something happened. He spoke with difficulty but with force in his words. Report. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, along with Nike, Hestia, Demeter, and Rhea, gathered several lesser goddesses and goddesses like Tyche and stole all the treasures contained in the vault of Mount Olympus. Then, they fled somewhere with all the wealth of the pantheon. A deafening, shocked silence fell into place. Absolutely no one expected such a move. Not even Hera, who was sitting on the throne next to Zeus. What? Zeus's thunderous scream of disbelief echoed across Mount Olympus. Well, now the certainty is real. We are fucked. Luck is not on our side anymore. Athena, who recovered faster than everyone else, thought as she looked sideways at Ares and saw that the god shared her opinion. Athena nodded internally and thought, yes, I'm out of here. I'm sure the other pantheons will appreciate my services as a goddess of wisdom. It's time to run away and hide somewhere for a while. Unaware that all the gods in this room were thinking something similar to her, Athena remained with the neutral, calculating face she always had. She went through several scenarios to escape from this mess. But Zeus' following words decided the fate of everyone present. Mount Olympus is closed. No one leaves or enters without my permission. The God King's voice resounded throughout Mount Olympus. And as the one who held dominion over this dimension, his order was heeded, and the entire dimension was shut down. The gods looked with empty eyes at the sky, as they could feel the exit They had closing right in front of them. Fuck. For a moment, everyone had the same thought in their minds. Quickly find out if there are more traitors. An account for everything they stole. Yes. Palace of Hades. A woman with long black hair was on a bed. Different from usual, her whole body was severely injured. Both her arms were missing. One eye was missing. And scars covered her otherwise beautiful skin. It was apparent she had been through a lot. Healing this damage will take centuries. She got up and sat on the bed with a lot of pain in her body. I need to find a goddess of medicine or healing. But I can't go to Mount Olympus. She coughed up golden blood a few times and saw that her blood was corrupted. She didn't know what attacked her. But it definitely wasn't from that pantheon. As a goddess who took over the underworld, which was a literal hell, she had resistance to corruption. And because of that small fact, she hadn't yet died from the poison in her veins. The Furies were correct. This is not a civil war like in the past. Someone outside the pantheon is interfering. If only I could get the message out to everyone. Persephone's current situation was precarious. As the first on the front line, she and her subordinates suffered the most. They held out for a long time. But just as expected, without Hades, the ruler of the underworld, they couldn't defend themselves for long. As a second-generation primordial entity, Thanatos was strong. Extremely strong. He could grant true death even to a god. But when faced with other primordials like Kronos, Atlas, and an unknown enemy, even death itself cannot fight them alone. He could handle it if it were 1 or 3 opponents. Death was that strong. But a whole group of titans. A group of titans that were born from Gaia and Uranus. Beings who were also second-generation primordial beings like him. Even death cannot handle all that alone. Yes. He was the son of Erebus and Nyx. He was strong and feared by all as the death of the Greek pantheon. But even that has limits. Foo. You seem to be having a hard time. Queen of the underworld. Suddenly, as if the starry night itself had fallen, the whole place became dark. But not like the total darkness of Erebus, but rather a smooth and peaceful night. A beautiful night. Persephone turned her head with difficulty and saw Nyx. Night incarnate in all her immortal glory. The woman from whom nothing could be hidden. Even though she was hurt and defeated. The glow in Persephone's eyes didn't die. The loss of war taught even the most arrogant humility. And that was something Persephone had to learn if she wanted to survive in this prison she called home. Because if it weren't for her inability to leave this place, she wouldn't even have fought through this hell. What do you want, Nyx? The smile of the night incarnate only grew seductively. Hades betrayed Mount Olympus and joined a group of beings who became the leaders of the 7 hells. And soon, he will return with an entourage of demons from another hell and will claim this hell for his plans. Let's just say I believe that bullshit. It doesn't explain what you're doing here. It is simple. Queen of the underworld. I don't want foreigners acting as rulers in my land. She still had a seductive look on her face. But her voice came out a lot heavier than usual. Your land. Persephone raised her eyebrow. Mount Olympus, and all that is part of it, is my land, as well as that of Gaia, my husband Erebus, and Tartarus. As the firstborn here, this land is ours. It is our birthright. A trait in common with all first primordials born in every pantheon. And we will not tolerate foreigners acting as owners of this place. Mount Olympus may burn. The gods may die for all I care. But the land is still ours. And foreigners will not claim this place. Nyx's words sent shivers down Persephone's spine. You talk about foreigners claiming the place. But you don't care about the dwindling gods on Mount Olympus. As long as the primordials exist, the gods can be made again. You were, after all, born of our breeding, and our children. So some dying isn't a bad thing. At least the garbage will be taken out. Is that why you haven't stopped that beast from going out and wreaking havoc? Nyx's smile only grew. She didn't say anything. But Persephone understood the meaning of Nyx's silence. What do you want, Nyx? Become the true queen of the underworld. Nyx stopped smiling and spoke with a serious expression. Inherit the position Hades left empty. Usurp his power and dominion. and make it yours. Become the true ruler of Greek hell. A power that seemed to be made of the starry night appeared in Nyx's hand. And what appeared in her hand caused Persephone's single eye to open wide. The Helm of Hades. It's the original. I managed to get it before it left the Greek pantheon. With this divine artifact, you will become the second ruler of the underworld. This place will be your backyard. And as the mistress of your backyard, you can restructure this dimension as you see fit. Your power will grow, and you will be able to take revenge. Persephone was silent. The deal was too good to be legitimate. One thing in common with dealing with original primordials was that nothing is what it seems. There was always a reason behind it. And that's when a thought crossed her mind. And she understood. I didn't have a choice from the start. She realized why Nyx hadn't interfered sooner. She wanted the queen of the underworld at her weakest. And Nyx knew Persephone couldn't refuse. Nyx's smile grew wider. Persephone looked at the entity of the night with a fixed gaze and spoke. I refuse. I will not become your pawn. Would you rather be a slave to foreign beings? Nyx asked in an unnaturally calm voice. If I see things will come to that point. Thanatos' scythe appeared in her hand. I will kill myself. I'd rather have true death than be bound. Would you say that if you knew what Aphrodite did? Persephone narrowed her eyes. Why was Aphrodite's name mentioned here? Nyx's smile grew a little. And she spoke sympathetically. Aphrodite, along with several lesser goddesses and your mother, broke into Mount Olympus' treasury, stole everything of value, and fled Mount Olympus. I presume they went to her husband's faction. Husband. Oh. You don't know about the news. You stayed here too long. Too bad. Nyx spoke in a sad tone and continued. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, performed a soul marriage with the man named Victor Alucard. She even gave all of her blessings to him and actively protects his soul so that no god can bestow their blessings on the man. Talk about being overprotective. I see. It's good that she found someone she can love. That was not the reaction I was hoping for. Nyx muttered at the end. I will not be your slave. Nyx. The subject of this man does not bother me. He is my enemy. An enemy that will come after my head in the not too distant future. The line between enemy and ally is thin. My dear Persephone, look at Aphrodite. Until some time ago, she was Alucard's enemy. Now she lies in the same bed as him while her insides are filled with the energetic seeds of that man. Persephone's body trembled visibly. And that wasn't lost on Nyx. Think about it. Persephone. Who knows? Perhaps. In the future. You too can acquire what you so desire. Nyx rose from where she was. Persephone spoke with narrowed eyes. You know something. Don't you? Why is an entity like you interested in that man? Let's just say. He carries in his soul something that could be the start of a new pantheon. She spoke with a sweet smile as she thought of the delicious energy circulating throughout the man's body. Don't tell me. Persephone's eyes opened wide. Foo. Aphrodite is definitely very lucky. Even I'm jealous of her right now. That man is a new beginning. Something I want very much. I don't mind sacrificing anything to that end. Even my own ex-husband or the entire Greek pantheon itself. Unfortunately, I can't do the last one because I'm still bound to this place. She spoke in disgust. Persephone snapped out of her stupor and left the subject aside for now. You're being very honest, Nyx. But then, she realized something. Nyx omitted many things. But she never lied from the beginning when she arrived. Nyx looked blankly at Persephone. If I wanted you as a slave, or my pawn, Persephone, you wouldn't even feel like you were dancing in my hands. Nyx's smile turned seductive again. I am the mother of concealment for a reason. Nothing can be hidden from me. While everything I want to can be hidden. I'll be back in 3 days. Prepare a response by then. Just as she came so suddenly, she also left abruptly, leaving a goddess with a lot of frustration in her heart and inner thoughts to absorb. Chapter 624. A little girl who has 2 monsters for fathers. Nightingale. A few hours later. Aphrodite. Sasha looked with lifeless eyes at Aphrodite. Aphrodite, who was giving instructions to the goddesses, looked at Sasha, who was beside her. Are you going to make the same mistake as Violet? A. Where is your inner yandere? And what happened to being the only goddess my husband will ever be with? How do you think that will happen with so many goddesses, thoughts, scattered around here? Oh. Was Aphrodite's only response when she realized that Sasha was correct. Sasha's eyes flashed blood red. Don't tell me you forgot. Yes. Sasha put her hand to her brow as if she had a nasty headache. But to be fair, I was more worried about surviving an apocalyptic beast and gaining as many benefits as possible. It's not my fault. I won't deal with this shit. You control these goddesses, or the women's group will never get along. You know how Violet, Scathach, and my mother are towards other women who just want to use Victor. Don't worry. Because I share the same opinion of the three. No whore will approach him. She spoke with conviction in her eyes. Haha. I hope you are correct. Sasha sighed and looked at Natalia. How did you manage to enter a divine pantheon? The gods would not allow such a thing to happen. That is correct. But Aphrodite invited me to her temple. And only she has jurisdiction in her temple. After all, she is a titan of the same generation as Kronos. Oh. That explains why the rescue was successful. Sasha nodded. Natalia just nodded as she held her arms a little. Sasha narrowed her eyes at this. Only now did she realize Natalia's state. What happened? Natalia. Are you okay? She walked to her side. I'm fine. It's just. Natalia swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Even though Typhon was far away. Just his aura caused primordial fear in the gods. Mortal can't handle it very well. Aphrodite explained in a gentle tone. Again Sasha's eyes sparked. And she looked at Aphrodite. You have to be careful with Natalia. She hugged Natalia like a mother hen protecting her chicks. You have no idea how much Victor values her. If even a hair of hers is harmed. Gods have mercy on that soul because he won't. I know about that. Why do you think I only called her at the end? I would not put her in unnecessary danger. Aphrodite pouted. Not enough. You have to be more careful. You know how Greeks are. These women are very uninhibited. They will attack Natalia. That will not happen. Natalia's face started turning utterly red as she listened to the two women's discussion. She was embarrassed both by Sasha's statement about Victor caring about her and the discussion of Greek goddesses being uninhibited. Can you guys not treat us like we're sexual predators or something? Sasha stopped arguing with Aphrodite and looked at the speaker. And soon she saw a goddess with golden hair, golden eyes, and a plump body. And you are not. I mean, yes. Most are. But that doesn't mean that all are. Don't discriminate against an entire race because of a few people. A few people. Sasha looked at the woman with an amused expression. The woman flinched a bit and said, okay. Most of them are like that. But that doesn't mean they're going to attack the woman. Aphrodite has made it quite clear that all the mortal women here belong to her husband. I must say he has an extensive harem. She spoke as she looked at the white-haired women helping the group settle down. Just here. There are about 50 women. A vein bulged in Sasha's head. Aphrodite. Give me a break. I didn't have time to explain things. I just said that to make sure they didn't do anything. Aphrodite snapped. Fix this ASAP. I don't want to give those Snow Clan women the wrong idea. This misunderstanding cannot grow. Aren't you overreacting a little? It's not a big deal. Sasha glared at Aphrodite. Tell me, Aphrodite. Are you an idiot? How rude. I'm not stupid. Then how can you forget how divinely handsome your husband is? It only takes one misunderstanding for those scavengers to run after him. And Violet and Agnes won't like it. A horrified expression appeared on Aphrodite's face. You're right. I'll fix this. Aphrodite ran toward the group. Oh. Is her husband so special for her to act like that? Demeter was curious. Where is Aphrodite's husband? Isn't it rude to ignore your new allies? Demeter asked. Sasha and Natalia looked at the woman suspiciously. But since the question was legitimate, she wasn't rude enough to ignore it. He is meeting the king of this place. Bringing multiple goddesses from another pantheon has many political complications that could lead to war. I don't think the Greeks have time to worry about that right now. Demeter spoke. I know. But that doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Demeter just nodded, understanding Sasha's thoughts. Anyway, who are you? Why are you here? Demeter asked. Isn't it rude not to introduce yourself first? True. My name is Demeter. I am the goddess of agriculture. She was going to mention the other titles she gained from being one of the 12 gods. But she decided it wasn't worth it. She wasn't associated with the Greeks anymore after all. Internally a little surprised that Aphrodite managed to recruit a goddess like her. Sasha spoke with a neutral expression that hid her inner thoughts. Sasha Fulgur. Heiress to Clan Fulgur and wife of the same man as Aphrodite. Oh. Are you one of this mysterious man's wives? Tell me about him. Sasha flashed a gentle smile. Demeter was excited to think she would learn a bit about Aphrodite's husband. She said it was someone like Adonis. But simultaneously, complicated. Wait. If he's so important that he can talk to the king of vampires. Maybe he went to the meeting of supernatural beings. Gah. I should have watched it. But I was lazy that day. How about no? Sasha answered. Why not? Sasha huffed. You'll find out about him eventually. No need to rush. She turned and spoke to Natalia. Come on. I have to do this damn job. What job? Accounting for all the things Aphrodite stole. Because of my power. My mom and I can finish this job quickly. But my mom is at the meeting that's going on right now. In the palace of the king of vampires. Victor. Scathach. Natasha. Agnes. Jean. And Morgana were looking at the man sitting on the throne with a visible look of irritation. Alucard. Are you looking for a war with me? Vlad's eyes glowed blood red. And the pressure in the room increased several times. Alexios almost facepalmed when he heard his king's question. Victor looked at Vlad neutrally. He was in full armor from head to toe. Only his helm was unseen. And his long, messy black hair fell behind him. War. Victor turned his head to the side. And slowly a crooked smile appeared on his face. Why not? Let's go to war. When those words came out, Victor no longer held back his presence. His hair started to float around like it was defying gravity. His body started to become pure darkness. And the only things visible on his face were his blood-red eyes and the sick smile on his face. Soon, red eyes began to open all over his body. And those eyes stared at Vlad. Vlad opened his eyes a little when he noticed the man's growth in front of him. He can already handle a pressure that even my son, who was 3,000 years old, couldn't. Vlad felt an itch in his heart. His blood sensed the challenge of another, equal. Calm. Vlad's eyes narrowed. And the pressure built even more. He wasn't holding anything back. Natasha, Agnes, and Morgana opened their eyes a little. They had forgotten how terrifying the king of vampires was. But the three looked at Victor and saw something they would never forget. Roxanne. Yes. Yes. Leave it to me. Full power. Victor's inner world began to shake visibly. And all the red trees in the forest started to glow blood red. His heart began to pound visibly. And Victor pushed his body beyond its limits. I will help. Show him the power. King. You mustn't lower your head. Alter Victor laughed like crazy as darkness began to cover his entire being. Wait. Dumb Alter. Do not do this. The energy output suddenly went into the stratosphere in percentage. And that energy was causing damage to Victor's body. Alter. You fool. Wait. Victor. I will help recover from the damage. The damage Roxanne's energy was doing to Victor began to heal simultaneously as it harmed him. Destruction and regeneration were happening at high speed in Victor's body. The pain was absurd. But he pretended that nothing had happened. His smile completely distorted, covering his entire face. And something happened. Negativity spread everywhere. Feelings of hate, fear, anger, depression, hostility, despair, failure, and jealousy were felt by all present. It was obvious that this was not a normal circumstance. The being in front of them evoked these feelings just by his presence. Darling. Focus on just one feeling. Or you'll hit your allies too. Victor narrowed his eyes and concentrated on the feeling of fear. He thought back to the encounter he had with the limbo guy. He thought of the fear it was to be confronted with unlimited power. A fear he hid due to his excitement. Evoking that feeling, Victor's dark aura grew even more potent, making his hair fly upwards. The whole castle started to shake, and everything around him began to be destroyed just by his presence. Not just the castle. The entire city began to shake as if an earthquake was happening. Everyone could feel an unknown fear filling their entire existence. It was as if they were looking into the abyss. And within that abyss existed an unknown entity that evoked all the fear an existence could feel. Everyone who felt it froze and just stared at the king's castle in disbelief. With cold sweat pouring down their faces. They couldn't move. Both progenitors looked at each other. Neither of them wanted to look away. It was a matter of pride. And their blood would not allow them to look away. Victor's allies were already in complete preparation for combat. They were just waiting. Waiting for the moment when someone would attack. When things were about to escalate further. A trembling voice silenced everything. Father. Suddenly all the hostility in the air, negative feelings, and pressure from the two beings immediately ceased. The two looked towards the entrance of the royal chamber and saw Ophis together with Lilith. Morgana looked at her daughter and nodded. Her daughter, who had a scared face, just nodded her head to her mother. This was a plan that Morgana made. And even though she loved the idea of beating Vlad, the vampire nobles could not go to war with each other. And only one person could stop the two progenitors' conflict. Only one person could be the status quo of the two. This person was very special to both of them. Specifically their child, Ophis. The only one who could stand between the two progenitors. Both progenitors looked at Ophis. And when they saw her fearful face, their hearts took a hit much harder than the worst enemies could ever give them. Victor smiled gently. Hey, daughter. What are you doing here? Weren't you at the Snow Clan? Father. Are you going to fight father? The question was confusing. But Victor could understand what she meant. Everyone in the room could. Nah. We're just talking. Right. Victor looked at Vlad. That's right. It's just a friendly conversation. Vlad spoke with a slight smile on his face. Liars. Ophis spoke with tears in her eyes. And then she turned and ran with her sister chasing after her. Ophis. Don't run. Ophis. One word. Just a single word made two progenitors stagger a bit. They became dizzy and received critical damage that no one else could inflict on their hearts. Jean. Natasha. And Agnes approached Morgana and spoke at the same time. Good work. Morgana just nodded. Scathach did nothing. She was silently in a combat state from the beginning. And whether the fight started or not didn't matter. She would not let her guard down in front of Vlad. The existence of the 50 goddesses who arrived in Nightingale could not be hidden. It was clear that the vampire counts chose a side. Alucard's side. If before there was a false certainty, now it was correct to state that they were on opposite sides. The countesses were allies of Alucard. Officially speaking, Nightingale was split in two now. And those two sides' leaders were the progenitors. And that was what Victor agreed to. Despite taking massive damage from Ophis's words, he wasn't going to let his guard down in front of Vlad. He understood all too well what kind of shit had been summoned when Aphrodite had brought up the goddesses. But that's okay. Victor wouldn't back down. Victor wouldn't give the goddesses to Vlad. They were too valuable for that. From the moment he learned what Aphrodite did, he came here with the mindset of conflict and not bowing his head to the king. That's why everyone was fully equipped. Alexios raised his hand. And that gesture was enough for the shadows that guarded Vlad to wake up from the feeling of fear and protect the two princesses. Soon the shadows disappeared to do their job. But they didn't leave before looking at Victor with new respect in their eyes. Vlad looked at Victor with complicated eyes. This man, in less than a few years, can already handle all my pressure in his base form. This is ridiculous. What is this increase in power? He opened his eyes wide. The world tree. Fuck. Is the boost that big? I should have taken that power sooner. Vlad cursed the fact that the world tree rejected him earlier. The negativity from before. It's proof enough that they merged. His body is being nourished by an energy that nourishes a damn planet. The negativity also explains what kind of world tree he merged with. And that damn negativity explains why she didn't accept me before. The world tree saw my feelings. She saw that I wanted to use her. As a being who feels all the negativity. Of course. She would see that. He cursed several times internally. But his expression didn't change externally. Victor lifted an arm up. And something broke through the castle wall and landed in his hand. Junketsu. The blade of a progenitor. Had a very different appearance than before. Its scabbard was entirely made of the dark branches of a tree. And an ominous feeling was felt from the sheath of the odachi. The ornamentations on the odachi completely disappeared. And the blade was entirely smooth. The blade handle was black with live branches moving. It was evident that something had happened to his weapon. The moment Victor held the weapon's sheath, the black branches began to move and join with his hand. Victor smiled in amusement as he sensed Junketsu's intent. The weapon had gained a bit of consciousness. In all my existence, I have never seen someone who grows in power as fast as you. Alucard. What can I say? I have a lot of motivation to get stronger. Victor spoke as he looked at Scathach. The redhead just flashed a small smile. And luck, a lot of luck. Well, the goddess of luck is at my house now. Victor thought of amusement. Vlad's posture became more relaxed. And he leaned back on his throne. Explain. Why did the Olympian goddesses invade my territory? Chapter 625, 2 progenitors. 2 leaders. 2 progenitors. And 1 accord. Explain. Why did the Olympian goddesses invade my territory? He spoke in an authoritative tone that demanded answers. They are my allies. Victor replied with the same tone. Not willing to back down. My allies. He kept emphasizing the my. Vlad narrowed his eyes. I will not have foreigners in my territory. Foreigners who are not even of use to me. Your territory? Victor asked. Even if they are in the Snow Clan territory. The Count's territories are nothing before the crown. They represent me. But the territory is mine. Victor and Agnes' expressions sharpened. It was evident that the two did not like what he said at all. Yes. On paper. The territory of the Snow Clan belonged to the Snow Clan. But the one who owned it was Vlad because he was the king of these lands. Everyone knew that. But to openly claim that the Snow Clan was nothing, compared to the crown was openly denying 2,000 years of development that the Snow Clan had accomplished. Hearing Agnes' teeth grinding, Victor decided to intervene. He understood Agnes' feelings. But it wasn't the time for that now. Fair enough. Victor assented. It's your territory. Right. In that case, we will leave. This planet is big. And we can easily find land to settle down. Vlad narrowed his eyes. Victor's smile grew a little. Don't tell me you're going to say that the entire planet is your territory. Even you, the Vampire King, in all your arrogant glory, wouldn't proclaim such arrogant words without backing it up. Right. You're not that brazen. Crack. Crack. The handrest of Vlad's throne started to break. Vlad's expression didn't change. But Victor saw that he had pissed him off. Oh. And when I refer to us, I mean the Snow Clan. Alucard. Fulgur. Scarlet. And all our allies. Vlad's gaze grew even harder. That way, we won't have any problems. Right. He spoke with a small innocent smile. The Snow, Fulgur, and Scarlet clans cannot leave. They are still the countesses. And they still serve me. I'm not so sure about that. Victor's smile grew. King. Agnes practically spat when she said that word. Have you checked our contracts lately? Vlad raised an eyebrow. Let me get them. It's faster that way. Vlad opened his eyes wide when he heard what Victor said. Victor opened his hand as darkness formed in his palm. And 3 black tomes appeared. How does he have those? Vlad's head started to spin. And soon he opened his eyes wide. The witches. He saved the witch's daughter. Knowing that woman, she would give some kind of reward. If Alucard has the mind of Adonis, the man will manage to make a deal that benefits him. Victor threw the 3 tomes in Vlad's direction. And the man caught them. He didn't even need to open them to know that the 3 contracts he had binding the countesses to him were annulled. The reason? Alucard didn't speak empty words. Not when it involved his family. After all, only 2 people could void a black contract, the Witch Queen herself. And the owner of the contract. In this case, Vlad. That woman forgot everything I did for her and accepted this deal. Is her daughter's life so important? Vlad didn't finish his thought because he knew that woman's dream was always to have a family. And he could see the woman presenting any kind of reward for the savior of her daughter. Aren't you going to open it? Victor asked. I don't need to. I know they are useless now. Victor remained neutral. But internally he was holding back a big smile that threatened to break out on his face. He could imagine what Vlad was thinking right now. I'm glad I didn't give the full report. Hiding things is always good, Victor chuckled to himself. Suddenly, Victor felt excruciating pain throughout his entire body. Victor, your body is a mess. You need to get that energy out of your body now. Roxanne spoke up. Alter. This is your fault. Why did you introduce the essence of the progenitor in the mixture? His body can't handle that much energy. Mine was enough. I will not lower my head to that man. Never. I refuse. Idiot. This is not about pride. It's about his well-being. Alter grunted. Roxanne. Can you contain the energy rushing into my body? Victor asked. I'm already doing that. But since we're fused now, you still receive small amounts of energy. So you need to expel the energy I produced for you. Okay. Give me a few minutes. I need to finish this conversation. There's one thing I don't understand. The Queen and I have an agreement. Even if you saved her daughter, she wouldn't break that agreement with me because of that. What did you do? Vlad. You're not stupid. You realize what's going on. And knowing you already have an idea of what happened. Sometimes letting the opponent imagine the answer was more effective than telling them. Silence was the answer Victor wanted. Vlad. I would never leave my wives chained to something. Never. Scathach wanted to correct Victor and say that she was not his wife yet. But she knew this was not the time for that. They are countesses. That is their responsibility. Victor quickly rebutted. It's not about them being countesses or not. It's about the contract being a chain so you could control things when necessary. And I wouldn't allow that for long. I see. I should have seen this coming. But Vlad would continue. But Victor interrupted him, saying, but you never imagined that any newborn, even if it were a progenitor, could meet the Queen and make a deal with her. Vlad nodded. That's the most troublesome thing about you, Alucard. Your unpredictability regarding the evolution of your strength and your actions that have no bearing on your wives or family. That was something Jean, Morgana, Natasha, and Agnes could all agree on. 2. Victor was too predictable with his family. But with all the other matters that had nothing to do with his family, he was a wild card who did things as he felt right. It didn't follow logic. And because of that, Scathach had so many headaches when she made war plans. And Victor did something else but ultimately ended up benefiting their group too. You've failed at many things. Just like your attempt with the World Tree. This is one of them. I am merged with her. And I have her memories. And even if I didn't have that, I could tell you felt surprised when you saw my state. Aphrodite. Vlad felt his headache rising. He could already deduce what had happened. Being the lover of a passionate goddess like Aphrodite gives you many things. Among them being the empathy derived from the blessing of love. Victor had no obligation to tell him that he married Aphrodite. He would kick that hornet's nest in the future. Marrying a goddess like Aphrodite and letting everyone know about it would lead to many problems. I need to know if Aphrodite said that to other goddesses too. She probably did. Victor sighed inwardly. Empathy derived from the blessing of love and being able to feel negativity through Roxanne. Put those two powers together. With Victor's absurd perception. And no secret could be hidden from Victor. Even Vlad was no exception. You have become even more troublesome. Vlad grumbled. And then a thought popped into his head. Wait. He just brought several goddesses as allies. What if those goddesses give him blessings? He will become even more dangerous. Then, gathering the gods' information in his head, he realized something. It's okay. A mortal, progenitor or not, has limits on how many blessings he can receive in his soul. After all, too much power and the soul can break. Fuck. A world tree. She is nurturing his soul. She would never let his soul break. It had been a while since Vlad had spoken bad words. But today was a special occasion. The way Vlad looked at Victor changed. It was the look of someone who was seeing a monster. If he can already handle all my pressure in just a few years, in the not-so-distant future, he will be able to fight me. Vlad started to fear something. He began to fear Victor's potential. All of his growth makes sense. When he awakened as a vampire, he became a progenitor with the 3 bloodlines of the strongest vampire counts. Just with that power, given time, he would be unstoppable. Scathach trained him and molded that potential into something useful. And due to being a progenitor, he was already ahead of several noble vampires when the training ended. And then it began to happen. He began to make allies. The maids he created. The countesses themselves. Then he merged with Adonis and gained his cunning and beauty. Beauty which attracted the goddess of beauty herself to him. Which eventually made the goddess fall in love and grant her blessings to him. Something that was expected. After all, he was Adonis, the man that Aphrodite loved. The world tree accepted him as its host. And even though he didn't know what happened at the time, that power was still nurturing him. With each encounter that Victor had with other beings, he gained allies. And those allies gave him something. Vlad even had reports that Anderson, the second prince of the wolves, was a great friend of Victor's. And he became his friend with just one fight. Put all that together with the discipline that Scathach gave him and Victor's own personal goal of getting stronger. He managed several times to break common sense. Vlad could defeat Victor now. He just needed to enter his true form and destroy his soul with all his might. Yes. It would be that easy. Or maybe not. To be honest, Vlad wasn't sure anymore. Since Victor's soul merged with a world tree, the world tree itself was protecting his soul. There was also the fact that if even Vlad decided to attack, the women here in the room could harm him and possibly kill him. Not to mention still having the Aphrodite problem. Vlad wasn't confident he could resist Aphrodite's charms. One-on-one, he could deal with them all. And with Aphrodite, he could make plans to kill her. But if they teamed up, Vlad wasn't sure of his victory. He was arrogant. But he wasn't stupid. He knew he was at a disadvantage. Fuck. Just what did I create? I should have done something much sooner. It was too late to stop Victor now, too late. These thoughts only lasted 5 seconds. 5 seconds that Victor was silently watching Vlad. He could feel all of his emotions shifting behind the expressionless mask. Hey. Seems like my existence bothers him. Huh. Victor thought. Vlad. Even though I think you are a terrible family man. Vlad's face contorted in annoyance. I don't have any particular hatred towards you or anything like that. Vlad raised an eyebrow. The grudge I previously held about you locking me away in the human world was washed away when I killed your useless grandchildren. Calm. My feelings against you are neutral. And some part of me also likes you as a friend. Huh. An expression of utter disbelief was seen on Vlad's face. Our relationship is complicated. But it's not bad. Victor ignored Vlad and continued. You gave me the opportunity to grow by giving me the title of Vampire Count. And that gave me more leeway and made me known in the supernatural world. And I helped you with your relationship with Ophis. I know that means something to you. Vlad's face turned neutral again. And he didn't say anything because Victor was correct. I bear no ill will against you and never will until such time as you give me cause to do so. Vlad. I don't want to go to war with you. The reason? She just left the room with tears in her eyes. A look of sadness flashed across Vlad's eyes. You are a king. Vlad. A competent king. I recognize that. But for God's sake. You have a damn 20-inch dick up your ass. A hush fell over the place. And the pressure Vlad was giving off slowly began to build along with the bulging veins on his head. PFFT. Scathach couldn't keep a straight face and almost laughed. She wasn't the only one. Morgana's face was contorting a lot now. And only she knew how hard she was holding back from laughing. Not minding Vlad's glare, Victor continued. Before you ask about war, why don't you ask why the goddesses are here? Just because they are only my allies doesn't mean the goddesses can't help Nightingale. Get the stick called control out of your ass. And think clearly. There are things you cannot control in the world. And you, a being who has lived 5,000 years, should know that. Just because you're so powerful doesn't mean things outside your control can't happen. The war the demons started is proof of that. I am proof of that. Nightingale is divided. I have all the war potential on my side. And you have all the remaining numbers and the royal guards that are made of vampire nobles that you created yourself but lack the potential that the countesses have. Potential that you yourself limit. Afraid of vampires getting out of your control. Victor thought to himself but didn't say it aloud. That specific point. He could understand. Vampire nobles were troublesome. Especially the men. Because they would bare their fangs at the slightest hint of weakness. Because of this, maids are better. And female vampires are better. Victor didn't need to worry about that because all the vampires he would create in the future would only be female. An army of maids. Just at the thought, Victor almost drooled with anticipation. Although those maids will be directly subordinate to Kagaya and the girls. Who needs male vampires? I can just turn them into ghouls. And Maria will grow her army even more. Speaking of ghouls, I need to put into practice the other plan that I had thought of but didn't have time to do because of all these events. If I leave now, noble vampires, as a whole, will be vulnerable. And this is not the time for that. Therefore, I have a proposal. The goddesses and my future allies will come to Nightingale. But we will also contribute to society at large. In return, you do not poke your nose into my affairs and cease all future attempts to spy on me and my allies. I will also help if, in the future, you decide to go to war because of Itsuki Hana. Vlad's neutral gaze immediately changed to a stern look. What do you know? Alucard. I know enough. Vlad looked at Jean and Morgana. Yes. We told him. He deserves to know. After all, he is going to marry Itsuki Haruna, Hana's sister. Jean spoke. Why the sudden interest in my personal affairs? Alucard. Victor looked at Vlad with empty eyes. A look that Alexios and the girl shared. Now, I'm really questioning whether Vlad hit his head at any point in his life or if he's naturally bad at these things. Victor commented with a sigh. Then he looked at Alexios. My condolences. Alexios. Literal tears fell down Alexios' face. Finally, someone understood him. Believe it or not, he was better before. He really needs to take a vacation and put things in perspective. But he never listens to me. Even the oldest god could become mentally impaired if they followed Vlad's mental torture routine. The mind needs rest too. Something Vlad rarely does. The last time being when he traveled with Ophis. Just know your daughter won't have that problem with me. Alexios. I may not be a good ruler. But I will never fail to do my utmost. Victor spoke. I trust you on that one. A mutual agreement was made between the two men there. Vlad looked at all this with a blank stare. With so many words exchanged, he already understood what had happened. Fuck. I knew he was dense. But this is ridiculous. How did he even get 6 wives? Morgana spoke. Ruby said that some women like dense men. Agnes murmured. Morgana and Jean felt hit by those words. Though Morgana's reason for liking Vlad was because of his power in the beginning. And in Jean's case, it was because Vlad saved her from being burned at the stake. Now that I think about it, we didn't particularly like him because he was good at talking. Morgana spoke. I should have seen this sooner. I think damsel in distress syndrome and my lack of memories led me to this situation. Jean spoke. Can we get back to the main conversation? Vlad felt weird saying that. He felt like everyone, even Alexios, was judging him right now. And it wasn't a very good feeling. I'm done with this shit. Victor finally exploded and said. Itsuki Haruna will be my wife in the future. She is the sister of Itsuki Hana. Your late wife. They are sisters. Vlad. What happens when a sibling is killed by someone else? The remaining sibling will want revenge. Correct. Victor clapped his hands several times. Someone give him an award. Because I, Victor Kuhn, don't want to deal with this shit anymore. Bye. Wait. Victor. You can't go out and leave everyone here. And the deal? Agnes screamed. Meh. Vlad has no choice but to accept this matter. I don't want to fight him over Ophis. And he doesn't want to make the little girl sad either. I have things to do now. So. Bye. I will be back in a few minutes. Before Victor ran, he looked at the women. Oh. Scathach. Agnes. And Natasha. Take care of things. Leave it to me. The three spoke at the same time. Victor nodded and disappeared in a golden flash. He appeared several km away from the royal capital. Victor now. I know. Victor let go of Junketsu. Put his hands together. And entered a famous pose as he looked at the moon as if it were his mortal enemy. Me. Roxanne materialized beside him and yelled. Stop. Idiot. Do you want to be sued for copyright? And don't destroy the moon. Who knows what might happen to this planet if that happens? Now. Just create a fireball or something. Fine. Victor pointed his right hand toward the sky and concentrated all his power. In the blink of an eye, a fireball that looked like a literal sun appeared in the sky. Fuck. Victor. Compress this shit and throw it into space. Easier said than done. You know. Victor ground his teeth. Just do it. You. Suddenly the fireball began to compress into a basketball-sized white fireball. And the heat of the white fireball was burning everything around him. Victor poured all the energy that was overloading his body into the fireball. If before he was at 200% capacity, this power slowly decreased to 100% of his capacity. The whole process took a minute. A minute of pure destruction to the environment. Looking at the fireball that was 5 meters in diameter, he broke out in a cold sweat when he felt the heat. This is very powerful. Stop admiring the sphere. Throw it into space now. Victor awoke from his stupor and threw the fireball into space. Far away from the moon. Just in case. The sphere flew at a ridiculous speed into the sky, illuminating all of Nightingale. And in less than a few seconds, the sphere passed through the planet's atmosphere and flew even further. And it exploded, illuminating the entire sky. That day, an entire part of the planet was illuminated by the sphere's light that exploded, bringing chaos to all vampire nobles and the races in the Snow Clan. And also alerting the other residents of this planet to an existence that could create an attack that could light up a part of the planet for a total of 2 hours. Chapter 626. 2 progenitors. 2 leaders. 2 progenitors. And 1 accord. 2. 10 minutes later, Victor returned to the castle. Yo. I came back. Victor. What did you do? The whole sky is lit up as if it were day. And there is no day in Nightingale. Morgana spoke. Nothing much. Just trying out a new technique. Victor responded with a look that said, I'll tell you later. A look that only the women present understood. Just what kind of technique can light up all of Nightingale? Alexios asked. A skill I would have used on Vlad if things went wrong. Victor lied like it was no big deal. Although there was some truth in those words. Like the fact that he would use it on Vlad. So he added. I had to let go of the attack because once it started, I can't really stop. And I was prepared to throw that if things went wrong. Vlad really didn't want to. But he couldn't help but swallow hard as he looked out the window. Specifically at the sun in the sky. This power cannot be produced by vampire powers alone. This energy is at the level of a god in just pure power. Does the world tree really help you that much? Vlad was feeling sour again. With that power, all his plans for the future would be so much easier. And all this was in the hands of a young adult who could barely control himself. For the first time, Vlad felt that the world was unfair. How long will Nightingale be lit? Agnes asked in awe as she looked up at the sky. My bloodline can get this strong. Should I try to refine my fire as well? She thought to herself. In all her life, Agnes had never thought of making her fire hotter. Roxanne. 2 hours or something. Now. Don't interrupt me. I'm fixing your body. 2 hours. Holy fuck. Agnes can't help but mutter. Just how much energy does it have to maintain this state? Alexios asked. Enough. Victor didn't know the answer to that question. So he stated the obvious. Internally. He was talking to Roxanne. Was my body not healed? Your body. Yes. Not your soul. Vic. Thanks to Mr. Pride, here. Your soul has been damaged. I already apologized. Apologizing isn't enough because I know that if something like this happens again in the future, you'll help him again. Right. Alter Victor just turned his face away as he whistled. This idiot. Don't do that. My energy is enough for my husband. Let his body adapt to large energy loads first. Due to him being recently reborn, his body is in a constant state of 100%. He needs to adapt to that energy first so he can use more energy in the future without damaging himself. My body has not adapted. It has. Vic. But just at the level that you don't break when using my power. If I increase energy production, your body can't handle it. That amount of energy in your body right now is just the passive energy I give you. Victor broke out in a cold sweat when he heard what Roxanne said. He really has become a walking nuke now. Why did you help him then? Alter asked. Because he asked. And at that time, he was using the power to manifest my negativity. That power uses a lot of energy. So it wouldn't be a problem if I increased the capacity because he would be using that energy right away. But because you butted in and gave him the essence of the progenitor, all the energy I was giving him got a boost and was supercharged. Oh. Realizing that it was really his fault, Alter Victor turned his face away and fell silent. Anyway. Did you talk? Yes. And he agreed to everything. Scathach responded. Victor nodded and looked at Vlad. Get your spies out of the Snow Clan. And stop monitoring communications. I've done it already. But, in the near future, I will want your help with those individuals. And don't forget to improve Nightingale as a whole. Victor nodded. I'll help you in the future. And as for Nightingale, Natasha and Sasha have some plans to help make things better. Natasha. Vlad looked at Natasha as if the woman had grown a second head. What? My clan is not just the clan that makes food. My sister has many connections that will help Nightingale in general. And the help of the goddesses will make everything easier. Do as you wish. But I want a full report of what you plan to do. Okay. Natasha nodded. Seeing that it's all over, I'll go talk to Ophis. When I'm done, you should talk to her too. Vlad. I know. Vlad replied. As soon as you finish talking to her, send her to the Snow Clan. Nero is good company for her. And her brothers are there too. Vlad nodded and just now realized that he was alone in this one. The only one keeping him company was Alexios and his personal guards. He didn't want to think about it. But it was obvious that his entire family didn't want to be around him. Vlad looked at Victor, saw him walking with several people around him, and looked around himself. Seeing the obvious difference, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looks like I failed at a few things. I think I'll take Ophis for a walk later. 2 hours later, the white sun disappeared entirely due to a loss of energy. Victor passed through the portal that Alexios created that led to the Snow Clan and was surprised when he saw everything was peaceful. He looked around and saw Violet, Sasha, and Aphrodite ordering people around. He smiled proudly at the sight. That smile was for the three of them. Violet and Sasha, who were growing up splendidly. And Aphrodite because she had acquired enough allies. Scathach, Agnes, Natasha, Jean, and Morgana. The aforementioned women looked at Victor. We are the strongest war potential currently. So we must train. That means, yes, the four of you will join me and Scathach in training. Natasha's and Morgana's eyes opened wide. And a kinky smile appeared on their faces. Jean looked away in embarrassment. As did Agnes. Scathach fixed the four women with dry eyes. Get your minds out of the gutter. You four. Will that not happen? Morgana asked in disappointment. Probably yes. But get your mind out of the gutter. You will train hard. Yay. Natasha and Morgana ignored Scathach and gave each other a high five. Jean and Agnes' faces turned even redder. Jean was embarrassed but with high expectations as well. Agnes was embarrassed but a little apprehensive. Agnes. Agnes turned her face and looked into Victor's violet eyes. Don't force yourself into anything. My blood will also help you refine your body just like Scathach. Agnes just nodded her head as she sighed in relief. Wait, is that her secret? Was it because she fucked like a rabbit and drank your blood that she got even stronger? Morgana spoke. I mean, this happened before when we drank his blood. But now it seems that trait has gotten a new boost. Natasha replied with a twinkle in her eye. This is unfair. I want some too. Jean karate chopped Morgana in the head. Stop being a horny bitch. Morgana held her head with an anguished face. You can't judge me. You're the same. Don't pretend I don't know. Jean quickly covered Morgana's mouth and prevented her from talking nonsense. Mother. Lilith sighed when she saw her mother's behavior. Although she could very well understand why she acted like that as she glanced out of the corner of her eye at Victor. I'd better go meet Elizabeth. She thought as she started to walk away from the group to look for her siblings. As she walked away from the group, she couldn't help but think of what had happened before coming here. To think my dad would invite Ophis to spend time with him. Seems like he's trying to patch things up. Lilith didn't know how to feel about this. Despite being very spoiled by Vlad, she never received the treatment that Ophis was receiving now. This situation left her with complicated feelings. Back to the point. Agnes, Natasha, and Scathach will work on their bodies and improve their bloodline. Victor said. The three countesses nodded. They were planning to do that too. I will train with you as well so you can help me with my powers too. Oh. Do you want to train with us? Agnes asked in surprise. The only woman so far who has directly helped me with the powers I inherited was Scathach with the power of ice. You two will help me with the powers of lightning and fire. Both of your experiences are very valuable. I admit this is a good idea. I also want to learn from you. How you evolved our bloodlines is quite interesting. That's true. I wonder if I can make that white fire. Agnes spoke. White fire is simply a refinement to increase heat. My goal is to produce that fire as I do normal fire. That is insane. The level of control required for you to do that is ridiculous. Agnes spoke in disbelief. But it's not impossible. Victor continued. Agnes was silent. Scathach turned a small cold breeze into the power it is today. Bloodlines always have room for improvement. And it all depends on our imagination. And because our bloodlines are of elemental powers, it's even easier to imagine their evolution. Although it is much more difficult to reach that state. When you put it that way, it seems possible. Agnes spoke. Natasha and Morgana just looked at Victor rather passionately. Is it because he had this mentality that he became so strong in such a short time? They both wondered. Natasha looked at Scathach. And the redhead just gave a big satisfied smile as if to say, look at my perfect work. She was the one who understood Victor the most and was the one who felt most proud of him. Jean and Morgana are going to have to train on their own. Honestly, I don't know how I can help them. Don't worry. I know very well what to do. But I still want some practice fights. These battles have helped a lot. Jean spoke. I won't deny a good fight either. Morgana spoke. We're all going to do it. Victor nodded and added. I want to include Ruby, Violet, and Sasha in training as well. That is a good idea. Scathach spoke. I can leave my sister in charge of my clan. And I won't have to worry about it for now. That will give Sasha time to train. Natasha spoke. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do that. The Snow clan needs someone to oversee everything. Agnes spoke. Girls, come to me. Victor's shadow grew. And soon all the maids, except for Roxanne, appeared. Kagaya. Kagaya approached Victor. Kagaya will look after the Snow clan while we train. Agnes looked at Kagaya. That's possible. She is my wife. She has my name. She is an Alucard. And everyone knows it. By joining a progenitor's family. For vampires who value blood. Kagaya is on the same level as a countess or the royal guard. Now that he said that, it's true. She has his name. The 5 women stared at Kagaya with dry eyes. Kagaya didn't show any reaction when being stared at by all of them. She knew the women in front of her were stronger than her. But Kagaya didn't falter. The only one she lowered her head to is Victor. That's her pride as maiden wife. Maid wife. Hee hee. Kagaya thought with an inward smile. Suddenly the stares disappeared. Except for Natasha and Morgana. Good. Scathach nodded. She's gained a bigger backbone. Agnes nodded satisfactorily. That will be enough to handle my clan. She didn't flinch from our gazes. Victor's blood gave her more than just power. Jean spoke. Victor looked at Eve. Eve will be second in command. And she will help Kagaya with everything. Yes. Master. Eve spoke. Oh. I want you to teach Nero how to run a clan too. She is my daughter. After all. In the meantime. Help Ophis as well. Morgana said. Everyone looked at Morgana. Even if Ophis doesn't command anything in the future. That kind of knowledge is beneficial. And if she sees Nero doing it, she'll want to do it too. I agree. This will help Ophis to speak more words too. She needs to learn to express herself. Now when she is a child. This kind of attitude is cute. But it will be a problem in the future. Jean gave her opinion as one of the original mothers of Ophis. I assume you all know how to run a clan. Right. Natasha said. Yes. Boss Kagaya taught all of us to do it. She said it would be useful in the future. Maria spoke. Good. In that case. I want you to train a reliable member of my clan. I need a replacement so my poor sister can breathe a little. Who are you going to send? Victor asked curiously. Tatsuya. That lazy boy only trains. And is my sister's son. He is also entitled to be clan leader. Natasha spoke. He won't like this. Victor thought. Predicting the man's reaction. I also want you to train someone. Agnes said. Oh. Are you going to use my idea? Natasha asked. Yes. I couldn't do that in the past because I didn't have someone I trusted a lot. But, now I do. Who? Victor asked. Yuki Snow. Victor remembered the white-haired girl who was his maid for a few days. She has become quite popular among the clan members. Hilda even talked about making her a right-hand woman. She just didn't because the girl is quite weak. Which can easily change with rigorous training. You call it training. I call it torture. Roberta murmured. Everyone heard her. But they didn't say anything because they knew it was true. Kagaya will take over the Snow clan for 1 month. In the meantime, she and my maids will train Ophis, Nero, Tatsuya, and Yuki on how to run a clan. Meanwhile, Morgana, Jean, Scathach, Agnes, Natasha, Ruby, Violet, Sasha, and I will spar. Is that all? Yes. Natasha and Agnes spoke at the same time. Good. Do you understand everything? Kagaya. Yes. Good. I also have another order. Maria. We are going to increase our army. Maria's smile grew. Who are we going to recruit? Demons. Hehehehe. I can't wait. When are we going to do this? In 15 days. Maria decided to mark it on her calendar as a highly anticipated event. What army are you talking about? The deadly kind, ghouls. Morgana gulped. Oh. She's a ghoul queen. I had forgotten about that. So far. I only have supernatural beings that I caught when Master went to Japan in the Ophis incident. Maria pouted. At that time. We didn't need to use the ghouls. Victor nodded. Unfortunately. Maria spoke. Happily. Jean said at the same time. The two women looked at each other for a few seconds until they were interrupted by Victor's voice. When I'm done talking to the goddesses. I want all the maids in my room today. Oh. Are we going to have sex? Roberta asked excitedly. Kagaya, Eve, and Bruna's faces turned redder. And they lowered their heads. Who knows? I plan to make all of you bear my name. The maids opened their eyes wide. As only Kagaya didn't have my lineage before. Her changes were great. But that won't happen to you. You are already my daughters. After all, I raised you. What I'm going to do is make everything official. Just like I did with Kagaya. So this is a marriage proposal? Roberta asked, even more excited. Unfortunately. Not yet. I have 6 women who are undecided. Victor gave Agnes, Scathach, and Natasha a meaningful look. Humph. You have to defeat me before that happens. Scathach snorted. Darling. I'll accept any time. But you do know what it means for me to join your clan and officially marry you. Natasha said. Of course. We can't do that now due to the war, but that doesn't mean we can't do the ritual. Right. Victor spoke. Well. Natasha smiled widely. Just think of it as a way to gain power. You can't admit it. But you're way behind Scathach right now. Agnes and Natasha flinched with that invisible arrow. Hey. What about us? Morgana spoke. Morgana. What? Stop being a prude. You're the oldest of us all. Don't talk about my age. Jean snapped. Victor looked seriously at Morgana and Jean. Are you two absolutely sure about this? You know you can't go back. I won't let you. The two fell silent at Victor's sudden serious expression. And his question brought back the memories they had of Victor. To no one's surprise, their response was, yes, I am. The two spoke at the same time. Victor continued looking at the two for a few seconds. And slowly his expression changed into a gentle smile. I hope you won't regret it. Will you give me a reason to regret it? Jean asked. Of course not. Then it's okay. Jean laughed as Morgana nodded. I am fortunate to have you with me. Victor spoke. Wrong. We are lucky to have you. Vic. Jean spoke. If you say so, Victor shrugged. Unwilling to argue about it. Back to the subject. Bruna. Maria. And Roberta. I want you in my room later to make everything official. Kagaya and Eve must accompany you and bring the necessary documents. Yes. Master. I assume you girls would follow the maids. Yeah. If you're going to do the ritual. It's better to do it all at once. Agnes spoke. Victor nodded his head, indicating that he understood. And looked at the redhead asking for her opinion. Scathach. I will also go. I want to see the changes your bloodline will make in Agnes and Natasha. Very well. Victor nodded and continued. You have your orders. Go do your thing, I have to face these goddesses now. Natasha nodded and disappeared as she went to get Natalia to open a portal to Fulgur territory. I will prepare everything necessary for later in the documents. Help me with that, girls. Kagaya announced. Yes. They spoke in unison and soon followed Kagaya. Come on. We have to talk to these goddesses. Agnes. Scathach. Jean. And Morgana nodded. I need to contact Haruna. She must know about this alliance. It influences her too. Victor grumbled. We can ask Natalia when she comes back. Scathach spoke. We need more devices that speak between worlds. Unfortunately. Due to Arcane being closed. We cannot get more. Agnes grumbled. We can just borrow it from Vlad. He must have some left over. Morgana spoke. Or we can ask my master to sell them to us. Am I the only one who finds the situation with Victor and the Queen strange? Morgana looked at the girls. You are not the only one. Jean and Agnes spoke as Scathach fell silent with a dry look on her face. Victor chuckled inwardly as he sensed Scathach's jealousy. Chapter 627, Goddesses Squad. In the largest room of the Snow Clan mansion used for meetings with foreign diplomats sat Victor. Scathach. Morgana. Jean. Ruby. Violet. Agnes. Sasha. Natalia. And Haruna, who just arrived with Natalia's help. That group, specifically Victor, was looking at the goddesses with a dead look in their eyes. Aphrodite, who was at the front as a representative of the goddess group, was squirming under Victor's gaze. She could clearly feel his feelings thanks to their connection, which Victor's wives also felt. Victor looked at Aphrodite. And then he looked at the goddesses, who looked at him with explicit shock on their faces. And then he looked at Aphrodite again. He repeated this process a few times. And suddenly he felt a headache coming on. He took a long breath as he placed his hand on his brow. No wonder Vlad was worried. This is too many goddesses. Victor didn't have time to check on the goddess when they arrived. As soon as he heard that Aphrodite had returned with the gods, He knew he would get into trouble with Vlad. And because of that, he went straight to the king's castle. In total, Aphrodite brought up 50 goddesses. After a brief introduction, Victor could separate the prominent goddesses from the group, which were Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and sacred fire. Finally, they'd found each other. Victor held her in high regard. Tyche, the goddess of luck. He had caught a glimpse of her before leaving. Nike, the goddess of victory. She would look like a very serious secretary in the correct clothes. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Mami, the Panacea sisters, goddesses of healing. Iaso, goddess of medicine. Hygeia, goddess of health preservation. Rhea, the mother goddess, a titan and the strongest Mami. Thetis, a sea nymph and the goddess of the sea, who is also a titan like Rhea and Aphrodite. She is a Mami like Demeter. Those were the only goddesses with major divinities in a concept. The others were just minor goddesses without fully developed divinities. Even though they didn't have a major divinity, they weren't useless, since they were goddesses with a concept that still needed work to grow. They had opportunities to be more free, and not be bound by their divinity. Greater goddesses like Hestia, for example, were limited in what they could do due to their divinity. But this restriction did not apply to the other lesser goddesses. They could do anything, learn anything, and even specialize in different crafts. And that's what most lesser goddesses did. They were masters of various crafts, like blacksmithing, agriculture, etc. Although they were not as good as the divinely specialized gods in this matter, such as Demeter or Hephaestus. They were far better than humans and other mortal races. Sasha, did you count the items they brought? Victor asked. When he spoke those words, it was as if a trance had been lifted from the goddesses, and they snapped back to reality. He's beautiful. No wonder you're Aphrodite's mate. Lucky woman. So jealous. They began to whisper in a low voice. But since everyone had heightened senses, everyone could hear them. Sasha nodded her head as she glared at the goddesses who were commenting on this. A look that Violet and Agnes shared. I couldn't touch some divine artifacts, but I accounted for everything. Here is the report. She handed a sheet to Victor. When Victor looked at the report, his eyes grew wide, curious about Victor's reaction. Scathach, Morgana, Jean, and Haruna walked up behind him and looked at the paper. And just like him, the women also opened their eyes in shock. How the hell did you get those items? Aphrodite. There's tons of ambrosia here. Even divine weapons built by Hephaestus. Victor asked in shock. Aphrodite snorted proudly and said, no mortal or god can escape my call. That's true. But how did you bring it all here? Haruna asked curiously. I bought her the latest storage bag as a gift. Victor said. Storage bag? Haruna asked, confused. Oh. Those bags you always use when you go to my territory. I always wondered what it was. But I thought asking about it was rude. So polite. They all thought at the same time. Oh, you haven't received one yet. Huh. Victor spoke. Well. This item is not being marketed yet. Master. Only select people have access to this item. Natalia explained. The king wants to monopolize it. Huh. Victor spoke. It's a good source of income. And if you sell to specific people, we can get political support and charge those individuals more. But because you helped us discover this method, we sell to you with just the material costs in mind. Natalia explained. Recently, my dad has been getting proficient at making these storage bags, and they've been getting more compact. Natalia took a white cloth from her pocket and unfolded the fabric carefully. And soon everyone saw a white bag. If necessary, we can also stretch the opening so that beings can enter the space. Natalia said as she stretched the bag's opening to the size of a simple door. Although it's something we don't recommend doing too often. Only my dad can do it because if trouble happens, he can use his powers to escape relatively easily. I see, Haruna. I'll get you a bag later. I will send the necessary money later. Victor nodded his head. Believe it or not, Victor, I didn't get all the items in the treasury of Olympus. I would need 50 more bags to get them all. Aphrodite started to speak. The gods have accumulated a lot over the years. Huh. Ruby said. Indeed. Aphrodite nodded and continued. Because of that, I only chose those that would be useful to us. Ambrosia are fruits that extend the life of a mortal. And if empowered by a god's magic, we can make a human who will stay alive until someone kills him. Does that mean he'll have immortality, like vampires? Sasha asked. No. The immortality of vampires is due to their high regeneration. A basic characteristic of vampires. The human who eats this fruit will have physical immortality. But he won't gain any special powers or anything like that. Oh. He won't have spiritual longevity either. Spiritual longevity? Ruby asked. Some beings are not meant to have a long life. Humans are an example. Even if their physical body is fine, their soul would not be. And over time, symptoms like madness, mental imbalance, and spiritual death can ensue. Jean explained. I see. This is very informative. Is there a way to prevent these problems from happening? Victor asked. Of course. The soul can be refined through unyielding willpower. But the mental imbalance will always remain. After all, a human living a life greater than planned would create an imbalance. An abnormality in nature, which is not tolerated by existence. Jean spoke. Imbalance. Huh. Ruby thought. That particular word comes up a lot when discussions about existence occur. I wonder why these beings want to maintain balance so much. She thought there must be a reason for that. And not just maintain existence. Aphrodite continued. Because of this, when we want to turn a human into a god, the god king basically has to make the human reborn in a process similar to what you did with the maids. Vic. Similar. Does he touch their soul? Victor asked. Only gods of death have that ability. Vic. And I said. Similar. Not equal. The process of making a human become a god takes a lot longer because the human needs to work on a concept to gain godhood. The god king merely places a spark of divinity in the human's body to help them ascend to godhood. And with that spark, their soul is refined to contain that power. Aphrodite spoke. What you do is more like a complete soul overhaul. A skill unique to progenitors. Not even gods of death can do that. Aphrodite didn't comment on the most crucial aspect of the progenitor of vampires, which is storing souls in their own soul. Something no being but the progenitors of vampires could do. What about the demigods? In history, many of them became gods. Violet asked. Hercules, etc. Sasha spoke. You just remember him. Huh. Ruby said. Well, I saw a drawing of him when I was a kid. Sasha shrugged. In the case of demigods, this doesn't happen because they already have their parents, divinity, in their body. And they can ascend to a lesser godhood faster. Aphrodite explained. Oh, parentage speaks louder even in these matters. Huh. Sasha muttered. That's the way life is. Sometimes very unfair. And sometimes very beautiful. Morgana spoke while looking at Victor. I feel like you are judging me for something. Morgana. Victor spoke. And I am. The word, unfair, defines your very existence. She was brutally honest. Victor's smile twitched a little. Calm. Aphrodite coughed to get everyone's attention. Back to the subject of ambrosia. Suppose the fruit is used on a supernatural being with the same method. For example, noble vampires, who already have high vitality. In that case, you can negate the weakness of needing to drink blood regularly. The girls and Victor opened their eyes wide. Even Scathach was no exception. She'd lived a long time and never knew that. How long can we remain in that state? Scathach quickly asked. I haven't done the math. But if a vampire noble eats the fruit, I think they'll be fine for 3 to 5 years. Of course. It depends on how much energy is used. If a good amount of energy is used, that time will increase. For that reason, I recommend having at least 10 or more fruits in your bag. This is for emergency cases when Victor is not around. Remember, it's for emergencies. We only have so many fruits. This is not Mount Olympus, where the soil is fertile enough to produce these fruits. Even with the help of Demeter, it will not be possible to grow them here. Therefore, we only have a limited supply. That's amazing. Aphrodite. You are amazing. Aphrodite. Victor chuckled as he hugged Aphrodite. Foo foo foo. Praise me more. Realize how amazing I am. Aphrodite returned Victor's embrace. Whoa. She's getting cockier. Morgana spoke. It's okay for now. She's just done a lot of beneficial things for the group. She deserves this treat. Violet spoke. The vampires looked at Violet suspiciously. Like they were looking at an imposter or something. What's with that look? Who are you? And what have you done to my friend? Give her back. Sasha was prepared to make any move if necessary. Huh. Violet is too possessive to speak coherent words. Ruby spoke in a cold tone. Who are you? My daughter wouldn't make such a comment. I raised her. She's more aggressive. Veins began bulging in Violet's head. Ma. No need for all this drama. It's obvious Violet did it because she's a proper queen. Jean defended Violet. What do you mean? Ruby and Sasha looked at Jean. Confidence. Ladies. Violet knows that no matter what happens, she has all of Victor's firsts and is his first wife. Because of that, she is working with me to be a proper queen. A silence descended on the group. They were too shocked to want to feel jealousy or envy. They just looked at Violet as if she were a very rare animal. Humph. No matter how many bitches come to my husband, I will always be the most important. Bow down. Half-breeds. She spoke with an arrogance similar to a certain golden king. The girls looked at Jean with blank stares. Did you teach her that? Sasha asked. That was Morgana. Jean sold out her friend. Oh why? Don't rat me out so easy. Anyway. Why is she learning from you? Aren't there more qualified people? Who? Jean asked. Ruby had no answers. It might not seem like it. But Jean was a very decent queen. She was quite a match for Vlad's first wife before the poor thing fell into the endless abyss because of bloodlust. That was why Victor was cuddling and spoiling Aphrodite so much right now. The bloodlust problem was manageable. But at times when Victor wasn't around, it became a weakness for the girls who were used to feeding on his blood. Was the first queen a decent woman? Sasha asked curiously. Yeah. She was a good queen. She always treated everyone with respect. And she was very wise. too. Vlad was really lucky to have her as his first wife. Agnes spoke while remembering the past when she was a child and visited the queen with her mother. Girls. Haruna's emotionless voice was heard. The women looked at Haruna. Did you forget them? She pointed to the group of goddesses who were watching everything with amused looks. One even had a warm look that came from a red-haired goddess. Oh. Yes. They forgot. Do we really have trouble focusing on something? Are we kids? Sasha spoke. Maybe. I'm still a kid at heart. Morgana laughed as Jean nodded several times with a Yumu. Sasha. Ruby. And Violet rolled their eyes at this scene. What are these old women talking about? Children. Bitch. Have you ever heard of shame? The three of them thought at the same time. I don't think this is a problem. A woman's gentle voice was heard. And the red-haired goddess soon approached the group. Losing focus because you are in a family environment is something valuable. You are very harmonious with each other. It is as if I was seeing a group of sisters. Well, you're not wrong. Violet was the one to speak. Which sent yet another shock wave through the group. They weren't used to seeing a mature Violet. Wait. Isn't she more mature than I? Her mother. Agnes thought in disbelief. Because we keep an eye on which scavengers try to exploit our husband. I don't want anything to destroy this family environment. Once again. Another wave of shock ensued for all the girls who knew Violet. They were really wondering if the girl was switched or something. A valid concern and an admirable one. But I can tell you that you won't need to worry about it. Aphrodite is very possessive of her belongings regarding other goddesses. She made that very clear a few moments ago. And because of that, everyone is very quiet. The goddess spoke while looking at her fellow goddesses, who shuddered a little and turned their faces away as if the landscape had something interesting to see. And there definitely was an interesting sight. A very handsome man and a goddess whose beauty didn't lose to his in the slightest were sitting on the floor while said goddess was in his lap being pampered. Well. She is a woman with pink hair. Violet said as if that explained everything. Sasha and Ruby both smiled when they understood the reference Violet was making. A reference the goddess of the home didn't understand. Pink hair. Don't worry. It's an inside joke. Oh. Fair enough. Anyway. Your name is. You're Hestia. Correct. It's a surprise that you remembered our presentation since there are so many of us. We will never forget the goddess who blessed us. Oh. Hestia displayed a small smile. I just did a favor for a goddess who, despite being troublesome, is still my friend. It's no big deal. Violet shook her head. You have no idea just how much what you did has deeply touched my husband. He values home and family so much. Hestia's smile grew into gentler tones. That's good. A close family is always better. The last part was commented on with a pained tone. A tone that Violet and Rhea, who was nearby, also noticed. Deciding not to comment on it now, she spoke. You have a place in everyone's hearts here, Hestia. Because of that, feel free to always visit us whenever you want. Hestia smiled gently, and the pain on her face disappeared as if it didn't exist. It was always nice to be in a place where one was appreciated. Chapter 628, An Emergency. You remember that plan about going to train? Well, that didn't happen. The reason? The king suddenly contacted the vampire counts for an emergency meeting. Alexios and Natalia were quickly dispatched at the request of the king himself. And soon they were all in a meeting room. My king. What is the reason for the emergency meeting? Eleanor, accompanied by Rose, asked. We need to build another city. Huh. That was everyone's unanimous reaction. Vlad. Explain things properly. Victor spoke with a frown on his face. Even though he was no longer a vampire count. Ironically speaking, he held political power above a vampire count. Even if normal noble vampires didn't know about it, since virtually all of the high-ranking nobility knew of this fact. Vlad looked at Victor and thought, I never expected to see him again so soon. Ha. Sighing visibly, Vlad began to explain. As you know, the demon war has reached across the globe. Many humans have died. And some supernatural races have been affected as well. Everyone nodded their heads, indicating they understood. Recently, the demons have been in a war of attrition with the angels in ancient Russia and China territory. I don't know what happened exactly. But Diablo has stopped his decisive moves and is very quiet. And I don't like this silence. Diablo is a decisive being. And if he is silent, it is because something related to his plans went wrong. Anyway, the damage caused by this war has already reached the entire globe. According to our previous meeting, I was trying to gain influence in some human communities and secretly help tribes of supernatural beings who were my allies a while ago. Everyone opened their eyes to this information. They never thought that Vlad was so active in the war. Except, a problem has occurred. Specifically speaking, Yama happened. Yama. Are you talking about the king of hell from Hindu mythology? Natasha asked. Yes. According to my sources, he was already in the human world looking for something to do until recently. He's been seen going to countries on the continent of Africa for vacation, and causing chaos for humans and supernatural beings alike. At the same time, in South America, in the Amazon rainforest, a group of Asuras were causing chaos and death. And as you know, the Asuras are Yama's subordinates. And this is where the problem for what I called this meeting comes in. I owe favors to some groups of supernatural beings in South Africa and the Amazon. In South America, we have a race of women who are quite familiar with your lover, Victor. Victor was silent for a few seconds. He was searching his memory until he remembered something that happened hundreds of years ago, where a group of goddesses created a sacred place for women who men murdered. Amazons. Correct. But isn't that group being protected by the divinity of the goddesses? The Holy Land itself is also a hidden place. And rumor has it that their land is in another dimension. Natasha spoke. The corruption that exists in hell is a terrible energy. If thrown into the earth, no defense will last long. There is a reason why only holy beings can deal with the beings of hell. Vlad spoke. And the Asuras are, essentially speaking, demons from another hell. Vlad. You are not telling everything. Normally, corruption wouldn't be an issue. But I assume that because of the civil war, the power of the goddesses has waned. And they are no longer protecting the sacred land. Right. Victor spoke. Correct. There is also the fact that half of the goddesses who created that land are on this planet. Billions of light years away from Earth. Vlad spoke. Aphrodite, Hestia, Hera, Rhea, Artemis, Athena, and Demeter. This was a land that these goddesses created. Vlad finished. And Aphrodite, Hestia, Demeter, and Rhea are on this planet. Victor continued. Which leaves only Artemis, Athena, and Hera as support. But as you know, a civil war is going on. And they are using their energy constantly. Vlad added as he looked at Victor. The suggestion in his eyes was unmistakable. This is my problem. Isn't it? Victor squirmed. Vlad just smiled. He was definitely enjoying the trouble he was throwing at Victor. You specialize in women, right? And half of the goddesses mentioned are your wives. So you deal with it. I don't have that kind of relationship with the goddesses. Yeah. Look at my face and see if I believe you. Victor wrinkled his eyebrows. Please. Victor. I'm not a fool. How can a natural playboy like you not touch the beautiful goddesses? Are you doing the job right? So petty. Is this the king of the vampires? The girls in the room thought in unison. Well. He must be very frustrated dealing with Victor's bullshit. Scathach thought with narrowed eyes. She didn't like Vlad's hint about Victor one bit. I could retort that you could ask your ex-wives that. But that would be low even for me and would also be disrespecting Jean and Morgana. Victor sighed as he ignored Vlad's gaze that hardened at the name of his ex-wives. Anyway. Who are you going to help in South Africa? Oh. Why do you think I would go to South Africa? Victor rolled his eyes. You specifically mentioned the Amazons first because they are related to me. And you plan to send me there because there are probably more things than just Asuras. As a king, I don't think Yama would be so reckless as to let his soldiers act together by themselves. Whatever is in that place will need my attention or possibly Scathach's attention. Which leaves South Africa for you to deal with. And since you or Jean are the only ones who can easily deal with a king of hell, it's probably you who will. Vlad looked at Victor with a neutral face. But inside, he was sweating like a pig. You really had a good master. Vlad said. I didn't teach him that. I told him always to be attentive to details. But someone else taught him that more broadly. Scathach said. Look to the shadows. Since the one who taught me this was not Scathach, but Oda blank when he taught me the art of being a ninja. The lessons of Adonis masters are also my lessons. Even though that body hadn't been advantageous in the past. The lessons I received from Hilda, Agnes, and Oda still remain with me. Agnes looked at Victor with complicated eyes because, for a moment, she didn't see Victor but her ex-husband in front of her. Which was understandable. After all, the being that was once Adonis lived inside Victor. Are you losing yourself in your own identity? Victor. Vlad used the name Victor on purpose. As a progenitor. You understand how complicated it is. I understand I didn't live that life. But it's hard not to relate and treat that life as if it were mine when I merged with it and have all the memories from him. You are not wrong. I understand it is complicated. But you misunderstand the situation. What do you mean? From the moment you merged. That was your life. Take it as if at some point in the past you were Adonis, because that interpretation is not wrong either. When you referred to the lessons that you received in the past from Oda blank, you clearly referred to that as me. And that is correct. Knowing how to differentiate is good. But at the same time, you must accept these experiences as yours. Conflict is not necessary. Acceptance is. Victor was silently absorbing Vlad's advice. Back to the point. What will you do in South Africa? Vlad. Agnes spoke. This was a very sensitive and complicated topic for her. And she didn't want to hear it now. Vlad looked at Agnes and understood the woman's intentions. So he spoke. I will help a people known as Asanbosum. Asan Asabo. Eleanor couldn't pronounce it correctly. Asanbosum is a group of vampire nobles who live in South Africa. Rose said. Why would they go to live in that country? The sun is hot in that region of the planet. Eleanor asked. I don't know about that either since they are a very isolationist group. Rose answered. Contrary to what you may think. The Asanbosum are not descended from Vlad's bloodline. Scathach corrected Rose and then added. They are descended from an ancient vampire bloodline that predates even Vlad. A silence fell in the throne room. And shock was visible on the face of those who didn't know this. Even Rose was no different. You really know a lot of things. Master. Victor smiled. Well. I traveled the world in training and found some hidden vampire groups. I met this group in the past but was not allowed to enter their village. But through a friend I made there. She told me the basics of their history. And that's how I knew they weren't of Vlad's bloodline. I thought all existing vampires were descended from Vlad's bloodline. Natasha spoke. Still in shock by this knowledge. Most are. But there are small groups that have survived the passage of time. Small groups whose bloodline predates Vlad's lineage. Scathach replied. The title of first progenitor is just a title supernatural beings have bestowed upon me. It is a title that rarely portrays the truth of a race. Vlad began to speak. Each age, a progenitor of a race is born. So it stands to reason that before I was born, there were other progenitors of vampires. The only difference between them and me is that I survived. And I created a strong community for my race. I made the vampires prosper and built a strong faction while they failed to survive and protect their bloodline. I won. They didn't. The people in the room didn't refute that. Vlad might be a lot of trouble. But that was an undeniable fact that no one could dispute. I am called the first progenitor because I am the best known. And because this man has recently become popular. He pointed at Victor, who just raised his eyebrow. Before, I was called the progenitor. But the title changed to first progenitor because another being like me appeared in the same era in which I rule. Please visit. Returning to the subject. You will go to South Africa and face Yama while possibly recruiting the vampires to Nightingale. And my group will go to South America to help the Amazons. Victor asked. Wrong. Calm. Eleanor and Victor. You two will create the new city. Excuse me. The two spoke at the same time. Eleanor has the power to shape and create land. Her clan bloodline was the one who made those mountains that separate the territory and keep the monsters from invading. Victor. I know that one of the powers of world trees is to control nature. I have seen this many times in the past. So you, as a being that merged with a world tree, should also have that power. Victor didn't say anything. Not denying or accepting those words. You can use that to create wooden houses. Take it as training since you probably haven't explored this power much yet. Vlad displayed a small smile. You too. With those powers. Are ideal masons. Victor and Eleanor didn't really know what to say when their powers were reduced to just masons. I presume that while Eleanor and I work as masons, Scathach, along with Aphrodite, will deal with the demons on the Amazon side. Victor asked. Originally, the goddesses were supposed to help the Amazons in case of invaders, so yes. You are correct. Vlad didn't refute Victor's words. Alexios and his daughter will be responsible for evacuating the two groups. I'm counting on you. Alexios. Your wish is my command. My king. Alexios placed his hand on his chest and spoke respectfully. Just out of curiosity. How many Amazons are there? Natasha asked. There were over 10,000 Amazons last time I checked. Vlad answered casually. What about vampires from South Africa? Natasha continued. I think it's a community of 100 members. It must have grown over time. But due to vampire physiology, it couldn't have grown by more than 200. Vlad replied. It was painfully apparent that Vlad was throwing the heavy lifting on Victor and his group. Vlad. Spit it out. Why are you giving me allies so easily? Victor narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? Victor and the girls rolled their eyes when they saw Vlad's feigned attitude. As a king, the logical decision would be to invite the most numerous group of supernatural beings to your forces. Victor started to explain but stopped when he realized why Vlad refused to go directly to the Amazons. Vlad's smile grew wider when he saw Victor's face of realization. Victor. Do you know something? Eleanor asked. Alucard. Could you, kindly, explain what you have discovered? Vlad spoke. Victor narrowed his eyes at Vlad. This old man was quite irritating today. Then, with a long sigh, he spoke. The Amazons are a society ruled by women who have been murdered by men and exploited by them in the past. That hatred is ingrained in their culture. They see men as nothing more than breeding stock or something akin to cattle to exploit. Vlad doesn't want to touch that hornet's nest because it would take too much work, possibly years of re-education, to make the Amazons useful to him. So he left this little problem to a women expert like me. Vlad clapped his hands several times. As expected of Victor. You really understand things. Victor snorted and turned his face away. He could already feel the headache coming from dealing with this problem. He already had problems at home. Dealing with several thirsty Greek goddesses looking at him candidly. And now he had to deal with more than 10,000 bloodthirsty man-hating women. Looking at it this way, I now understand why Vlad doesn't want Victor to help the women. He'd kill them. Agnes spoke. She understood very well Victor's attitude toward those who raised their blades against him. Scathach, as a woman, and a strong one at that, would receive a far better welcoming from the Amazons than a man. Agnes explained. Well, their queen asked me to help them, not exterminate them. Vlad nodded. And even though I owe them a debt, I don't really want to interact with them. These women are more trouble than the Queen of Witches. Correction. They are 100x more troublesome than Evie. Victor groaned in annoyance. If even Vlad didn't want to deal with these women, Victor could imagine their attitude. But, since we have a women expert, who even made a deal with the Witch Queen, this job should be easy for him. After all, he even has half of the goddesses who created that holy land in his group. It should be really easy to control those women. Right? Vlad grinned widely. He's really enjoying this a lot. Everyone thought when they saw the smile on Vlad's face. Oh. Just for context. Eleanor. You will make the land of the city. And Victor will make the houses with his power to control nature. You must not make the houses with earth. Why not? Eleanor asked. Earth houses are very primitive. It's fine to do that in an emergency. But living in those for a long time is a big no. And these women are guests. So a minimum of respect is required. Eleanor nodded, understanding Vlad's thoughts. She also wouldn't want to live long in an earth house, even if it was molded with her power. The feeling was not the same as living in a house of wood or concrete. Vlad looked at Victor. Alucard. The houses don't have to be as complex as what that witch did in the Snow Clan city. They are guests. But luxury is not necessary. Victor nodded, understanding what Vlad meant. Basically, don't spoil them too much. Let them take care of themselves. Victor thought. Before making any decisions, I will speak to the goddesses about this matter, if the answer is yes. Where should the new city be built? Victor asked. Where? What a silly question. Of course. It will be in the territory of the Snow Clan. Vlad spoke. Agnes groaned in annoyance. She could already see the mountain of paperwork she would have to do. I refuse. I don't want to deal with a bunch of bitches who think they're superior to everyone else. My clan and I already have our hands full with the humans and supernatural beings currently in the new city. I don't want to deal with this shit. Everyone was speechless when they saw Agnes outburst. She really spoke with all her heart just now. Everyone thought at the same time. But Vlad tried to talk to Agnes and convince her. I refuse. Wasn't I clear enough? I refuse. Agnes practically screamed. Natasha put her hands over her ears. The woman had a high-pitched scream. If you force me to do this, I will burn everything down. Fuck the city. Fuck these problems. Everything will turn to ashes. Agnes threatened. And no one doubted that she would do it. I support Agnes. I don't want to deal with this shit. Victor said since he didn't want his wives to waste any more time on paperwork. They needed to train. Why don't we make a city next to the royal capital? Victor suggested softly. Vlad winced visibly at Victor's suggestion. Definitely not. The royal capital is a place where everything is supposed to be civil. I don't want these women here. And that would be a stupid political move. Not to mention their hatred of men. Vlad spoke and quickly proposed. What about the Fulgur clan? I refuse. Due to our recent agreement. We have our hands full. Planning how to improve society as a whole. Natasha didn't want to deal with that shit either. The Scarlet clan. As women. They would respect Scathach a lot. Vlad spoke. I abandoned my territory. Scathach quickly spoke. Good thing I left my territory. Or I would have to deal with this shit. If Scathach won't go. Then. Everyone in the room looked at Eleanor and Rose. Seeing the group's gazes. Eleanor and Rose looked behind them for a group. But when they saw no one. They broke out in a sweat like pigs in a slaughterhouse as they pointed at themselves. Us. Oh. This is perfect. Strong women lead the Adrastia clan. So they won't be able to complain much about this setup. Wait. Eleanor was going to refuse. But she heard Victor's voice. Actually. That's a good idea. We have those monsters close to Clan Adrastia. Too. So we can use the monsters as severe re-education. She looked at Victor as if she'd suffered a catastrophic betrayal. We can group the Amazons and some men from Clan Adrastia to go on an expedition together. Maybe with that, they will lose a little of their ego. Vlad said. That's a good idea. In extreme cases. We can just throw those bitches to the monsters. The trauma and desperation of imminent death will fix them right up. Victor added. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Huh. Vlad spoke. Yumu. As expected of you. You understand well. Victor nodded several times in satisfaction. Then it is decided. The new city will be made close to Clan Adrastia but at a very considerable distance. Vlad made the decision. Wait. You can't decide that. Eleanor was going to complain again. But Victor's voice was heard. 20 km is a perfect distance. That way. Eleanor can hide her clan secrets well. And by making the Amazons a subordinate village. The Amazons will completely depend on Clan Adrastia for support. Victor added. Eleanor looked at Victor with a death stare. At the very least. He's trying to ease my clan's burdens. Even if he threw me under the bus. Soon an argument ensued. With Vlad and Victor exchanging ideas while Eleanor looked at the two of them with blank stares that surpassed even Natasha. Agnes. Violet. And even Aphrodite. For the first time in history. The two progenitors came together for a single purpose. Their sanity. Chapter 629. Those who judge souls. Greek underworld. You made a decision faster than expected. A goddess with long hair as black as the starry night. Wearing an equally black dress. Appeared in Persephone's room. There was no decision from the beginning. Nyx. The primordial goddess just smiled neutrally. And letting foreigners contaminate this place is something I don't want either. This is my home. And I will protect it. In that case. A dark power emerged from Nyx's hand. And soon Hades' helm appeared. Accept your place as the true ruler of Greek hell. Before that. Persephone looked seriously at Nyx with her one-healed eye. Why were you inconsistent when mentioning Erebus? Is he your husband or not? Nyx's face slowly started to darken. What makes you think I have a problem with him? When you visited me last time. I was paying attention to every detail. And one moment you called Erebus your husband. And the next moment. You called him ex-husband with a lot of distaste. So. What is the truth? Nyx narrowed her eyes. Why are you so interested in my personal life? Persephone. Because I am seriously doubting whether you are sane or not. She was frank. Nyx's eyes twitched a little at that comment. The two goddesses were silent. Staring at each other for a few minutes until Nyx opened her mouth. He is my husband and. Simultaneously. My ex-husband. That's all you need to know. Persephone twitched her only visible eye. Don't tell me that the most loyal Greek betrayed you for another woman. Nyx's face showed no signs of changing. But her aura grew much heavier. Persephone. My personal business is none of your business. Nyx's tone was neutral but carried a visible hostility. Interesting. You primordial gods like to meddle in others' lives. But you don't like it when others meddle in yours. How hypocritical. Persephone snorted. Then she closed her eyes and said, "Well, I guess that's how the gods are. I'm like that too. And how you refer to him doesn't matter to me. To be honest." Persephone just wanted to make Nyx's mood worse. She didn't know why Erebus was a tense subject for the night goddess. And she didn't care. All she wanted was to make the goddess of the night's mood worse because it was obvious that Nyx was treating her like a pawn. And that wasn't a very nice feeling. But as the primordial goddess had said from the beginning, Persephone never had a choice in the matter. Something that wasn't entirely true. Persephone was no fool. She could flee the underworld and leave all this trouble behind her. But where would she go? From what she understood, the human world was also in crisis. And she had no support outside Mount Olympus. Her hands were tied. And she couldn't just run away. This was her home. The home she'd fought and bled for. The home that reduced her to this deplorable state. And she would fight for this place. She was the queen of the underworld. And as queen, she must fix her kingdom. Even if she had to trample on her husband, legacy. Persephone spat in disgust at the word. She refused to call that man her husband because when his kingdom needed him, he was not there. He even betrayed his home. She distrusted the information about Hades' possible betrayal because she heard this information from Nyx. And the primordial gods were not known to be trustworthy. Give me the helm. And I'll drive those motherfuckers out of my kingdom. Nyx smiled neutrally and without hostility and said, "That's what I'm talking about." Then, she tossed the helm to Persephone. The queen of the underworld took the helm in her hand, asking, "How do I use this?" The helm is embedded with the authority to rule Greek hell. The moment you put it on, that authority will test your impartiality over souls. If you pass the test, you will connect with the system that manages all souls. A boon exclusive to those who rule hell. Persephone nodded. Do you know what the function of hell and heaven is? Nyx asked. Judging souls. An incomplete answer. But not entirely wrong. Nyx spoke and added. Hell and heaven exist to recycle souls. The only ones who can judge souls are the judges of the abyss and, to a lesser extent, the kings of hell. Leaving aside the heavenly paradise that does not matter here. Each hell has its own peculiarity and way of interacting with souls. But their work remains the same. They receive the sinners that these beings judge. They are sent to hell, receive their punishment, and have their souls recycled. Soon after, that soul will go to another primordial being responsible for reincarnation and life. And that soul will gain a new beginning. Everything in this world has a soul. Even a mountain or plant. And these non-sentient souls will go through hell when they die and then return to the cycle of reincarnation and life. That part will be done automatically. So you merely need to keep the system running. Which is not happening right now due to Hades' absence. I didn't know that. I didn't know that hell was so important. That is normal. This is something only the king of hell can know. I'm telling you because I'm sure you'll pass the test. I'm curious. What is the purpose of heaven? Persephone asked. Nyx looked at Persephone for a few seconds and decided to explain. It was a valid question. After all, it's the same as hell. Recycling souls. The good part of a being's soul goes to heaven. And when that soul is satisfied with its personal heaven, that soul will return to the cycle of reincarnation. Of course, this varies from heaven to heaven as well as with hells. For example, in the skies of the Nordic pantheon, beings who died with honor would go to Valhalla. And when they die again, they will go straight to the cycle of reincarnation. Those who died in a normal way, no matter if they were good or not, will go to Norse mythology hell and will undergo recycling. Although they are called beings who judge souls, their job is better described as separating the good and bad parts of a being and to throw those respective parts in their proper places. Only in cases where the being has a lot of power is that being truly judged. So, for example, if a lesser god died by Thanatos' scythe, that god would be judged by these entities. And depending on their judgment, that god may stop existing. Or his soul would return to the cycle of reincarnation. and he would gain a fresh start. I presume the same is true of strong mortals. For example, some vampires and werewolves. Persephone asked. Correct. But in the case of mortals, they will still go to heaven or hell depending on their actions. Something that does not happen to a god because they are essentially a higher existence than mortals. Therefore, their judgment is more decisive. If anything is different from mortals without power, those supernatural beings who have strong powers will go straight to hell or heaven. And their souls will not be divided. Why does that happen? Persephone asked. Who knows? I don't even know why these entities treat beings of equal power the same as ordinary mortals. But I have formed theories over centuries of observing this system. Nyx looked at Persephone for a few seconds and spoke. The soul is the answer. Stronger beings have a strong will. And despite the incredible power of these beings, they cannot divide the good and the bad from the soul of these beings without causing serious damage to the soul itself. And if the soul is damaged, it will not return to the reincarnation cycle. Thus, they are judged and thrown directly into hell or paradise. At least that's a theory I have developed. That's possible. But I hardly think these beings would have a hard time splitting a soul. After all, they are experts in this matter. Nyx just nodded, having had the same thought. Anyway, you shouldn't worry about it. Put the helm on your head. Got any advice? Please visit. Don't be swallowed up by the presence of the three. Okay. Using her only hand, Persephone put on Hades' helm. And in the next second, she was elsewhere. She was on a stone platform. And the entire landscape around her was made up of countless galaxies. A new ruler will be decided. 3 booming voices echoed throughout the domain. And Persephone quickly looked up. And she would probably never forget what she saw. She saw the face of that being. Specifically just some parts of it. She saw an open mouth containing an entire galaxy within it. Giant golden eyes and several hands with the same golden color. The being was massive. And Persephone felt small in front of these beings. Her body was shaking. Panic visible on her face. And she felt like she would be swallowed whole until she remembered Nyx's words. And that made her open her eyes wide and clench the fists of both her hands. Wait. She looked down and saw that she was no longer injured. Suddenly, something started coming out of the floor. Souls are a fundamental part of the workings of the universe. As an overlord, it will take wit to differentiate between right and wrong on some occasions. The mouth began to speak. 2 beings began to form. And a woman and a man were in front of her. Calm. As a ruler. Eyes that can see what is needed are important to the job. The voice came from the direction of the hands. This man killed his mistress. She was cheating on him with another man. The mouth spoke. The woman defended herself against a robbery and ended up being shot and killed. The hands added. Now, choose. Who will go to hell? And who will go to heaven? The voice came from the direction of the eyes. Persephone fell silent. And only now did she realize why Nyx had spoken to her so much before she came to this place. All the talk was a hint for this occasion. Persephone looked at the man and the woman. They were both normal. And she couldn't feel any power coming from them. Both of them will go to hell and heaven. Persephone replied. Wrong. The 3 said at the same time. Persephone shivered again. You're not us. So you can't judge them like us. Sagacity is important for the job. The mouth spoke. With that warning, Persephone realized what she was doing wrong. The 2 beings disappeared as if they had never existed. And soon a woman and a child appeared in front of her. Sin is judged differently by us. Rulers don't have the common sense of a mortal. To a mortal, what might be considered a sin, to us might be an act of kindness. The voice came from the eyes. The woman in front of you killed her lover because he constantly abused her. The mouth spoke. The child in front of you killed his younger brother because he was jealous of the attention he received. The hands spoke. Answer me. Who will go to hell? And who will go to heaven? The 3 spoke at the same time. Persephone was silent for a few seconds before she answered. Both will go to hell. Wrong. The 3 spoke at the same time. Huh. The 2 killed. Aren't the 2 guilty? Leave prejudice aside. The mouth began to speak. The act of taking away the fate and life of an innocent soul is crueler and more worthy of punishment than the act of protecting oneself from an aggressor. The voice came from the eyes. The correct answer is, the child goes to hell, and the woman goes to paradise. The voice came from the hands. That answer left Persephone in deep thought. Am I not judging sin? Am I judging the damage done to souls? Persephone was completely confused. Again, the three spoke at the same time. Soon 3 souls appeared in front of Persephone. A small child again, a grown woman, and a teenage boy around 16. The boy fell into sexual depravity with the instructor, from which he learned, and died of exhaustion because he could not stand the excessive effort of the act. The mouth spoke. The woman committed suicide because she couldn't stand the pressure of society. The eyes spoke. The child fell victim to starvation. And to survive, he practiced cannibalism among his peers. The hands spoke. Persephone winced at the last one. Now, who will go to hell and to heaven? The 3 asked. Persephone took a few minutes to answer before she opened her mouth. The teenager will go to paradise. The woman and child will go to hell. Why? The 3 asked. The teenager's act itself is not a sin. He exercised his free will. And he died exercising his will. The woman committed suicide. And, regardless of the reason, she took her own life and destiny in a cowardly act. The child committed the greatest sin by committing cannibalism. Wrong. The hand said. Correct. The eyes and mouth spoke. Wanting to survive is not a sin. On the contrary, this is a privilege for all living beings. The boy was caught in an uncontrollable situation, and he exerted his will to survive. The hand said, look at him. Is his soul defiled? Persephone looked at the boy, who had at some point transformed into a translucent form, and she saw that he was completely clean of impurities. But leave your prejudices aside. Impartiality is necessary. The teenager and the woman are correct. The eyes and the mouth spoke. Every soul is born with free will. The option of suicide is only ignored by us when the soul really has no choice but suicide to alleviate its suffering. The eyes spoke and continued. In that situation, context is important in deciding your judgment. What choices did she have? Persephone asked. The woman came from a wealthy family. She suffered from pressure from society and her parents since she was a child. But she had many resources available. She could have run away from it all, decided to live her life elsewhere, or used the money to try to improve her situation. Correct. She had several options out of this situation. But due to poor willpower and weak mind, she chose the easiest option. Suffering is not bad. The soul endures suffering as it is tempered and grows stronger. So it is when the soul is nearing its end that it demonstrates its true potential. Excessive happiness leads to sloppiness. The soul becomes weak and without temper. Balance is necessary. I assume that if the woman didn't kill herself, she would have somehow acquired the happiness she wanted so much. Correct. The correct judgment in this situation is the child will go to paradise. And the teenager too. In the woman's case, you should have asked for a context for her story. Accepting what we said without questioning the veracity of the words is not a sign of intelligence. The 3 spoke. Persephone wasn't offended. She just listened to everything as a lesson to her. Wit is important. The morality created by mortals does not matter. But the acts committed by the individual soul do. The mouth repeated and gave advice. As ruler, you judge a soul's actions when the soul was about to meet its end, not the morals behind it. The mother spoke. Again. The 3 spoke at the same time. This is going to take a while. This time a grown man, a teenage woman, and a grown woman appeared. The man is a war hero and killed his fellow men for his country. The mouth spoke. The teen is a murderer who aimed to kill rapists. The eyes spoke. The adult woman is a psychopath who took pleasure in killing men. The mouth spoke. Now, choose. Who will go to hell? And who will go to heaven? The 3 spoke at the same time. Chapter 630. Are the goddesses of Olympus cheat codes? Territory of the Snow Clan. In an isolated location set apart only for the goddesses. Before letting the goddesses meet with the other groups, they had to learn to treat everyone respectfully. Unfortunately, because of their status as deities. They were very arrogant with mortals. This setup was planned by Aphrodite and Hestia, who understood what their compatriots were like. Victor, along with Violet, Sasha, and Ruby, were looking at a group of goddesses after he had just finished explaining what had happened. The group consisted of Aphrodite, Hestia, Rhea, Demeter, and Nike. The other goddesses were still in the process of being advised and documented. "What do you think?" Victor asked. "We will help," Hestia spoke. "That land is under our protection, and we will not ignore it, even if our situation is unfavorable." Demeter spoke. "I wonder why we didn't get any distress calls. It must be because we're on another planet. If so, the probability of Athena and Artemis being in that place is high. Not to mention that having the Amazons as allies is a big plus," Aphrodite added. Victor squirmed visibly. Aphrodite looked at Victor and felt his emotions. "Darling, I understand what you're feeling. But they're not that bad, probably. How long has it been since you interacted with them?" Victor asked. "A long time ago. The last time I visited them was on my travels." "And what were they like?" Aphrodite's silence was all Victor needed to confirm his thoughts. "Probably. The first generations of women you helped wouldn't be so extremist. And after a while, we could even rehabilitate them. But those women don't exist anymore. As time passed, the hatred that the first generation had was passed on to future generations. Hate for men has become normal. Hate is deeply rooted in their culture. And this hate has turned into prejudice, leading them to see men only as cattle or slaves." Aphrodite couldn't deny Victor's words. Victor looked at Hestia and said, "Hestia, are you strong? Even Zeus would have trouble fighting me seriously. And since it's demons we're going to be dealing with, my fire is a countermeasure to their corruption." Hestia spoke. Victor nodded again. "According to what you said, of the goddesses present here, only you, Nike, Aphrodite, and Thetis would be a military power. So, will you be the ones to go with Scathach?" It's up to them. Even though I'm the leader of this group, I won't force anyone to make a decision. It was decided internally that Aphrodite would be the representative of the goddesses. She would represent the goddesses in the faction. And Hestia would be the leader of the goddesses working together with Aphrodite. An arrangement that the goddesses readily accepted. Many goddesses had some personal grudges towards Aphrodite. But these grudges stemmed from Aphrodite being more beautiful than them. And they had no words to refuse someone who got them out of that annoying situation they were in. It was better to obey Hestia and Aphrodite than to die pointlessly in a civil war they really didn't want to get involved in. The fact that Rhea, the mother goddess, accepted this arrangement also made it easier for the other goddesses to decide. Because of that, there were no real problems with adding goddesses to the group. "Hey, I can fight too. I fought in the Titan War. You know." Demeter defended herself. Violet squirmed visibly when she heard the voice of Demeter. And the room began to heat up a little more as the white-haired woman looked at the plump goddess with a look that promised to barbecue her like a steak. Ruby and Sasha just lightly tapped Violet on the shoulder. Violet looks at her friends. "Violet," Sasha murmured with a serious look. "I know. Sasha, I know, but she's her mother. Right? That bitch. Yes. She is." But even Aphrodite confirmed that Demeter had nothing to do with Adonis' situation. That was all done by Persephone. She assured us of it. "You and Agnes were close when it happened. Even our husband confirmed it. And you know no one can lie to him. What you are thinking of doing now is just unjustified violence." Violet gritted her teeth. "Ha. This is why I didn't want to bring her here," Sasha thought while tightly gripping Violet's shoulder. A thought that was shared by Ruby now. Demeter looked at the white-haired vampire with complicated eyes. She could clearly feel Violet's hostility from the moment she arrived. This girl and her mother always looked at her as if they would kill her for any little reason if she weren't careful. Despite that, Demeter could understand the feelings of the two. Her daughter hurt these two a lot. Usually, she wouldn't care about a mortal's grudge. But it was hard not to when that mortal was of the same faction and had the power to drive her from this place. Demeter wasn't foolish enough to believe that she would be safe if she went to Earth. After all, a war was going on that planet. Victor looked at the plump goddess and spoke to change the subject and improve the situation. He couldn't afford to have them fight each other now. When was your last fight? In the Titan War. Demeter replied slowly until she returned to her usual tone as she turned her gaze to Victor. I was quite revered at the time. You know. She humphed proudly. But that also means that you haven't known what it's like to fight for thousands of years. She couldn't deny it. I will too. Victor turned his gaze to the elegant-looking goddess and realized who she was. Nike. Oh. Do you remember? It's hard to forget the goddess of victory. My first name has the same meaning. After all. Victor. Indeed. From the word victorious. Fumu. In that case. Nike faced Victor and reached out to him. Soon after. Victor's body glowed softly. Oh. Victor started to feel that feeling again. May your path be laden with Invicta Victoria. Hearing those words. Victor felt something rising inside him. A strange feeling of confidence and courage. Make no mistake. Victor was already confident and courageous. But it looked like that feeling had been boosted even further. Victor looked at Aphrodite. Wondering why the goddess didn't protect him. But the goddess of beauty just laughed and shrugged. It seems that Aphrodite planned it. A blessing. Not that I'm complaining. It's nice to have the goddess of victory as an ally. But why so sudden? You are the leader. Therefore you are the pillar that supports everything. If you lose, we will lose. And that is a big no for us. Whose situation is very delicate. A logical thought. But it's a shame it's a lie. At least until the last part. Which states that their situation is quite delicate. Victor thought. The blessing I have given you is my complete blessing. A blessing which increases your courage, determination, and confidence. And at certain times, the blessing will change an inevitable defeat into something positive. Like an escape, or even victory. Victor opened his eyes wide when he understood what that meant. Isn't that causality manipulation? Sasha asked in shock. On a small scale. But yes. You are right. Nike did not deny Sasha's words. That's one of the reasons why Nike doesn't give her blessing easily and why the male gods fawn over her so much. If you have the goddess of victory on your side, you're unlikely to find a situation where you lose. Aphrodite smiled proudly. This is a whole new level of bullshit. Violet muttered as Ruby just nodded. Calm. How do you fight someone who can W in every time? Ruby thought. Victor looked at the pink-haired goddess and narrowed his eyes a little. Then, he understood something. Indeed. I convinced the goddess of victory to give her blessing to you. Otherwise, Nike wouldn't give you her blessing. So treat it as payment for keeping them all safe. I wanted Taish, the goddess of luck, also to give her blessing. But that would make a bad impression on the goddesses, perhaps. I should convince her another time, although just the presence of the goddess here will guarantee that luck will be on our side. And I don't want to anger the goddess of luck either. Aphrodite was making plans for her fellow goddesses. Nike was silent because there were no words to refute Aphrodite. The goddess of beauty was correct. So, essentially speaking, Nike was sacrificed by the group. Victor just nodded, having guessed that was it. Oh, a warning. Beings misunderstand my divinity and concept. This power does not bring perfect victory. It is limited by the scope of reality I find myself in. For example, if I face Ares, what do you think will happen? You will lose. Demeter spoke without hesitation. Correct. He is stronger than me. And he will defeat me. But, if he makes a mistake, lets his guard down, or thinks I am weak, my divinity will act and allow me to achieve victory. The key word here is victory. Victory can be achieved in many ways. Winning a contest, winning a debate, beating someone just by touching the blade to them, etc. If I fight Ares now, my divinity will affect him and guarantee victory. But I will hardly kill him or harm him due to our strength differences. I see. As he is much stronger than you. The very act of touching his flesh with your blade can be considered a victory. Ruby explained. Correct. That is an outrageous power. Ruby muttered. What do you mean? Ruby. Violet asked. Just think about it. What if Nike was stronger? For example, if she had Vlad's strength, nobody could fight her. Nobody could touch her. Because her divinity would guarantee her victory in any situation. She literally has a cheat code that allows her to always win. As long as the condition that she is superior to the opponent is fulfilled. Sasha and Violet were even more shocked by this prospect. And they couldn't help but look at Nike. That is correct. But this power cannot be given to someone through a blessing. It is exclusive to me, and higher concepts of existences like end, death, and destruction can nullify the effects of my divinity. And unlike the divinities I mentioned, my divinity does not protect me from Aphrodite's charm, for example, or negative influences from the evil gods and their hellspawn. My divinity is not invincible. Nike. Beings who possess the aforementioned divinities can be counted on one's fingers. And most gods outside of light-related gods are weak against the miasma of hell. Don't underestimate yourself too much. Taish, the goddess of luck, spoke in a neutral tone. Nike was going to say something but just closed her mouth and nodded. What is your reason for telling us this? After all, I presume this is something secret. Right? Victor asked as he felt Demeter, Hestia, and Aphrodite's shocked feelings, proving they didn't know that. So that you don't unreasonably send me to the battlefield in hopes of gaining something or force me to give more blessings. I may be a warrior, but I learned to fight only to defend myself, not to harm other beings. Nike was completely honest as she looked at Victor. The goddess of victory is a pacifist. Everyone thought at the same time. In some ironic way, it suited her quite well. Victor stared at Nike for a few seconds until his smile grew wider. Ha ha ha. Nike and the goddesses looked at Victor strangely. What was so funny? Slowly his laughter began to die. And he spoke with the same smile on his face. Nike. I guarantee you. That situation will never happen. So you can put your caution aside and be honest with me. I prefer people like that. Subconsciously. Nike sighed. Feeling a little relieved. She hadn't even realized that she had become so tense. To be honest, she didn't like making a deal with Aphrodite to pay the rent, when that rent was the blessing she gave Victor. It's okay that she had to give something. After all, they were protecting her. But giving someone a blessing was very personal for a god. Because of that, she was very nervous and thought that she would be exploited in this place. She feared she would be forced to fight. She was not against killing or anything like that. She was a warrior, after all. But she wouldn't intentionally harm anyone. She considered herself a pacifist. She only learned to fight so that the gods who looked down on her did not attack her for her body. Although such a situation never happened. Everyone feared the curse that the goddess of victory could cast. What is the curse of the goddess of victory? The curse of never again achieving victory. A curse that makes all the efforts of the gods, no matter what, fail. A curse she cast on a god who tried to rape her. And thanks to that curse, he failed to achieve his goal. But all those concerns died with Victor's words. I won't force you to do anything. But I also won't let you get weak and be a leech. Huh. Victor's face became serious. If, in the likely future, someone attacks us, I want you to defend us. What do you think about that? Well. She was silent for a few seconds thinking about her following words. I can accept that. But I will not initiate conflict with anyone. Fine by me. Victor smiled gently. And that smile caught the goddess of victory off guard as she became completely lost in his smile. I look forward to our future training. Nike gasped as Victor's words registered in her brain. What do you mean train? Exactly what I mean. I won't let you be a leech. And you've agreed to that. Which means you're going to train with me. Right. Huh. Where did you get that twisted logic? I did not agree to this. But you said you weren't going to be a leech. Yes. But that doesn't mean I'm going to train. So, how do you plan on getting stronger? Tending the garden. Everyone didn't know how to react to those words. Isn't that Demeter's job? Sasha spoke. Oh, why? I am the goddess of agriculture. Farming. Not the goddess of gardening. Sasha put her hand to her ear. Okay. I get it. No need to scream. It's good that you understand. This misunderstanding always happens. And it's annoying. Demeter snarled as memories from the past began to appear in her head. She seems to have a past about it. Violet muttered. Back to the point. I would be happy to train with you. Nike. Victor spoke. Won't you just forget about it? Just forget it. I will not train. Victor just smiled at her. So you plan on being a leech? You said you wouldn't be one. Chapter 631. Are the goddesses of Olympus cheat codes? 2. Won't you just forget about it? Just forget it. I will not train. Victor just smiled at her. So you plan on being a leech? You said you wouldn't be one. Nike felt someone touching her shoulder and saw a mature woman. A goddess with long golden hair and violet eyes. Rhea. The mother goddess. Just give it up. Nike. He won't give up until he drags you into a dark place and makes you train with him. The goddess spoke with a gentle, motherly tone. Everyone sweated at the words that could cause a lot of misunderstandings. Lady Rhea. Nike muttered and slowly turned to look at Victor. And just now, she saw the way he was looking at her. He was excited. Looking at her like he would devour her at any moment. Yes. He was excited. And not sexually speaking. He just wanted to fight her. Fuck. He's a battle maniac. Nike felt like she had dug her own grave when she talked about her power. It was obvious that someone with that personality would want to fight her. Seeing that he wouldn't give up, she tried to seek help from her fellow goddesses. But the women just looked away. Even Aphrodite looked away. Traitors. Fine. I'll train with you. Yes. Mini Victor started running around in Victor's mind. He was excited. The proof of that was his smile, which grew wider in an even more predatory way. Nike winced a little at that smile. I made a mistake. Didn't I? I should have fought harder. Foo. You can't back out now. Nike. Whatever. Nike gave up. The surrounding people smiled when they saw this interaction. A smile that did not escape the mother goddess's eyes. I see. I understand why he attracted so much attention from Aphrodite and so many women. The maternal goddess looked at Victor with a twinkle in her eyes. His charisma is so great that it can make even arrogant goddesses let their guard down and relax as if they were equal with him. The jovial attitude of a child who is in pursuit of a goal. A warrior's honor. But also not blinded by the dark side of the world. And more importantly, a family man and a man of his word. In that little interaction, the mother goddess, who was once the queen of Olympus, understood several things about Alucard. He has the necessary qualifications. And he also has it. Rhea sniffed the air a little. She knew that smell, which couldn't be hidden from someone like her who had lived for so long. The smell of nature. And not just any nature, but abundant nature. As if man's own body were bathed constantly in the vitality of a planet. Something that could only be seen with a world tree. He has connections to a world tree. Is it this planet's world tree? Or is it Earth's? But isn't that woman missing? It was remarkable that Ray's interest was awakened. And she decided to take a closer look at the man who made the goddess of beauty his wife. Victor lightly smiled as he felt the maternal goddess's interest flare up. The goddess didn't change the gentle face she was displaying. But he could see the woman as if she were an open book. I am curious. Nike. Ruby said. What? You say you won't intentionally attack others. But why are you proposing to go? This disposition of mine does not extend to demons. Evil creatures. Or beings that seek to harm everyone for sadistic pleasure. I see. It's good to know you're not stupid. Victor said. Indeed. Violet agreed with him. Veins bulged on Nike's head. And she looked at the two of them with visible annoyance on her face. Are you thinking I'm stupid for being a pacifist? Nike asked. Yes. Violet confirmed. No. Victor disagreed. Victor and Violet spoke simultaneously. Looked at each other. Shrugged. And then looked at Nike again. Don't look at me like that. I just think it's stupid to be a pacifist in this supernatural world we're in. After all, strength speaks the loudest in this world. Violet spoke gracefully as she added. But knowing that you are not ignorant of the nature of our world, I have changed my opinion of you. I'm not foolish enough to believe that everything can be resolved with words. But I also don't like to attack others voluntarily. I just want to stay in my corner in peace. Yumu. I can understand you. After all, I also consider myself a pacifist. Victor spoke while nodding his head. He could completely understand what Nike was saying. As if the entity of silence itself appeared in the room. Everyone fell quiet. Literally. Everyone. Even the goddesses. Who just encountered him and knew him for the shortest time. Hoa. I've never heard so much bullshit in my life in just one sentence. Sasha. Violet. And Ruby thought at the same time. Why you? A pacifist? In shock. Nike stuttered a little. As she could tell. The impression Victor gave her was not of some pacifistic. Something all the goddesses could agree on. Even Rhea, who always had a kind expression on her face, was looking at Victor in a daze. Yeah. Unbelievable. Victor twisted his lips a little. Why don't you believe me? I mean, are you talking about pacifism? Killing everyone so that there are no conflicts. If there are no people, there is no conflict. That kind of pacifism. All the goddesses nodded their heads in agreement with Nike. This time, it was Victor's turn to look at Nike in surprise. Just what kind of impression do you all have of me? A devilishly handsome man who will commit mass genocide if necessary. Demeter spoke. I mean, you're not wrong. But I'm not like that. I am a pacifist. And I'm strong enough to blast Ares into a million pieces. Nike said with pure sarcasm in her voice. It may be hard to believe. But Victor here really is a pacifist. Sasha spoke out in defense of her husband. The goddesses, except for Aphrodite, looked at Sasha with an unbelievable gaze. As long as you don't harm someone close to him or try to do something against his family, Darling won't do anything. He's like a dragon who only acts when provoked. But he's a battle maniac. Calling me a maniac is rude. I just enjoy fighting. I enjoy the battle itself. Especially when I fight someone stronger and feel myself getting stronger from that fight. It's an amazing feeling, Victor spoke in a dreamy tone. That's what you call a battle maniac. The goddesses thought internally. Then how would you satisfy that urge to fight without provoking conflict? Rhea asked. Isn't that what duels are for? Not to mention that the battle doesn't have to be to the death. Just until near death. Where the two opponents use everything they have with each other. That is magnificent. Isn't it? Victor spoke with a broad, predatory smile across his face. Ray's gentle smile got a little tenser. I don't know about that. But you are probably correct. Yumu. Victor crossed his arms and nodded. Apparently. You understand me. Ruby. Violet. And Sasha smiled gently throughout Victor's passionate speech. After all, this was the Victor they knew. He may have changed a bit, but his essence remained the same. Apparently. Rhea said. A little confused and uncertain. Victor's amused face changed to a serious expression. Unfortunately. That kind of mentality can only be held for so long. Trouble will come to you whether you like it or not. It's the kind of world we live in. And because of that, I decided to be more active. By facing us again, the enemies will understand what consequences will befall them. After all. Victor smiled a little. A smile that caused a shudder in all the goddesses present. The reason? Half of his face had disappeared into pure distorted darkness. And only his smile could be seen. There are fates worse than death itself. Calm. Aren't there? The goddesses blinked. And in the next moment, his face was back to normal. As if everything they saw was an illusion. But they definitely knew that wasn't an illusion. Girls. Are you alright? Victor asked with concern. Why yeah. We just felt a little cold. Demeter responded with a strained smile. Oh. I'll go get some heaters later. Thanks. Cough. Aphrodite coughed to get everyone's attention. Then spoke. Back to the point. Does anyone else want to go with Hestia and Nike? The goddesses fell silent. Hestia. Nike. and Aphrodite all looked at Thetis, a blue-haired sea goddess. But the Titan goddess just turned her head away and started whistling. She definitely didn't want to go. Wait. Aphrodite. Aren't you going? Hestia asked. I decided at the last minute that I wouldn't go anymore. Huh. Why? Well. Aphrodite squinted at Victor. And her pink eyes sparkled a little. I remembered I forgot to do something important. Victor's smile grew as he felt Aphrodite's lust. One thing was true. The goddess of beauty had her priorities right. And someone has to keep an eye on these goddesses, so they don't cause trouble. The goddesses at least had the decency to turn their heads to the side. They knew that, from a mortal's point of view, they were difficult to deal with. And don't worry about Athena or Artemis. I'm sure Scathach and Hestia can handle it. You're putting a lot of trust in me. Aphrodite. Foo. Those kids are no match for you. Hestia. Hestia just smiled, not affirming or denying anything. Anyway, I'll leave you guys alone. Make sure you don't cause too much trouble. Victor spoke. Okay. Most of the goddesses except for Hestia, Nike, Rhea, and Aphrodite spoke. Victor nodded in satisfaction and started walking towards the exit. Violet, Sasha, Ruby. Are the girls ready? Yes. We prepared everything, Violet said with visible animation. Oh. Are you so excited that you are going to get my bloodline? What a silly question. Darling. Of course. I'm excited. I will feel closer to you. You don't know how jealous I am of Roxanne and Aphrodite. I hope this helps me reach godhood. Sasha and Ruby's eyes widened when they heard what Violet said. Oh. Do you want to be a goddess? Obviously. I want to be a goddess of fire so I can perform a soul marriage with Victor. Then, even death will not separate us. Victor could only smile gently with a sweet feeling in his heart at that statement from Violet. I will support you in everything. Yumu. Victor looked at Sasha and Ruby. You too. Just do what you want. I'll always be there for you. The two smiled gently and spoke at the same time. I know. You don't have to tell me. Darling. Nah. I'll make sure to say it as many times as necessary. They melted even more when they heard what he said and felt his emotions pouring into them like a tsunami. About the last conversation. Darling. Is it a good idea to threaten the goddesses? Violet asked. I don't know. But they need to know who they're dealing with. So I won't act in front of them. And I've been completely honest. I have a feeling they'll be the group's core in the future. Just like the witches we brought from the human world. That is something I can agree with. Ruby said after recovering from her stupor. The goddesses assembled here are very helpful. Particularly Nike, Aphrodite, and Rhea. Nike and Aphrodite. I can understand. But why Rhea? Sasha asked. She is a mother goddess. Sasha. She was the first queen of Olympus. And, there are rumors that mother goddesses can create life just like the gods of creation. Create life. Sasha spoke in shock. Yes. Although I don't know how true that rumor is. After all, I learned that from the myth of Tiamat, who was both a mother goddess and a dragon. Rhea has to tell us personally. I guess. Ruby spoke. Create life. I guess it can't be done so lightly these days. After all, there are primordials who manage life. Victor spoke. That's true. But it's still impressive. Ruby answered. Victor nodded along with Sasha. There's no use thinking about it now. Let's focus on getting stronger. I want to know how my husband's lineage will change me. Hey. Victor. Sasha. And Ruby looked at Violet and felt her excitement infect them. Soon the three smiled and continued on their way. In a secret room exclusive to the Snow Clan leaders only. A group of people gathered there. Practically all of Victor's group was here. With the obvious exceptions of Mizuki, Leona, Edward, Liena, Andrew, Fred, Anna, Leon, and Hilda. As well as the Scarlet Sisters and the maid of Clan Scarlet. Luna. I was thinking of doing this in the bedroom. We have to keep this as secret as possible. Vic. Agnes said in a scolding tone. The political chaos that could ensue if information about this leaked is not funny. Victor just kept silent. He didn't want to argue since Agnes was correct. Anyway. Let's get started. Victor assumed a serious expression as he walked to the middle of the room, which had a giant red ritual circle. Maria, Roberta, and Bruna, come here. Chapter 632. Did you think it would be so simple? Unknown place. Congratulations. You passed the first test. The hand, the eye, and the mouth spoke at the same time. Persephone nodded. Honestly, she didn't expect the test to be so easy. The second test will start now. The three spoke. The atmosphere of the place slowly began to change. The souls that Persephone had recently judged began to disappear. And soon the entire area was silent again. As a ruler, impartiality is necessary. And wit is necessary. Do not forget this fact. The eyes declared. Suddenly two silhouettes started to form in front of Persephone. And the one who stood in front of her was Adonis. At least, the human version of him. Demeter, her mother. When Persephone saw the two, she started to get a bad feeling about the situation. Faced with any situation, the ruler must act unbiasedly. A choice must be given. The hand spoke and added. Impartiality is required. Those who take sides are not worthy of being rulers. Now, choose. Who lives and who dies? The mouth spoke. This time, the question wasn't who goes to hell or heaven. A grim realization dawned on Persephone's mind as she processed the primordial entity's words. Huh. What is the meaning of this? This test has nothing to do with me. This test is all about you. The eyes countered. Judging souls is your job as ruler. Even the souls of those you love most. The mother spoke. Favoritism is forbidden. Impartiality is necessary. The hand and the eyes declared simultaneously. Choose. Who lives and who dies? The mouth repeated. Persephone gritted her teeth. This decision was too difficult. But when she looked at Adonis and Demeter better, she realized that they couldn't be real. After all, the Adonis she knew was in a progenitor's soul now. And her mother was on Mount Olympus somewhere safe. Are you sure they aren't real? The mouth spoke. Persephone opened her eyes wide when she heard those words and looked up towards the mouth, which contained an entire galaxy. We are the entity that judges souls. But one of our responsibilities is to create souls. Life creates a form. And we support it with a soul. Which is why we and life work together. Persephone, daughter of Zeus, and daughter of Demeter. In the second test, all souls are real. This revelation made Persephone's face look even more horrified. Now, choose. Who lives and who dies? The eyes and the hand spoke once more. And they added something to increase Persephone's hopelessness even more. If a soul is not chosen, both will die. Persephone looked at the two beings she loved the most. And slowly, with great difficulty, she pointed at the man. I choose him. She couldn't choose her mother. She never could. Even though she loved Adonis, her love for her mother was greater. The ruler has chosen. Consequences will follow. The three spoke at the same time. Wait. Persephone tried to say something. But she stopped when she saw a silhouette appear behind Adonis and kill him. Zeus. She screamed with rage and tried to do something but couldn't move. She just had to watch helplessly as Zeus brutally killed Adonis. Her mind wasn't able to reason anymore. Logic was thrown out the window. And only the feelings of hate and frustration remained with this vision. As soon as Zeus finished his service, he looked at Demeter with a lustful glow in his eyes. And when Persephone saw this sight, a cruel realization struck the goddess of the underworld. If I had chosen my mother, I would have had to watch helplessly as he brutalized her. Suddenly, the three figures began to disappear. And even the flesh that was Adonis also disappeared. And the next moment, two figures began to be created. Two children. Children she knew very well. Two children who were her flesh and blood. She was looking at the younger version of her two daughters. Children who would one day become Melino, a goddess of ghosts, and Macaria, a goddess of death. And no. Please. Don't make me choose between my children. She pleaded. But the primordial entities were not so kind. Now. Choose. Who lives. And who dies. I can't make such a choice. What kind of mother would I be if I chose between my children's lives? Persephone exploded. And it wasn't until she stopped talking that she realized what a stupid thing she'd done. No. The ruler has chosen. Consequences will follow. The three spoke again. No. Please. No. Two silhouettes appeared behind Persephone's daughters. Zeus and Hades. They were holding knives and torture equipment. And they both had disgusting grins on their faces. The moment they took a step forward, Persephone's body shuddered. Fear filled her heart. And when they got close to her daughter, that fear turned to terror. Mother. No. Greek underworld. Nyx was standing there with a serious look on her face. Her flippant attitude nowhere to be seen. She was looking at Persephone's body on her personal bed. Her body was in perfect condition. The moment she put on the helm, her whole body was restored. No. Please. Don't kill her. I can't choose. Screams of pain, despair, and helplessness were heard from Persephone. Nyx wasted no time. She quickly performed a hand gesture. And the darkness of the night enveloped Persephone's body and held her still so that Persephone didn't harm herself or others. Persephone. Hold on. I know you can do it. Nyx bit her lip. Perhaps. This test was too cruel for her. When Hades did this in the past, he didn't have any important people. And because of that, he passed with relative ease. But the power he gained in return was meager as well. Being a ruler was all about impartiality. It didn't matter if the ones before you were your lover, daughter, brother, grandson, or close friend. The ruler needed to be impartial and coolly judge the soul. No. Bastard. I'm sorry. Despina. My sister. Nyx bit her lips again harder. It was at these times that she felt disgusted with herself. The reason she suggested Persephone be the new ruler was only for one reason. Calm. The goddess had the most loved ones. She had the most to lose. And in this test, whoever had the most to lose had the most to gain. Equivalent exchange. Suffering. For power. Hecate. I'm so sorry. Persephone's broken and pained voice was heard again. The goddess of magic. Huh. Were they close? Nyx thought. When Nyx felt Persephone's body sprawl again, she held on even tighter with her power. Hang in there. Persephone. If you make it through this, you'll become an existence that even Zeus would shit himself at the sight of. But if you don't pass, I'll just have to find another candidate. Again. Nyx's neutral voice and expression were nothing like she'd been demonstrating a few seconds ago. I hope that doesn't happen. I don't have better candidates for this job. Nightingale. In a secret place accessible only to the leader of the Snow Clan. Victor was looking at Maria, Bruna, and Roberta. The three of you already have my bloodline. Technically speaking, you are already part of my clan. But officially speaking, you are not yet. The maids nodded. I will make it official now. Victor's body began to slowly be covered in darkness. Courtesy of Kagaya, who was in a location not too far away. Before everyone could blink, the darkness dissipated. And Victor was in his full armor. His hair had grown down his back. It was wild and messy and defied gravity because it was clearly floating in unlikely directions. Victor raised his hand. And Junketsu flew into his hand. Victor slammed Junketsu's hilt into the ground. And with the crash, Victor's heavy, power-carrying voice was heard. Maria. Bruna, Francesca. Roberta. Unconsciously. They all stood up straight and spoke in unison. Yes. Do you wish to be part of my clan? Remember. This is a one-time decision. And once you join, you cannot leave. Master wouldn't let us leave anyway. Maria commented softly. And soon her smile grew wider. And yes. I accept. I will always accept. Victor nodded. Satisfied. And looked at Bruna. Bruna was silent for a few seconds until she opened her mouth. From the moment you saved me from those wolves, you were my god, master. And I will follow you even if you go to hell. My answer is yes. Victor nodded again. He was aware of the cult Bruna was running. But it was not like it mattered. In fact, he didn't know what to make of it. Why are there only women in the cult? He thought but quickly ignored these useless thoughts and looked at Roberta. At that moment, Roberta's red eyes changed to those of a reptilian's. And the girls who didn't know about Roberta's ability just looked at her in shock. Roberta's long hair began to move as if it had a life of its own. You have a contract with us. Her voice came out as if two people were talking at once in an eerie echo. You have a promise with us. And to the one who has earned our trust, we will offer everything, as long as the promise is kept. Victor slammed Junketsu's hilt back into the ground. And with that simple move, life began to spring up all around. I do not go back on my word. Victor's eyes glowed blood red. Poseidon and Athena will fall to my blade. And I will hand them over to you to do as you wish for all eternity. The promise will be fulfilled. Medusa Roberta's smile grew monstrous and predatory. A savage killing intent started to erupt from her body. And the woman's hair began to react to her murderous instinct, becoming even more animated. Ha 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 ha, with a laugh that had the duality of a gentle voice and a voice filled with hate. Roberta's body started to change once again. Her body became paler. And dark cracks began to grow near her eyes. I see you haven't changed even after so many turning points. Master. She spoke the word master with a seductive and, at the same time, dangerous tone. Time may pass. And I may change and get stronger. But I know who I am. And that won't change because who I am is my pride. Good. Good. Medusa nodded several times in satisfaction. If you are so willing to go to such lengths for me, I must do the same. I have watched you for a long time. And you have my trust. She stamped her foot on the floor, causing a giant green magic circle to appear in the room. I am a heroic spirit. My name is Medusa. But I am also something else. I am a Gorgon. I am the queen of the Gorgons. Women of various colors with scale-like skin and snake hair started to come out of the ground, dressed in a very tribal fashion. There were 10 women in all. Despite being a monster, I am not unreasonable. Despite having my family members hunted by the heroes of Olympus, and even myself being hunted by the same. While those hypocrites laughed at me and desecrated my body, they didn't know that in my death, I achieved greatness. I am a heroic spirit. But I am also a divine spirit. And the concept my soul imposes upon is the beginning of a race. All those present opened their eyes wide when they heard that. They looked at the 10 women that literally sprouted out of nowhere and then looked at Victor as if he were a rare animal. Seriously. This is unfair. How is he so lucky? What the fuck is this? Everyone thought at the same time. Did Tichy bless him? And we didn't know. Scathach thought. Victor broke out in a cold sweat as more women, who were looking at him in a predatory manner, appeared. The universe must be fucking with me. That means Maria, who was nearby, spoke. Correct. I am Medusa, queen of the Gorgons, a divine spirit, and a progenitor. Bullshit. Ruby, Violet, and Sasha thought simultaneously. Chapter 633, Medusa, queen of the Gorgons. That means Maria, who was nearby, spoke. Correct. I am Medusa, queen of the Gorgons, a divine spirit, and a progenitor. Bullshit. Ruby, Violet, and Sasha thought simultaneously, seeing everyone's looks of disbelief. She nodded in satisfaction and spoke with a face that was neutral but held a subtle smugness that couldn't be hidden. Why, you are a progenitor. Bruna practically screamed. She never thought her friend and fellow maid had someone so strong inside her. Yes. They knew about Medusa. Roberta often showed Medusa's abilities like petrification, etc. But they never thought that Medusa was so ridiculous. She looked at her fellow maids and realized she wasn't the only one feeling so incredulous. Even Kagaya and Eve had their mouths open in shock. Indeed. As the most famous of the Gorgons and the one who achieved greatness in death, I achieved progenitor status. But, unfortunately, I am also a divine spirit that currently resides within my descendant, whom you know as Roberta. I don't have a body of my own. Again. The girls looked at Victor with visible disbelief. What? Were you born with your ass to the moon or something? Victor. Scathach spoke. Huh. It was apparent that Victor did not understand what she meant. There was a tale in an ancient civilization one visited that the fortunate children were those born with their asses to the moon. I thought you were someone like that. Victor's smile trembled. What was this weird tale? He asked himself and added to Scathach. I don't know about that. You should ask my mother. I will. Is she really going to ask that? Victor was incredulous. Victor. Victor turned to face Medusa, who called him and saw her serious look. I am Medusa, the first known progenitor of the Gorgon species. And I bow to my master. She knelt on the floor with her long hair falling to the floor. Following Medusa's example, the 10 women did the same as Medusa. From today onwards, for all eternity, my fate, and that of my kind, will be tied to the fate of Victor Alucard. The girls behind Victor shuddered slightly when they heard what Medusa said. Sneaky woman, they all thought. They clearly understood that Medusa was doing the same as Aphrodite. A soul marriage. A small smile appeared on Medusa's face. A smile worthy of a snake. Despite being surprised by the events that even he didn't expect, Victor quickly regained his composure and continued. Good. Your opinions were heard. And I appreciated them. I accept your fate. Medusa. Medusa's smile grew as she felt her spirit connecting with the man in front of her. And she could clearly feel his emotions. Are you sure about this? Medusa. Roberta asked. Didn't you suggest this? Medusa spoke. Yes. But I want your opinion too. Roberta insisted. He is a trustworthy man. Roberta was silent. She knew Medusa well enough to know that this was the highest compliment she could give anyone. After all, someone who had been betrayed was especially sensitive to others. And to think you were going to marry him right away. Roberta sighed. Attitude is necessary. And I will not allow us to remain as merely maids. Medusa spoke. She got up from the floor and stood, along with the other 10 women who were silent the whole time. Victor narrowed his eyes as he felt a spike of irritation come from outside. Aphrodite. Victor thought. He already felt the headache coming from the possessive goddess. She could sometimes surpass him in possessiveness. Not that he didn't like that side of her. In fact, that was the side he liked the most. And he loved her for it. What the hell is this? Snakes. Kya. Victor ignored Roxanne's voice. Victor looked at the women in front of him. Understand that the principle of my clan is family comes first. It always comes first. The rules are also simple. Don't betray the clan. Of course, if a misunderstanding occurs, you can fight it amongst yourselves to resolve the matter. But killing and abusing another clan member is tantamount to an act of treason. After all, we care for each other. If you accept this rule, you will be members of my clan from today onwards. Master. Do you plan to extend these rules to the other clan members? Kagaya asked. Yes. But, I won't make a clan as big as the Snow Clan. What do you mean, Vic? Agnes asked. I'm saying I won't make a clan that functions like the Snow Clan or Fulgur. It will be more like Scathach's. Oh. You mean that? Agnes understood now. Only family members will join my clan. Victor declared. That is quite restricted. Sasha muttered. But it's possible. He's in a better position than us. Natasha said. What do you mean? Sasha asked. I'm saying that Clan Fulgur, Snow, and Scarlet are bonded with Clan Alucard. Thus, he is, essentially speaking, superior to us. So it makes sense that entry into his clan would be more restricted. Only the elite can enter his clan and have the privilege of being close to a progenitor. Huh. Ruby opened her eyes wide. This is quite clever. If this system is implemented, the hierarchy will split into 3 powers. Clan Alucard at the top. Our 3 houses second. And the third will be the servants, who have no name and need to prove themselves to enter one of these houses in the future. Although you don't have a clan, like mine or Snow's to manage. And I don't see Scathach's changing in the future. Natasha squinted at the redhead. And the woman remained neutral, proving her point. Then these servants will most likely join the Adrastella clan, although the criteria for joining that clan is more severe than ours. Sasha was speechless when her mother included Clan Adrastella into their plans. Is she that confident that Eleanor will accept the alliance? However, when Sasha thought more deeply about the matter, she thought of Victor. A man like Victor, if a woman weren't careful, could easily be as addictive as a drug. Thus, when she thought of Eleanor's relationship with him, she could understand where her mother's confidence in the matter came from. You're misunderstanding something. Huh. The women who were commenting looked at Victor. I don't plan on adding any outsiders to my clan. Only my family will be included. By family, I mean my wives, children, and parents. Huh. But what about our allies? Like the goddesses, fairies, etc. Violet asked. They don't need to be from my clan to be my allies. Right. Well, you're not wrong. But isn't it easier that way? Violet spoke. Right. And because of that, the leaders of the allied races will be married to Darling. Ruby spoke with a calculating smile. Sasha, Natasha, Violet, Agnes, and Scathach's faces twitched for a few seconds. They knew it. But they still didn't like the proposal. The vampires will be led by us. The 3 clans of vampire counts. And Victor as their progenitor. Haruna will lead the Yukai. The goddesses by Aphrodite. The werewolves for Leona. The humans for Mizuki. The fairies by Roxanne. The Gorgons by Medusa. And so on. Each race will have a female leader who will be Victor's wife. That way, everyone will be Alucard's family. Foo. Ruby smiled with a twinkle in her eye. Damn. She's so hot when she's like this. Victor thought with a slight smile on his face. Calm. The girls who were connected with him turned their heads toward Victor and stared at the man for a few seconds. Snorted. Then turned back to look at Ruby. I already said I don't like this shit. That means he has to marry unknown bitches. And even I have my tolerance limits. So don't blame me for turning these women to ashes. Agnes nodded in agreement with her daughter. Huh. Who said he needs to marry someone? Ruby's smile grew a little. But you just said that. Violet snapped. Use your brain. Violet. She spoke in a very serious tone. If a race is subordinate to one of the wives, he doesn't need to marry anyone. Huh. For example, if Agnes conquers a fire spirit race, the fire spirit queen doesn't need to marry Darling. Literally. All the women's eyes in the room started to glow blood red. They were determined. Why does she already think that the spirits in the picture will have a queen as their leader? Victor couldn't help thinking. I know a race of demons that I need to take care of, maybe. I should have a conversation with Lilith too. Morgana, who had been silent throughout the entire speech, began to speak. Can you beat Lilith? Jean asked. She's a demon goddess. And a progenitor. You know. Probably. I say this because I don't know what kind of benefit I will receive from Victor's bloodline. I assume it will be similar to what Kagaya experienced. That it will boost my current bloodline. But I wasn't a noble vampire originally. So I can't say. Morgana spoke. I think it won't be enough. Lilith is on the same level as a god king. You know. Well. She's not invincible. The proof of that is that Diablo is controlling her. And that plan to conquer the demons is more in the future when the war ends. Hopefully with the defeat of the demons. Interesting, maybe I should annihilate some angels. I feel like I can be the leader of the angels. It suits me better too. Jean spoke her thoughts aloud. That sounds like fun. Let me know when you guys decide to do that. And I'll come too. Scathach spoke. Okay. I will let you know. Jean and Morgana spoke at the same time. The girls broke out in a cold sweat when they saw the two being so casual about it. It was like they were going to buy food at the supermarket or something. Come to think of it, I know quite a few communities of supernatural beings. Agnes spoke aloud. Mother. We just need to get those races that are in the new city. Violet spoke. Oh. That's true. Agnes spoke. Mother, how about taming those demonic beasts? Sasha asked. And the answer she got from her mother was just a big smile. Followed by a question. Where are we going to put the beast? We can just leave them in the forest. But we will control everything and use them when necessary. Sasha spoke. I'll go talk to Victoria about it. Maybe Hecate has some magic to help with that. She's the only witch currently available after Arcane closed. Natasha said. Ruby had to contain her smile when she heard the girls' discussion. And she couldn't help but think. All according to plan. Good. Deciding it was a good time to continue the matter at hand. Victor looked at his maids. Back to the point. Do you accept? Yes. Medusa, Roberta, Maria, and Bruna said at the same time. No hesitation was seen in their eyes. Victor smiled broadly in satisfaction. Kagaya. Yes. Master. Kagaya approached the girls. And they were given various documents. Here. Your paperwork and wallet. When did you prepare this? Maria spoke. Since I became Master's wife. I needed to organize his clan and make it exist in reality. Kagaya spoke in a monotone. Victor rubbed his cheek. Due to my problems. I barely had time to think about my clan. He really appreciated having Kagaya by his side now. I know. So I'll take care of it for you. Master. That's a wife's job. As well as a maid's. Thank you for that. Victor thanked him sincerely. Sasha. Violet. Ruby. Agnes. Natasha. And even Skathich looked at Kagaya in cold sweats. Isn't she taking our position? The one who felt even more threatened was Violet. After all, that was the main wife's job. It was her job. But she couldn't do that because she literally had so much to do in those weeks. And now that she'd finished with that job, she was going to have to train non-stop. Thus having no time to help Victor. As if sensing Violet's concerns, Kagaya looked at the white-haired woman and spoke. Don't worry. Lady Violet. After all, I am a maid before a wife. Violet narrowed her eyes. She didn't like what she heard. Out of all the women present, Kagaya was the one she was closest to by far. But you are also his wife. Correct. So that job is in your charge. And you've done it splendidly. You don't need to tell me that. Victor opened his eyes slightly in shock. A shock that the other women present shared. She really grew up. The girls thought. Victor looked at Jean. And the blonde snorted in pride as if to say. Look at the queen I'm raising. She was looking at Violet as if she were her greatest creation. Queen. Looks like I have to think more deeply about this. My queen can't be weak. Victor looked at Violet with a violent crimson glow. If Violet weren't too focused on Kagaya right now, she would have realized what kind of hole she'd been thrown into when Jean and Victor's casual exchange took place. Victor looked at Sasha and Ruby, too, as the glint in his eyes intensified. And plans began to form in his head. He didn't just want a queen. For one simple reason. He understood that Violet sometimes couldn't see things. Things that only Ruby and Sasha could. Ruby. With her wit and cunning. Sasha. With her nobility. Her charisma. And her kindness. And Violet. With the strong leadership understanding as she demonstrated with Kagaya. And in the future. The power she would have. After all. Her personality made her more prone to evolve faster. The three were necessary and would be the three pillars if Victor wasn't here. And then there were their mothers. Victor looked at the older women. Agnes. Skathich. And Natasha are needed to deal with the darker matters. They are used to it after all. And they probably wouldn't let their daughters into that snake pit. Kagaya displayed a small smile and said. I know. But I still prefer being a maid. Only when Kagaya spoke those words again did Violet understand what she meant. Kagaya wanted to be a perfect maid. And she wouldn't give that up just because she married her master. She was a maid before a wife. A maid wife. Damn. Her maid fetish is extreme. Violet felt terrible for calling Kagaya's dedication a fetish. Which was why she didn't say those words out loud. Though she thought about it internally sometimes. Just do what you want. It's your right as a wife. Violet spoke. I will. Kagaya replied. After all. As my master's personal maid. I have to be with him 24 hours a day. Violet's eyes widened when she heard that. Why you? Violet pointed her finger at Kagaya as she trembled. She wanted to scream. Is this why you don't want to leave the position of maid? Is that it? This place is full of snakes and cunning foxes. Now that the maid part is over. Let's start the next ritual. Victor looked at his wives with genuine curiosity. He wanted to know what they were going to get. First. Agnes and Violet. Chapter 634. Agnes and Violet's changes. The mother and daughter of the Snow clan were in front of Victor. Looking at him with serious faces. You guys know the effects of the ritual. Right. Increases loyalty. We know. Violet spoke for Agnes. An effect that won't be a problem for us. After all. We're already loyal. And that's exactly the problem. With the Snow Clan's predisposition that further heightens emotions and your personalities, you will become too loyal. A loyalty you only see in maniacs or fanatics. Victor thought internally but didn't say it out loud. The reason? Because he didn't hate that extreme loyalty. In fact, he liked it a lot. For him, the crazier, the more insane and loyal, the better. Fumu. I really have some problems in my head. Ha 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 ha. Problem. That's a quality. King. Don't despise yourself. Alter Victor laughed insanely. After all, we like good women. You're right. Victor nodded in satisfaction. Wait. We. Indeed. I am your power after all. You are me. And I am you. Victor narrowed his eyes even more. Bruh. Are you seriously getting jealous of yourself? You're not me. Not completely. So yes. I'm jealous. Now I really do think you have a problem. Alter Victor grumbled and added. You don't have to be jealous. After all, I'm a genderless being. Despite identifying as male because, well, I'm you. But my interests are more aligned with struggle and power. After all, I am that part of your soul. The part that desires power above all else. Your ambition. Therefore, King, you have to get stronger. I want to feel that heady feeling again. That feeling when you use our power. Ha 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 ha. Victor pursed his lips internally. The quest for power never seemed to end. Of course not. This desire is in our instinct. We fight, war, shed blood, and grow stronger. We are the apex of our species. We are at the top of the food chain. Victor rolled his eyes and ignored Alter Victor's voice. Even though he agreed with him on some things. Most of them. Victor looked at Agnes. The ritual consists of giving my blood to you too. But you've already drunk my blood. So the blood is already in your bodies, at least in Violet's body. The older woman flinched a little at Victor's predatory gaze as she felt her insides heat up from that gaze. It was so intense. As it's been a while since I gave you my blood. Agnes. The blood has already mostly dissolved. So you need to drink more. Come here. Agnes looked at Victor for a few seconds in hesitation. But that hesitation died when her daughter nudged her arm. She looked at her daughter and saw her saying with her eyes. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. We don't have all day. Her lips squirmed a little. And she wondered how she could understand her daughter so well. Was it because they were so similar? With an almost imperceptible little sigh, she started walking towards Victor. With each step she took toward that man, she felt her heart beat faster. Like she was back in adolescence. A highly complex feeling. Because, after all, if it were Agnes as a teenager, she would have already kidnapped Victor, locked him in her basement, and made him her lover. And she wanted to do that. But she knew that if that happened, she would end up being the one sitting in the basement. Not Victor. After all, she could tell the man was quite strong in this kind of situation and could gain the upper hand easily. Although that situation is also welcome. She displayed an imperceptible small perverted smile as she imagined herself in a basement and Victor, taking care of her. Violet, Sasha, Natasha, and Ruby rolled their eyes as they felt Agnes' emotions and lust. It was pretty obvious what she was thinking. Focus. Agnes. Agnes opened her eyes wide when she heard Victor's voice. She had utterly forgotten that they could feel her emotions. I'm not used to having this connection with multiple people. She mumbled. Still embarrassed. Victor displayed a small smile. You're really hopeless. Then, Victor's body began to be covered by darkness again. And his armor changed into a black suit similar to the one he was wearing before. The girls looked at Kagaya with raised eyebrows. But when the maid felt the girl's gaze, she just smiled. A competent maid should know her master's wishes in any situation. And Kagaya knew everything there was to know about her master. She was indeed a hard-working maid. You always lost yourself easily when it came to things you liked. Victor gently hugged Agnes. Agnes' body trembled involuntarily when she heard those nostalgic words. Vic. It's like Vlad said. From the moment that event happened, he became a part of me. His life became mine. At least a part of it. What do you mean? Agnes' body shook even more. And she felt limp as she looked into Victor's violet eyes. I don't have Violet-related memories. As you know. Violet raised her eyebrow when she heard Victor say that. I wouldn't know what to do if I started seeing Violet as my daughter. So he didn't give me those memories. And I didn't fight for them either. Agnes was silent and didn't know how to react to this. It was all very confusing for her. The look he was giving. His gestures. His gentle voice. It was all the same with the man she once married. But while it was the same, it was also very different. The intensity in his gaze. The intensity in the feelings that made her feel overwhelmed. The willingness to not remain submissive to Agnes' authority but to face her as an equal. Was something else entirely. He was the same. But at the same time. Different. And it was confusing. I feel like I'm falling into that loop again. Why is everything complicated when it involves this man? Can't things be simpler? Agnes lowered her gaze. And frustration surged through her body. Unfortunately. Things were never simple. Not with Victor. Victor's gentle smile grew a little. And he hugged Agnes a little tighter than before. Thanks to his fight with Scathach. He could control his strength so as not to break the woman accidentally. Just look at it this way. Agnes looked up into Victor's eyes. I am Victor. And at some point in my life, I received the memories of the man known as Adonis. And I lived his life as if I were him. But even though I received those memories and feelings, I am still Victor. He slowly brought his face closer to Agnes. Agnes opened her eyes a little in realization when she heard Victor's words. And her heart beat faster when she saw his face getting closer. He's going to kiss me. Here. In front of everyone. Her thoughts were getting more chaotic and excited. But to Agnes's disappointment, he stopped inches away from her face and spoke. Take your time to think about it. I will always wait, but know that from the moment you decided to marry me, I will never let you get away from me. Agnes was delighted by Victor's possessive, gentle, and loving tone. Her feelings were in chaos at that moment. But all that chaotic rationality was thrown through the window when she saw Victor showing her his neck. Immediately her gaze turned blood red. Her fangs appeared. And she bit his neck. Tink. Sounds of two metals colliding were heard. Agnes felt pain in her teeth. The skin on his neck was very hard. Foo. Did you forget about how tough my body is now? You need more than that if you want to pierce my body. Victor chuckled in amusement. And his smile grew even wider when he saw Agnes's sulky look. You tricked me. But I didn't say you could bite me. He said with a shit-eating grin on his face. Seriously. This man is being very provocative. He is worse than Adonis. What did Aphrodite create? Fuck. Agnes began to get irritated at being denied something rightly hers. Victor chuckled in amusement as he felt Agnes' emotions. She really did have a severe case of bipolar disorder. Victor raised two of his fingers. And those two fingers changed to become sharp claws. And he pierced his neck. The strongest shield can only be pierced by the strongest spear. And in this case, the spear was the shield itself. His body became a deadlier weapon than before. Soon the smell of blood filled the entire room. All the vampires present took a big breath of air and unconsciously held their breath. It was a unanimous reaction. Everyone did it at the same time. That smell was just too delicious. They felt like they had been starving for several months. And the smell of food was suddenly experienced for the first time. It was intoxicating. And the most affected by this smell were Agnes and Violet, who were closest to Victor. Their brain literally became a white screen. And at that moment, the blood dripping from his neck was the only thing visible to them. Victor controlled his regeneration to prevent the hole he made in his own body from closing. A relatively easy feat. Since he'd gained this body, he could control his body much better alongside his racial abilities. Besides that, he could already shapeshift just as easily as Vlad. Come on, honey. Agnes wasted no time and started drinking the blood from Victor's neck. Victor closed his eyes and felt the blood in Agnes's body strengthen. Calm. So it begins. Victor's eyes began to glow blood red. That was Violet's reaction when she felt her body start to heat up. Something was happening inside her. That's enough. Agnes. Victor moved away from Agnes and let his body regenerate. Ah. Agnes hugged her body with both hands. And a red blush grew on her face as she looked at Victor with a lost, passionate, and possessive look. The same look that Violet was giving him now. Victor ignored that since he was very focused on his work right now. Just like he did with Kagaya. He was making his blood change the girl's ancestry. And since he was already somewhat proficient at it, thanks to Kagaya and the maids that he transformed into vampires, the effects did not take long to appear. Soon 2 pillars of fire burst from the 2 women and smashed against the roof's protection. Scathach and Victor narrowed their eyes. And both raised their hand at the same time. A resistant layer of ice then covered the entire place. And a transparent shield of ice was created where the girls were. The reason for the shield. The place was getting hotter with each passing second. Master and student looked at each other for a few seconds and smiled when they realized they had the same reaction. Did the same thing happen to you? Kagaya. Ruby asked. Yes. I couldn't control my power when the changes began. Kagaya raised her hand. And a ball of fire appeared in her hand. That's. Ruby and the girls next to her opened their eyes in shock. Correct. The bloodline of the Snow Clan. My master's blood enhanced it. So I can now use both the Blank Clan's shadows and the Snow Clan's fire. Scathach looked with interest at Kagaya's flames. That means Victor's blood increases the potential and potency of any bloodlines in the receiver. That is dangerous. Ruby quickly realized the dangers of this information if it were leaked out. Indeed. Now I understand why Victor didn't want to bring outsiders into the clan. Sasha commented. The girls nodded in agreement with Sasha. I guess we should have expected this since Victor isn't exactly a normal progenitor. After all, there has never been a progenitor in history that merged with a world tree. Jean spoke. The energy that sustains a planet can add many variables. This is uncharted terrain for us. Jean finished. I wonder how his bloodline will change us. Morgana commented with a maniacal look. If it empowers existing bloodlines, I hope my demonic side gets stronger. If that happens, I can use my illusions in battle. 2. Jean opened her mouth to deny such a possibility but closed it at the same instant as she realized that such a thing could really happen. After all, infernal beings are the opposite of gods. They are evil spirits. Which means that if an evil being has a child with a being of the night like a vampire, a natural hybrid will be born. And probably such an event can happen with the power of a progenitor as well. Jean thought. Power up the dormant bloodline. Huh. Natasha spoke with a twinkle in her eye. Are you thinking of our ancestor? Sasha asked. Yes. Natasha didn't deny it. I also had the same thoughts. If we could use the lightning spirit power more, we would become much stronger than before. Sasha spoke. Natasha just nodded her head. It's ending. Scathach spoke with a neutral look. The show of power lasted 2 full minutes. And when it was over, the 2 pillars of fire disappeared as if they never existed. Then Agnes and Violet appeared entirely without clothes. The way they came into the world. Noticeable changes were not seen. They looked the same. But if you looked closely, Agnes had a more refined appearance than before. She became more beautiful. And her golden eyes permanently changed to a blood-red hue. Her skin became less pale as well. And a glow of life could be perceived. In Violet's case, the change was even less imperceptible. After all, she was the one who drank Victor's blood the most. The changes had already been taking place slowly. But one thing was visible. Her eyes acquired an even more intense violet glow as her vampiric eyes were changed entirely. Victor narrowed his eyes when he looked at Violet. He could see that her feelings were far away. And when he saw Violet's gaze, that familiar violet glow, he opened his eyes wide. Violet. Violet's body shuddered. And she opened her eyes wide. Then, her eyes stopped emitting the violet glow and acquired a more neutral hue. The girls were taken aback by his sudden outburst but didn't say anything when they saw Victor's serious look. Why yes. Violet responded. Pull yourself together. Don't get caught up in the vision. Seeing Violet's stunned gaze, he spoke in a gentle but stern tone. Remember. This power is not perfect. And the future is always changing. Our decisions today affect tomorrow's future. Destiny is yet to be written. Yes. Agnes opened her eyes wide when she heard what Victor said. As she quickly looked at her daughter and saw her downcast expression. An expression she knew very well. Don't tell me. Her face was horrified at the mention of this cursed power. And she asked worriedly. What did you see? Violet. The silhouette of a man with angel wings and the horns and tail of a demon. A serious look appeared on everyone's faces. I couldn't see everything because Darling woke me up. An angel-demon hybrid. Morgana spoke. It is possible. But it should be impossible. The primordial responsible for balance will not allow such an existence to be born. Not to mention that a being cannot contain positive energy and negative energy in excess. Jean spoke. Another silence fell over the place. We'll think about it later. Victor took the lead in the situation. The girls looked at Victor. Kagaya. Take care of their clothes. Yes. Master. I already have everything prepared here. 2 pieces of clothing appeared in Kagaya's hand. And she walked toward Agnes and Violet. Agnes. Yes. Report everything I told you about my power to Violet. She will need to know. Are you sure? Yes. She must understand her lineage. To think that cursed power was awakened in my daughter. Agnes grumbled. Can you guys stop talking like I'm not here? Violet snorted. Agnes looked at her daughter. Specifically her eyes. And to make matters worse. Her power must be stronger than Adonis at the time because she is not weakened like him. So her power to see the future probably only loses to Victor's. And that's bad. Extremely bad. Dealing with time and fate is something mortals shouldn't mess with. Or it will unleash a lot of shit we don't want to deal with. Agnes squeezed her hand tightly. She would teach her daughter as strictly as possible since she didn't want her to use that power carelessly. Victor didn't say anything. But he agreed with Agnes. Part of him also thought that power was cursed. But another felt that power was power. It just depended on who used it and how it was used. But these 2 parties agreed never to use this power to see the future. Why? There were several reasons. But the main thing was. He didn't like spoilers. And that power was unstable. The future visions that Adonis received were perfect and always happened. But they always happened because Adonis didn't have the power to change that future. But Victor was different. He had this power. And with his actions, he could change the future. Whatever it was. But the problem was. From the moment you know that X situation could happen. That situation would definitely occur. That is. By envisioning this future. The timeline would converge to that situation. And it would become more challenging to change that X thing from happening. Fortunately. The girls burning down the royal capital can be avoided thanks to me knowing about this vision from Adonis' memories. But this vision clearly taught me the dangers of this power. There was a saying. Don't mess with time and space. Something Victor learned from watching movies. Every time beings messed with time and space. Shit got more complicated than they should be. Time paradoxes. Timelines that shouldn't exist. Other worlds being created by messing with time. Enemies of the future that came to the past because someone messed with time. Victor didn't want to deal with that shit. The Scarlet Speedster taught Victor something. Don't mess with time. Or time will fuck you up in every possible way imaginable. Wait. Violet saw that man. Right. Of angel's wings. And demon horns and tail. Fuck. Victor just realized the shit he was in for now. Maybe because I knocked her out of the vision. We can avoid that. Victor wasn't optimistic about this situation. Sighing visibly. He thought about leaving the problem for later because he had to deal with the issues of the present. Not the future. So he said. Next. Natasha and Sasha. Chapter 635. Sasha and Natasha changes. Chapter 635. Sasha and Natasha's changes. Natasha and Sasha Fulgur were standing in front of Victor with neutral gazes. I will start. Victor's eyes began to glow blood red. And he focused on his blood in the 2 women's bodies. The 2 groaned as they felt something shifting inside them. And when that feeling started to amplify. Just like Violet and Agnes. They lost control of their power. Rumble. Rumble. Lightning started coming out of their bodies and began erratically striking the area around them. Expecting something similar, the girls didn't leave from behind the shield that Scathach and Victor created. What about Victor? Who was close to the explosions of power? Well, that power couldn't damage him. He didn't even feel anything, to tell you the truth. The golden glow started to get brighter, and the feeling of power began to rise along with the light's intensity. My eyes. Morgana grumbled. She could feel her retinas aching. Roberta, who was watching this event, also had to turn away and looked at the 10 girls she'd summoned. The appearance of these 10 girls, put simply, was exotic. They had reptilian eyes and scaly skin ranging from yellow, red, green, and dark blue. In addition, they had hair that contained several snakes. And on top of that, they wore tribal clothing. They were utterly different from Roberta when she used Medusa's power, which was expected. After all, Medusa was not a normal Gorgon. You can go back if you want. The Gorgon girls looked at each other and nodded. We will head back. Call us if you need us. Lady Roberta, the woman who had yellow scaly skin, spoke. I will. Roberta smiled gently. A magic circle appeared underneath Roberta, and soon the girls began to disappear. I'm curious. What is this magic circle? Morgana asked. Calling it a magic circle is incorrect. I am not using magic. So what is it? Ruby asked. I am invoking my subordinates through a link that only we have. The redhead and the succubus were silent for a few seconds until Scathach broke the silence. I see. Medusa gave her blessing to the girls. Right. As expected of a master. You have sharp eyes. Roberta exhibited a small smile and began to explain. Master Scathach is correct. Even as a spirit, Medusa is still a goddess. A low-level goddess, but a goddess nonetheless. She can bless her own kind and create a link with that blessing, allowing her to summon our subordinates. Therefore, it is more correct to say that this is a technique derived from our concept. That is, it is divine power, not magic, like the witch's use. The girls nodded as they remained silent. It took a while for Roberta's words to sink in. I have a question. Roberta, did you plan to reveal this secret? I did. Medusa was against that idea. Kagaya, Maria, Bruna, and Eve narrowed their eyes. Don't look at me like that. It's hard to trust someone when you've previously been betrayed so deeply. The maid's eyes softened a little. They knew of Medusa's myth, and upon thinking about it, they began to understand Medusa's reasons for being silent. I presume Medusa held no ill will towards my master. Right. She didn't bear him ill will. In fact, she admired him. After all, he was one of the few who offended a Titan goddess like Aphrodite. Something she couldn't do at the time. Oh, that happened. Ruby had already forgotten about that incident. Indeed. Medusa started to observe Victor more closely from that moment on. Roberta spoke in a nostalgic tone and continued later. Everyone has a right to their secrets. Medusa and I are no different. Since we are an endangered species, staying silent and hidden is the best choice. Even now, those 10 women live on an island isolated from everyone. The girls just nodded. They understood Roberta's motives and understood that Roberta wouldn't harm Victor and that the older woman was very fond of him. But it was still a complicated feeling that she hid this military power all this time. Don't think about nonsense, girls. Scathach began to speak in a neutral tone. It doesn't matter if she hid the Gorgons or not. That was Medusa's right as a progenitor. She protected her race. And nothing would have changed even if those girls had come sooner. Victor would do the same things he's always done. He is very independent and irresponsible. Although that small defect has improved with time. And he relies on us more now. Scathach ended. The girls realized that Scathach's words contained many truths. Roberta, Medusa were just protecting their race. Roberta smiled softly. She really admired the influence Scathach had on the girls. So what happened? Violet asked. The girls looked at Agnes. Violet. And Kagaya. It's nothing. What were you doing? Ruby asked as she noticed that Agnes and Violet wore an outfit similar to each other. My mom was just bugging me about something pointless. Violet snorted. Agnes' eyes glinted dangerously at Violet. Violet squirmed as she felt the killing intent of her mother. You will listen to me on this, Violet. Or I will tell Victor. And I guarantee he agrees with me on this matter. Violet shivered visibly. She looked like a child caught doing something bad. Humph. That doesn't scare me. I guarantee my darling won't do anything to harm me. So you want to go without sex that badly? Huh. Violet's eyes opened wide. And her body shook in horror. Witch. You dare threaten me with that? I guarantee I will make it so that Victor will not touch you for a month. Violet's eyes were wide with pure disbelief. She couldn't believe that her mother would use such a low method to get her to behave. When Violet thought about going a month without that addictive pleasure, her body shuddered again. This time in denial. She wouldn't accept this ending. Fine. I will behave myself. Yumu. That's a good girl. A vein bulged on Violet's head when she saw her mom's smug face. Tisk. Don't think I accepted it because of your threat or something. I was already planning not to use it carelessly. I just wanted to upset you. Another vein bulged on Violet's head when she saw her mother's face, which alluded to the fact that she didn't believe any of the words that came out of Violet's mouth just now. Jean and Morgana, who didn't have a good time with Victor yet, just reacted as if they couldn't understand why she was so horrified. The maids didn't say anything. They were within Victor's shadow when the man subdued the strongest female vampire. So they could understand why Violet reacted so intensely. Isn't that a very cruel punishment? Agnes. Jean and Morgana were stupefied that Scathach actually found this a cruel punishment. Scathach found it a cruel punishment. Scathach. The woman with training that would make Spartans cry in fear. Humph. I know my daughter very well. She has the brain of a chicken. If I say something today, tomorrow she will forget it. Oh why? Before Violet could say anything, an explosion was heard, which caused the entire group to look at the noise. And all they saw was bright golden light. As the light began to fade, everyone could see Natasha and Sasha as they came into the world. Both of them had stunned looks on their faces. Victor stared at the two women for a few seconds, looking for some kind of trouble. Oh. His smile grew a little as his gaze fell on Sasha. As with Violet and Agnes, the two didn't have drastic changes in their external appearance. Instead, they just acquired permanent blood-red eyes and became prettier. Like their beauty was refined. It seems that increased beauty and blood-red eyes were the main characteristics of my clan. The reason Victor thought that was that all the beings he transformed had permanent blood-red eyes. And after gaining the blessing of Aphrodite and merging with Roxanne, the beings he transformed began to become more beautiful. Calm. Kagaya. I'm already here. Kagaya spoke before Victor could finish. As expected of you. Victor smiled gently. Kagaya displayed a small, proud smile. And soon two changes of clothes appeared in her hands. How are you feeling? I feel more powerful. I feel that my power output has increased dramatically. Natasha answered. I feel that way too. Agnes nodded. The girls didn't react much to this information, although it was shocking for an elder vampire to gain so much power. They just took it as expected. It was the effect of being close to Victor. Why do I feel heavy? Sasha turned her head in confusion. Scathach appraised the two women with eagle eyes. I think that might be. When Victor finished speaking, he took a step and vanished, reappearing in front of Sasha and giving her a light punch in the stomach. Cough. Sasha felt her breath go away for a few seconds. Vic. Natasha unconsciously screamed at such an event. What are you doing? As expected, Victor and Scathach spoke at the same time. Look closely at Sasha. Natasha. Agnes spoke. Natasha listened to what Agnes said and looked at her daughter. What she found surprised her. Sasha was completely fine. She just reacted as if she was out of breath unconsciously. But she didn't suffer any harm. Just for context, I didn't use all my physical strength in this attack. Instead, I attacked lightly. But even if this attack were light, it would have usually sent a vampire like Sasha flying several meters away. and she would be out of breath for a few seconds. But nothing happened to her. Scathach completed. Which means her father's lineage was improved. And she gained more endurance. Victor added. It also proves that if I turn existing noble vampires into members of my clan, my bloodline will only strengthen what they already have. And not add something new like the maids who were once human. Or another species. I wonder why that happens. Victor thought. Natasha was silent for a few seconds as she thought. Father. Did Sasha have a father? Wasn't Victor Sasha's father? She was confused for a few seconds. This woman forgot who Sasha's father was. Natasha closed her eyes and tried to search her memories. But all she could think of was Victor. Her sister. Sasha. And her future children. Yep. I can't remember him. There were other ways to test that. You know. Sasha grumbled. Yes. I know. But this was the most efficient. Victor's smile grew. Sasha grumbled about abusive husbands. You will pay for this. I will kick your ass in training. Foo. That will be fun. Tisk. Sasha had forgotten that threatening Victor would only get him excited. Kagaya decided to appear at that moment and offered the clothes to Sasha. The golden-haired blonde accepted the clothes and thanked the maid. Does she have the same level of endurance as you? Natasha asked after sighing in relief over the sudden event. The thought of Victor harming one of them never crossed her mind. She knew he did it for a reason. But she felt a little ashamed of having entertained such a thought for a few seconds. Looks like I need to improve my woman in love mentality. I can't lose to Violet or even Agnes. She thought. Impossible. My resistance is fueled not only by her father's lineage but also by my progenitor blood and Roxanne. That is, he is using cheat codes. So there is no point in comparing her with a cheater. Violet groaned. Victor displayed a strained smile as he scratched his cheek. Receiving the changes of clothes from Kagaya and thanking maid, Sasha asked. Could it be that my father's bloodline was also improved? What was your father's lineage? Victor asked. It was a low-level bloodline that heightened one's perception of time, allowing members of his bloodline to see things much slower and in more detail. They were a merchant clan because of this bloodline. I can understand that. This power is instrumental in the hands of an experienced politician. And because of that, when I want to understand someone's body language, I use that power a lot. Victor thought. Oh. You mean the thing I experience when I use lightning? And time seems to slow down. Victor asked while thinking internally. I never thought it was a bloodline. But rather it was something that came with the power of lightning. Victor. Yes. That was my father's lineage. My mother hand-picked him so her next children would be born with better potential. After all, that power combined very well with the lightning of the Fulgur clan. In the past, the way my mother used lightning wasn't the same way we use it today. The reason was that she didn't have the advantage that we have. She used her power more brutally. She didn't focus on constant speed like us but on explosive speed and lightning power. Victor spoke. Yes. Victor fell into thought as he watched Sasha and Natasha dress themselves. Perception. A thought popped into Victor's head. Victor waited until Natasha was fully dressed before he spoke. Natasha. Get ready. I said. Get ready. Rumble. Rumble. Lightning covered Victor's body. And soon he disappeared from sight. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Natasha. His arm hitting the air, near Natasha's face. What was that speed? She asked in shock. She was taken entirely by surprise. Even though she could barely react in time. Victor ignored Natasha's question and spoke. With that, we have our answers. Your perception has been enhanced too. The reason? You previously wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack in your base form. You'd have had to enter vampire count form for that. Natasha and Sasha looked at Victor speechlessly. Isn't he getting too ruthless lately? As if they were dealing with Scathach. Wait. Scathach. The two Fulgurs looked at Scathach with accusing eyes. What? It's your fault. The two spoke at the same time. Scathach looked at them in confusion. You made him ruthless. He would have never attacked us like that before. The two said. Scathach had the decency to turn her face away and whistle. Scathach. Ah. I just convinced him that love hurts. So he needed to be stricter with the people he loved. Or they would get weak. And the incident with his parents just convinced him of that thought. This crazy woman. What did you do? Return our kind Victor. Sasha snapped. Right. Right. Give him back. Stop talking like I stole something. Scathach snapped back. Master. Won't you stop this? They are just toying with each other. So even though I agree with Scathach's thinking about being stricter, I will only do that in training. So they get stronger. And those 2 attacks I did on the girls wouldn't have done any damage to them. They're stronger than you think. Kagaya just nodded and continued to watch everything in silence while in her head. She thought. Respect. I think this is Victor's way of respecting Sasha's efforts. He doesn't want to treat her like a fragile little girl since it would disrespect the heiress's efforts. The same applied to Natasha. The woman is a countess. And she is not fragile. Soon Victor's voice was heard again. Next. Jean. Morgana. And Ruby. Chapter 636, Ruby. Jean. And Morgana's changes. An ex-succubus. Ex-saint. And a vampire noble heiress were looking at Victor. I may be exaggerating. But isn't Jean already very strong? She could fight Scathach easily. Right. Violet spoke while looking at this scene. Oh. Who can fight me? Violet shuddered slightly at Scathach's gaze but didn't try to hide it and continued. You heard. Right. She's the guardian of the universal tree. She's basically an unheralded primordial entity. Don't casually compare someone to these entities. Yes. Jean is strong. But I don't think she is on the level of these beings. Plus. She also lacks something fundamental. Agnes spoke. What is she missing? Violet asked. She's like Victor. Isn't she? Sasha joined the conversation. Yes. Agnes confirmed. Like darling. You mean she has a lot of power? And her body can't handle it? Violet spoke. Yes. Sasha confirmed. Jean's original form is spiritual. Much like the gorilla. Her flesh limits her ability to use her full power but enables her to have a life. Scathach explained. Jean really is in a privileged and cursed position. Natasha said. What do you mean? Mother. Sasha asked. For her to be somebody related to a primordial entity that keeps existence itself alive. She will live forever. She literally cannot die. Natasha continued. In a way. She has true immortality because no matter how she dies, she will simply return to the being that maintains all life in existence. Agnes added. That is her blessing and, at the same time, her curse. She has trouble forming bonds because her lifespan is longer than even the gods. Scathach spoke. Don't gods live forever? Violet asked. Yes. But they can still die. Meanwhile, Jean is free from life and death. I believe she can only truly die if her soul is completely destroyed. But even that feat is incredibly difficult. After all, as a guardian, her soul is linked to a primordial entity. Oh. Violet now understood how privileged Jean was. Back on topic. With a body of flesh, Jean can have a life. Which means she can have children, a family, etc. Something her original form couldn't do. Scathach continued. As the highest level spirit, she could only have something normal with gods or other high level spirits. For example, elemental spirits. Actually, this is just speculation. After all, Jean's existence is of a much higher caliber than even the gods themselves. Probably only the primordial gods of each pantheon could relate to her. Scathach thought. I see. And because of that, she's going to do this. Violet spoke. Of course not. Scathach refuted. She's just doing this because she likes Victor and wants to get closer to him. Can't you see her look of a woman in love? Violet looked at Jean. And seeing the look in the blonde's eyes. A look she knew all too well. She just sighed. In response to your cheeky claim that she's stronger than me. Violet cringed when she heard what Scathach said. The redhead ignored Violet and continued. Jean definitely has more raw power than I do. She's similar to Victor in that. And I recognize that. But She's a disaster in everything else. Even Victor is better than her in some ways. The girls remained silent as they listened to Scathach and looked at the event in front of them. Just like before, Victor started turning girls into members of his clan. An icy aura surrounded Ruby. A green aura surrounded Jean. And a malevolent, dark red aura surrounded Morgana. The power the three women were giving off was incredible. Especially Jean. Scathach continued. Ever since she turned into a vampire, she's never trained again. After all, she didn't have to worry about anything with Vlad around. She may have regained her memories of who she was and how to use her power. But her use of that power is definitely not refined, neither is her control over it smooth. She probably never needed to train either. Like it or not, her power, even without training, is enough to face most beings. All she's needed so far were her instincts. Scathach stopped her smile from growing. Seriously. Ever since I met Victor, strong people have been appearing like fruits you can find anywhere. Being by his side was the best decision I ever made. After all, things never get boring around him. Scathach continued to point out Jean's flaws. She lacks the basics. She lacks discipline. She lacks a lot. And until she fully masters these aspects, she can never defeat me. Even if she has more power than I do. Even Agnes, and especially Natasha, could trounce Jean now. I would just have to attack fast enough and not let her use her energy. With my speed. That's easy. Natasha spoke casually. In my case, I think it would be easier. My fire is the weakness of her mortal body. I'd just need to attack with fire and use Fafnir's blade to finish her off. After all, her energy can nullify my fire. At least Agnes thought so. As it was an energy that came directly from a primordial. She was going with the mindset that everything she did would be useless if it took too long. In other words, speed was the answer. And that's us using our base form. If the battle were to get more heated, we could use our vampire count forms. Natasha added. Violet and Sasha didn't know how to react to that. A battle between high-level beings is not all about power levels. Having more power than your opponent doesn't guarantee victory. What good is having a power equivalent to several nuclear bombs if you can't control or do what you want with that power? What's the use of having so much power if you can't apply that power to another aspect like martial arts or something similar? Scathach assumed her teacher's tone. That doesn't mean that Jean is weak or anything like that. On the contrary. She can obliterate an arrogant god king like Zeus from the face of the planet easily. After all, the man is very careless. And if Jean lands a hit at the right time and without hesitation. Goodbye. God King. That's the potential of the energy she carries. But cautious gods like Odin, Indra, and Amaterasu can absolutely defeat her. These gods have a lot of hidden tricks they use in battle. And Jean is very straightforward. She doesn't know how to play dirty. Although, even these gods would have trouble facing Jean head-on in her spirit form. The energy that primordial entities use is much purer than the divinity of a god that derives directly from negative and positive conceptual entities. Scathach thought. And even with that, the analysis of the fight she imagined would still leave Jean at a disadvantage. She was the perfect example of being with a lot of power but not knowing how to use that power properly. But despite not fully mastering that power, it would still be troublesome to fight if you let her use too much. I also didn't think about the fact that her mortal body has some ability to withstand that kind of energy as well. Scathach thought. But, for all the speculation Scathach was making right now, she was sure of one thing. All these flaws can be corrected easily with training. And when the time comes when she masters everything, she will become a terrifying existence. Scathach's smile grew. It seemed that she had to keep an eye on the blonde. Not just the blonde. Scathach's eyes went to her daughter and Morgana. Calm. My daughter will take a while to put up a satisfying fight for me. But, Morgana, with that energy level, I definitely have to keep an eye on her. You speak as if you've seen them fight before. Violet spoke. I haven't seen it myself. But I've seen accounts of their struggles through other gods in my travels. With only rumors. You can imagine how the fight went. For an experienced warrior, This is possible since the fight between two beings hardly changes in its essence. Only the scale of the battle becomes bigger. Yeah. I call bullshit. Violet and Sasha thought at the same time. The conversation was going to continue. But they stopped when the power emanating from the three women began to wane. And soon, the women were seen. And as a repeat of previous events, they were as they came into the world. This time, Kagaya didn't say anything or wait for the order. Instead, she simply walked up to the three women and offered them clothes. The three women awoke from their stupor, accepted the clothes Kagaya offered, and started getting dressed. And as they dressed, the surrounding group looked at them with appraising eyes. As expected, Ruby and Jean did not undergo significant changes. The two got prettier, and their eyes turned on a permanent red color. The reason for not including Morgana in this? Well, because she was the one who changed the most. Externally speaking, Morgana's demonic features became more prominent. Her tail grew a bit longer, and her horns took on a black hue. Just like the girls, she became even prettier than she already was. And she had an erotic charm that invoked other beings' lust. Her appearance became decidedly more deadly to men. Is this the effect of a high-level succubus with traces of Aphrodite's influence? Victor thought. One way to describe Morgana now would be devilishly sexy. Finishing getting dressed, Morgana looked at Victor with explicit desire on her face and a seductive smile. She wasn't hiding anything anymore. And those red eyes with black scleras watched the man as if she wanted to eat him here and now. Holy fuck. Victor muttered as he looked at Morgana in disbelief. He quickly approached her and felt all over her body as if he was looking for something. She moaned seductively when she felt his hands on her body. Bonk. Ouch. Morgana held the top of her head, looked at whoever hit her, and saw Jean's neutral face. No horny. Behave. Can't you see he's being serious? Morgana pouted and snorted. What happened? Victor. Ruby asked. As expected. Victor muttered in disbelief. The entire time he touched Morgana, he felt her very soul. Stop the suspense. And spit it out. Violet didn't like the thriller genre. She's become a perfect demon-vampire hybrid. Everyone thought they heard wrong. No. It's wrong to call her a hybrid. It's not as simple as having half of each race in one soul. Her demonic and vampiric sides are perfectly melded together, working in sync, and changed into something totally new. She's transformed into a new race. Victor pulled away from Morgana and looked at her with pure shock written all over his face. Because of that, she underwent so many changes. Her demonic and vampiric sides merged and turned her into a demonic vampire. She is a completely new breed of creature. The first to awaken from her shock was Scathach. Victor. Are you absolutely sure about what you're saying? Yes. Her soul has completely changed. It is not an exaggeration to say that she has just been reborn. Victor responded with the same seriousness as Scathach. Scathach was silent, thinking about what she had just heard. Wait. Does this mean I can use my demonic powers more efficiently? Morgana asked with happiness welling up in her heart. Probably. Theoretically speaking, you definitely can use demonic power more efficiently. You can probably do much more than you did before. But not everything is rosy. Theoretically speaking, you might have acquired the weakness of both races as well. The fire, the sunlight, and the magic of the vampire hunters. As well as artifacts of light that are used to kill demons. The two races are quite similar. It's not an exaggeration to say that they have similar weaknesses. What worries me the most is that these weaknesses might have gotten stronger due to the fusion. Stronger as? Ruby asked. For example, if someone strikes a match near her, will she be burned like a fragile piece of paper? Morgana shuddered as she swallowed hard. That's not possible. Right. Not even noble vampires aren't so weak against fire. After all, we are alive. And since we are living beings, we can acquire resistance to the element that harms us. Just look at Scathach. The other day, Agnes released a fireball at her. And she just laughed like she wasn't hurt. Victor was silent. Morgana started sweating like a pig about to be slaughtered now. The happiness of being able to use demonic power to use her old techniques in all their glory was thrown into space now. Noticing Morgana's fear, Victor said, "As I said, I'm not sure. You are a new race created from my progenitor blood. So it is quite likely that my influences have lessened your body's weakness. But it is hard to say. Tests are required." Those words didn't comfort her one bit. "Hoo. Don't worry. Regardless of whether the weaknesses have gotten stronger or not. It's nothing that training can't fix." Victor smiled. Gently. Morgana, for the first time in her life, was in equal measure delighted and, at the same time, terrified by such a beautiful smile. What complicated feelings. Chapter 637, Subspecies. Darling. I think the correct term is not a new race. Ruby began to speak while looking at Morgana as if she were a lab rat. A look that made Morgana unconsciously cringe. "Oh. What do you mean?" Victor asked. "You know about the ghouls in the Adrastella clan. Correct?" Ruby spoke. "Yes." "Oh." Victor now understood what Ruby was hinting at. "Is she a noble vampire subspecies?" "Yes. If she were a new race. As you said. She would have become the progenitor of that race just like Medusa. But she didn't. So I believe it's more accurate to say that she is a subspecies of vampires just like clan Adrastella and ghouls." Ruby confirmed. "A progenitor is the beginning of an entire race and the subspecies derived from it. Morgana was born from you. A progenitor of vampires since she evolved when she came into contact with your bloodline. So it is fair to say that you created a new subspecies of noble vampires derived from demons." Scathach added. Victor made sounds as if he was thinking about something. Then, he approached Morgana again and watched her closely. This time, he carefully observed the core of Morgana's soul. Something he hadn't paid attention to before because he was very excited about his discovery. "This is." Victor opened his eyes wide when he saw Morgana's soul core. "What did you see?" Ruby asked with a serious face. "You know that the core of the soul is usually unchanging. Correct?" Victor spoke. "Huh." Ruby didn't understand. "For example, the species you were when you were born is what your soul core represents. Even if you changed race through outside influence, 1% of what you were before would still remain. And that 1% contains all the information like external appearance, personality, etc. Look at Maria, for example," Victor said as he pointed to Maria. The girls looked at the maid. "Me." Maria pointed to herself. Victor approached Maria and started touching maid, investigating her soul. She was a human who, due to Sasha's mistake, became a ghoul. When that happened, her soul was 1% human, 99% ghoul. When I turned her into vampire noble, the percentages became 1% human, 1% ghoul, and 98% vampire noble. Because of that 1% ghoul that still existed in her soul, she can use the powers she had when she was a ghoul. And since ghouls are a subspecies of vampire, it is correct to say that this 1% became Maria's bloodline. Because of that, this power did not weaken as it did with Morgana's demonic powers, as Morgana was a demon who became a noble vampire, not a member of the vampiric subspecies. Maria's power grew stronger because it merged with her noble vampire side, thus creating a new bloodline, allowing her to create and control new members of the subspecies of vampire known as ghouls. Looking closely at the core of Maria's soul, Victor spoke. "As expected. It's the same," he muttered in realization. Her soul became entirely one of a noble vampire. Her human and ghoul sides merged completely with her noble vampire side. "I wonder what caused the change. She wasn't like that before. Was it because of my influence or because she got stronger? You guys know about the nature of demons, right? Demons are creatures born in hell through the bad parts of the soul of a mortal. We cannot die because we are already dead. So when someone kills a demon without using its weakness, it will return to the hell it belongs to." Morgana spoke. "Correct. Because of this nature, it is more accurate to say that demons are something similar to evil spirits. Similar to the gods in essence. After all, if you remove the concept of a god, all that would remain would be a high-level spirit. Victor remained silent for a few seconds to allow the girls to absorb the things he said. He then continued. Now comes the interesting part. Vampires and demons are the same in essence. What do you mean by that? Sasha asked. He means we're evil. On the same dark side of the scale. Ruby spoke. And soon her eyes fluttered open. Seems you've understood. Ruby. What happened here was the same thing with Vivian. Only through a different method. Natasha said that Vivian was born of a god and a fairy. She is a demigod. And such an existence only came to be born without problems due to the very nature of the gods. Being that they are technically high-level spirits. Because of that, she is a perfect hybrid. You are right but wrong at the same time. Victor spoke. The cases are similar. But the circumstances are completely different. Morgana came into existence as a demon and subsequently gained the mortal flesh called a vampire through Vlad. When she absorbed my bloodline. What happened was this. Her vampiric side absorbed her demon side. Making her a new subspecies of vampire. A demonic vampire. She is not a hybrid like Vivian. But a noble vampire who subsumed the traits of a demon and took that power for herself. Much like what happened to Clan Adrastella. Ruby. Scathach. Natasha. Jean. And Agnes opened their eyes wide as they realized the consequences of what Victor had just said. I heard everything and understood nothing. Violet spoke. Same here. Sasha also spoke. I gave up halfway through. Morgana added with a proud smile. Violet and Sasha just rolled their eyes. Put simply and easily to understand. My bloodline forced your vampire side to subsume your demonic side. And in doing so, you acquired the full characteristics of your demonic side without suffering any kind of damage because your core, that represents you, was merged seamlessly. Essentially speaking, you have been reborn as a pure vampire noble. You are no longer 1% demon and 99% noble vampire but a complete vampire noble with the traits of a demon. Victor explained. Just like Maria. Only a little different. After all, Maria completely absorbed her ghoul and human sides. She's become a 100% pure noble vampire. And her ghoul powers became something like a lineage and not traits from another race like members of the Adrastella clan and Morgana. Is this because ghouls are closer as a species to noble vampires? After all, if we're going to talk about hierarchy, ghouls are even lower than vampire slaves. Yes. This is definitely my fault. Is it because of my blood? I think it's more likely than my influence. After all, blood has a clearer result. I should check the other girls too. And Nero. Just in case. Victor thought. This isn't as simple as being reborn or anything like that. Darling. Your blood basically replicated what Clan Adrastella did. But in a very short time frame. You basically skipped over 2,000 years worth of evolution in just a few seconds. And in that way, you achieved the same result that Clan Adrastella had. Eleanor will cry blood if she hears about this. Ruby finished explaining. That was why the women who understood what Victor said were shocked. Victor once again broke their common sense. Morgana just looked at Victor and Ruby as if they were speaking incomprehensible words to her. Yes. She still didn't understand anything. Just like Violet didn't either. Just think that your vampire noble side has become you entirely after absorbing your demonic side. Thus creating a new subspecies of vampire nobles derived from my blood. Oh. Now I get it. Morgana and Violet spoke at the same time. Victor just facepalmed. He thought it was adorable. But it also gave him a headache at the thought of having to explain it to the two of them later. Wait. 2. Victor looked at Sasha. Seeing Victor's gaze, the blonde snorted. I already understood after the second explanation. I'm not as slow as Violet and Morgana. Oh why? What do you mean by that? Bitch. Violet and Morgana spoke at the same time. You heard me. Or are you going deaf? Sasha snorted. What? You want to fight? Morgana snapped. Let's fight. Violet screamed. When Sasha was going to say something to try to reduce the tension she had created, she heard from Victor. No violence. Just use words. Okay. Violet and Morgana readily agreed. Wait. Vic. You have to help me here. Victor just smiled kindly at Sasha and didn't say anything. UGHH. Sasha groaned in frustration. Tisk. The dumb blonde is no biggie. She had to ask Victor for help. Morgana spoke. A vein bulged on Sasha's head. Who are you calling a dumb blonde? Bitch. Jean. Agnes. And Natasha just shook their heads when they saw this scene. Tisk. This feat just opens the door to a bunch of shit. If demons really are like gods, does that also mean demons can acquire concepts? Something like famine, plague, etc. Ruby spoke. I don't think that's possible. Jean said. Ruby looked at Jean. Although they are similar, gods are different from demons. And it's not about them being good or anything like that, but because their very existence is conducive to encroaching their will upon a concept, whether that concept is positive or negative. On the other hand, demons are just the remains of a complete soul that split in two and was thrown into heaven and hell. A demon cannot harbor a concept until its soul is complete. What if they have a complete soul? Ruby spoke. Jean opened her mouth to say something but closed it. For example, Morgana. She is no longer just any demon that was an incomplete soul. Vlad gave her a mortal body and a complete soul by turning her into a noble vampire. And Victor gave her the potential he had in his bloodline. You're pretty smart. Huh. Yes. What you said is likely to happen. But only in the case of Morgana. But even if she turns into a god upon encroaching upon a concept, she will be a vampire god. Not a demonic god like Lilith. Because essentially speaking, she's not a demon anymore, but a noble vampire. Huh. Ruby spoke. Correct. Jean spoke. After a few more seconds of silence, Ruby sighed in relief. That's good. I wouldn't know how to deal with demons turning into god-like beings. That's a lot of shit I do not want to deal with. You overthink things, Ruby. You don't have to deal with everything that happens in the world either. I don't want to deal with everything that happens in the world either. It's too much work. Huh. I just want to make plans and countermeasures for all sorts of species and entities to protect my family. Jean opened her eyes wide. And seconds later, she displayed a small gentle smile. If that's the case, I can help you. I gained a lot of knowledge in my travels. Ruby opened her eyes a little. She didn't expect those words, but they were welcome. So she smiled gently and said, Thanks. You're welcome. You are my family now. After all, Victor, Scathach, Agnes, and Natasha, who were nearby, just looked at this exchange with gentle smiles. This kind of interaction was quite lovely to see. Mainly on Scathach's and Victor's part. The two liked to see Ruby getting along with other people, which was rare due to her cold nature and being a person of few words. Sasha, Violet, and Morgana didn't see this because they were arguing with each other in the background. Chapter 638, Changes completed. And Yandere Goddess. Ruby and Jean. How are you feeling? Ruby awoke from her thoughts and looked at Victor. Then, when his question registered in her mind, she spoke. I don't know. I don't feel much different. Ruby said. Me neither. Jean spoke. Unlike Morgana, my spirit is too high a level for your power as a progenitor to affect it. The only thing that has changed is that my mortal flesh has become stronger and more resistant. Oh. What is it? Victor asked. The influence of the Heavenly Father's blessing has greatly diminished. In fact, the power has been completely erased. Jean raised her hand, and a green orb of energy was created in her hand. It's become much easier to use my energy now. Jean smiled widely. I also feel some energies inside of me that have gotten stronger than before, focusing on those feelings. She saw a warm and kind flame, Hestia's blessing. It seems that the more I see him as my family, the stronger the blessing becomes. Well, isn't that bad? Victor asked, not knowing what to comment. Not really. The Heavenly Father's blessing only gave me a few things. And if I were going to use the blessing as extensively as I did in the demon invasion, I'd need his permission, which he usually only gives when it comes to hellish creatures or sinners who have committed much evil. Oh. To be honest, I'm quite satisfied. After all, when I got my memories back, I always wanted to discard that God's blessing. Although it didn't happen that way. I couldn't help but feel cheated when I realized that I was under the influence of someone other than my brother. Jean could not fully trust anyone other than her brother when it came to her own existence. Perhaps Victor too. After all, I know that his own nature does not allow him to harm those he cares about. Jean thought sweetly. And this isn't a loss for me either. Now that I can use my energy more easily, which is of a higher level than even that God, I can produce the same effects as his blessings only by using my energy now. Does that mean you can use all the judgments you've used in the past? Scathach asked curiously. Yes. I remember the feeling of each one. So I can easily recreate it. But how are you going to do that? Natasha asked, confused. As far as I know, you can't control other elements. Right. The Heavenly Father's judgments were execution techniques based on his historical deeds of trials. The flood of Noah's story. Israel's judgment by fire. The banishment of the traitorous angels to hell. Every judgment the Heavenly Father ever made was reflected in an entire set of different techniques that could only be used when Jean asked his permission. Throughout Agnes, Natasha, and Scathach's existence, the three countesses only saw some of these trials. The energy I use, derived from my brother's power, is much like the energy Victor uses now. Thanks to Roxanne. Only my energy is purer, more volatile, and denser. Which means that as long as there is a source nearby, I can amplify it. For example, Jean picked up a stone on the ground and threw it in one direction. A few seconds later, that stone had grown to 10 meters in diameter. Something like that. My brother's energy is related to life and the entire world tree species. And since it's very powerful, I can weaponize my surrounding environment. Does this mean you can use all of nature to your advantage? Agnes asked. Basically. Yes. Jean spoke. Yes. With that ridiculous power, you could easily replicate the judgments of the Heavenly Father. Agnes spoke. After all, these judgments are based on incidents that restarted an entire civilization. Agnes thought. Yes. Jean nodded. But I will use this power more in the form of energy. Although it is a neutral and peaceful energy, as it is an energy that comes from a primordial entity, it is more destructive to beings below it. Which basically means everyone who is not a primordial entity. Not to mention that using this power to shape nature around would be counterproductive for me. After all, I don't have someone helping me in this process like Victor. And if I overdo it, I will probably cause more damage than help. An example of damage? Scathach asked. I could forget about limiting my energy use and end up moving the earth around. If it happens to accidentally affect tectonic plates, earthquakes and tidal waves will be the least of our concerns. Everyone around her broke into a cold sweat upon hearing about it. This has a lot of potential for indiscriminate damage. And I don't want to kill innocent animals or people. Especially children on the other side of the planet who have nothing to do with our fight. Not to mention that I'm already used to using that power in the form of energy. I used it that way in the past too. Although I will still recreate the heavenly judgments techniques and other techniques to increase my arsenal even more. In Victor's case, I suggest using this energy as a support for his body and using the nature around him. After all, he has Roxanne to support him when he uses this power. Victor nodded. He was already planning to do that. I'm working on it. But it's still complicated to move rocks and solid objects from the ground. This is due to the very nature of the world trees. Can they shape them? Yes. But it takes longer than if you were affecting trees, plants, and anything green in general. Victor nodded. Of course. He knew that. But it was still possible. And if it was possible, it probably meant that if he trained, he could mold solid nature more quickly. Victor had a firm belief that with training, anything was possible. Something the universal tree has no problem doing. But the scope of energy is too ridiculous to know. For example, I only used a water droplet's worth of power on that rock. And it grew by 10 meters. That's bullshit. Victor, Natasha, and Agnes said at the same time. Jean smiled gently. Because of that, I better not recklessly use this energy on the surrounding environment, at least until I have full control of my energy. In the past, I never saw the use of training. I was already stronger than everyone else just by existing. And my brother would protect me as well if something happened. Not to mention that I've been wandering aimlessly for thousands of years. Despite living for a long time without purpose, Jean's personality was kind in nature. Thus, perhaps out of boredom, pity, or even kindness, she would occasionally save people and beings on her travels. These gestures led her to take on the burdens of the original Jeanne d'Arc. I wonder if that girl lived a good life. Jean thought wistfully. Everyone nodded in agreement with her. Anyway, back to the point. Ruby. Victor looked at the redhead. Try some of your techniques. Okay. Ruby raised her hand and tried to create an ice chair. But she was surprised when a water chair was created. Huh? What's the problem? Victor asked. I didn't try to use water. But ice. Can you turn the water into ice? Try. Victor spoke as he felt the approach of the girls who were far away. Ruby tried to turn the water into ice. But nothing happened. What is happening? She narrowed her eyes, as confusion was seen in her expression. She didn't understand anything. Daughter. Try creating another ice structure. Scathach spoke somberly. Okay. Realizing that her mom was in teacher mode, she readily accepted her guidance. She dropped the water chair she had just created out of thin air and tried to make an ice weapon now. But just like before, water was created, not ice. That's. Scathach narrowed her eyes. Yes. And to think that could happen too. Victor spoke with a sigh. You two seem to have a clue what's going on. Mind explaining? Ruby asked. Ruby. Try to create a structure. But this time don't think about using your powers separately. Just let it flow. Victor didn't answer her and just gave another instruction to his wife. Ruby looked at her mom to see if she had anything to add. Just do what he says. Scathach said when she saw the look on her daughter's face. Okay. Again. She let the water spear fall to the ground and tried to create another structure. But this time, she did what Victor suggested. She didn't force the ice to appear but instead let everything flow. In a matter of seconds, an ice spear was created. I did it. Ruby sighed in relief. She thought she had lost the power she was so used to. That would have been a disaster. Scathach and Victor just approached Ruby and looked at the spear with appraising eyes. As expected, there is water inside the spear. Scathach said. Indeed. And the spear seems more robust than simple ice structures. Victor continued. It must be because the water can deal with stress better. After all, the water is in constant motion. Scathach deduced. Probably, but that's amazing. And to think the same thing happened to her. Victor spoke up. Ruby and the girls just watched Victor and Scathach talking in their own world. A conversation that seemed like no one could enter. Calm. Okay. That is enough. Explain what's going on. Ruby spoke with a serious face. Victor and Scathach stopped talking and looked at Ruby at the same time. What happened? Ruby. Is that your two bloodlines have merged completely? Victor replied. Before. You used your two bloodlines separately. And the two powers never came together naturally. You had to work hard to use both at the same time intentionally. That was the training I had you focus on for over 2 years. Scathach completed. But now, you don't need that. You've become just like Victor. What do you mean, like, darling? Look. Victor raised his palm up. Soon various powers formed in front of him like a solar system. The blood sphere in the middle was the sun, orbited by fire, ice, and lightning spheres, representing planets. The ice sphere with water inside represented the power he'd gained from Ruby that fateful night. There was also a green sphere with the feeling of nature and a golden sphere that was very small compared to the other spheres. This is the representation of all the powers within me. The elements are quite explanatory. The green orb is Roxanne's power. And the golden orb is the blessings of the goddesses that I have. The power of magic is also there. But it's so small that it can't even be called a power. Victor thought as he looked at a small light blue sphere. As expected. He is using cheats. What kind of bullshit is this? Violet, who had stopped fighting, pointed to the solar system of powers in Victor's hand. Just with a brief count. He has more than 5 powers. I already knew he had them. But it's still hard to accept. Ha. She just sighed at the end. Sasha and Natasha patted Violet's back in understanding. They had the same thoughts as Violet. Victor didn't comment on what Violet said and continued as if nothing had happened. After my rebirth because of Roxanne, all my powers, except for the blessings of the goddesses, completely merged with me. Before, when I entered the form of a vampire count of the Scarlet Clan, for example, I could only use the element of ice and could not use the other elements actively. I could only use them as support and at low output. Much weaker than what I could manage in my base form. Even when I used my fire, ice, and lightning powers in fights, I had to control the percentages of each power output that I wanted to use in my attacks. Or even balance the percentages of each that I should keep in my body. Usually, I kept the output to 50% of lightning directed to my legs, 10% of fire in my hands, and the remaining 40% was with the ice to the rest of my body for reinforcement. But, of course, the percentage exchange happens quickly. All thanks to Scathach. What did she do? Violet asked. What she does best. Tort. Cough. Training. Natasha answered. The older redhead just looked at Natasha with a narrowed gaze. Natasha turned her face away and started to whistle. Master trained me until I had excellent control over my own powers so that the changes and possibly temporary fusion would happen naturally and quickly. Victor replied. The same happened to you. Only in a simpler way than me. After all, not even I can completely unite all my powers because some of them are of opposing nature. I could only do this with water and use because they complement each other. I was working on adding lightning in the sphere of water and ice to use these 3 powers as one. Possibly creating a new attack or even a new element. But, unfortunately, it's not as easy as it seems. Victor commented with a slight frustration in his tone. Although lightning and fire combine very well, too. It's a pity that I can't fuse them. Yet, Victor thought. But he wouldn't give up so easily. Maybe I can use magic too. I stopped training that when I acquired Roxanne's energy. The girls gulped. Does he plan on pooling these powers to create a new element? Is he crazy? This power comes directly from his lineage. They thought. What Victor said was unbelievable to vampires because he was basically saying that he was trying to merge bloodlines within to create new bloodlines. Which was ridiculous thinking. Huh. Your thoughts are getting more and more insane. Merge elements to create new ones. This isn't Naruto. You know. We don't have an energy called chakra. 4. Oh. Ruby stopped talking when she realized something. Victor smiled a little. I just started testing element fusion recently. I believe I could succeed thanks to the nature, energy of a world tree. If it were before, I wouldn't have even thought about it because I would hardly have something to stabilize the energies. But now that I have it, I want to explore it to the fullest. Victor concluded his reasoning. Maybe he can create a new element in the future. Ruby sighed as she realized that her husband was getting increasingly ridiculous in his insatiable pursuit of power. Leaving that discussion aside, the point is, you weren't able to use your ice before because you were thinking of using them separately like before. Which was incorrect. They are not separate anymore. They are one now. I understand. Ruby spoke. Yumu. Anyway, guys. The show is over. You need to get used to your new bodies and power. Yes. Scathach. I'm counting on you to teach them. I'm sure you've been looking forward to this moment. All who accepted the change didn't know what to do. As they just looked mechanically at Scathach. Scathach's smile grew predatory. Her hair began defying gravity. And a thick killing intent kicked in all around her. Ha ha ha. Victor. You know me very well. Of course. Wait. Master. I don't need to go through that. Too. Right. I'm already used to it. Kagaya. Who usually remained silent like an exemplary maid. Stammered upon realizing her impending fate. The other maids looked at Kagaya as if she were a traitor. Victor displayed a small smile and said. Only Eve. Maria, Bruna, and Roxanne are free to go. You and Roberta need to stay here to train. Master. Roberta wanted to protest, but she felt a cold hand touch her shoulder. She looked back, startled, and saw Scathach's smile. Foo. I wonder how strong the progenitor of the Gorgons is. I wouldn't have held back in your training if I had known from the beginning that you had this. How in the hell were you holding back? Robert screamed. Wasn't it obvious? Impossible. Roberta was in disbelief. Victor looked at Agnes and Natasha and nodded. The two women nodded to him as well, indicating that they understood what he was talking about. Then the two women looked at their respective daughters. There were no better specialists in each clan to train the youngest heirs than their mothers. Violet, Sasha, and Ruby looked at Victor with resentful eyes. A look that only made Victor's sadistic smile grow. Good luck. Victor turned and started walking, accompanied by the maids, who would not participate in the training. I'm going to visit my daughters. I need to see Nero's condition, Victor thought. Veins bulged on the heads of the three girls. Violet snarled and screamed. Darling, I swear to God when I get out of here. EU. Gah. Huh. Mother. What are you doing? It's time to train. Daughter. Bitch. This is hard feelings, isn't it? You're angry, aren't you? Gaahh. Rumble. Mother. Foo. My dear Sasha. Don't lose concentration on the battlefield. We are not on a battlefield. Ah. Victor ignored the explosions and the noises of lightning that occurred behind him. He didn't even want to know what was going on. After seeing so many diamonds to polish in a secure place, Scathach looked like a child who had just received several birthday presents. The moment Victor stepped outside the establishment, he saw the lifeless gaze of a pink-haired goddess. The maids froze, and he swallowed hard when he saw Aphrodite's look. Darling. I wonder what this new connection I'm feeling in your soul is. She tilted her head with a hollow smile. I thought you said I'm the only goddess you could ever have. Seeing the pink-haired goddess act like that only put a satisfied smile on Victor's face. She's perfect. Chapter 639. Love L's Lane the Air. Chapter 639. Love is in the air. Girls. Can you leave us alone? Victor asked neutrally with no hint of feeling threatened. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying it a lot. Why yes, Master. Eve replied, stuttering a little under the goddess's gaze. As expected of the goddess of love, her love is heavy. If any man other than my master had won that affection, he would have already given up on her. Eve broke out in a cold sweat as she imagined a goddess like Aphrodite mad because of love. Idiot. You must not leave. This is the time you declare your dominance. Alter Eve complained. And as usual, Eve ignored her. She returned to a neutral expression and spoke. Girls over here. Let's go back to our room. Eve took the lead. Bruna and Maria just nodded and followed Eve. When the maids walked away from Victor and left the couple alone, Victor couldn't hold back anymore. His smile grew wider. His eyes became even emptier than Aphrodite's. And the emotions of love, obsession, and gratitude flooded Aphrodite's existence like a tsunami. Aphrodite was taken aback. Her eyes returned to normal. And a shocked expression covered her perfect face. Victor was a master at hiding emotions. Even with a connection as strong as Aphrodite's, he could still suppress his emotions. Yes. The correct word was suppress, not hide. This was because no matter how proficient he was at hiding emotions, emotions would still show. It was something natural. After all, even in a completely emotionless person, there would still be a spark of emotion within that being. And that's what Victor does. He just suppresses everything because if he didn't, the girls connected with him would feel overwhelmed whenever he was around them. What is this? Is this all for me? These feelings. A wide smile appeared on Aphrodite's face. And hearts appeared in her two pink eyes as her love divinity was going mad. This is the feeling of being completely loved. Not fake love, but real love. Aphrodite, for the first time, felt, really, reciprocated. She already knew that Victor loved her. She could feel it. And their connection didn't lie. But this intensity. Amazing, She felt like she was being sucked into a bottomless abyss known as Victor. And she didn't mind that fact one bit. She may be a goddess. A yandere love goddess. But Victor was naturally a greater yandere than she was in that sense. How would a master of his craft lose out to a beginner who had just learned what love is? Ha! This would never happen. While Aphrodite was taken aback by the emotions she was feeling right now from Victor, the man approached the goddess, grabbed her arm, and pulled her to his chest. Only when her voluptuous breasts hit Victor's chest did she wake up to reality. And the sight of Victor's kind and loving face was the first thing she saw when she returned from her stupor. You've done so much for me in such a short amount of time. So many things. She tried to say something. But Victor didn't let her. Which I didn't even get a chance to thank you for properly. You married me in a hurry. And we haven't even enjoyed our relationship. Aphrodite took a deep breath and inhaled Victor's intoxicating scent. Of course. She could smell the scent of the other women who were always close to him. But as if it were a different perfume, Victor's scent stood out even more from them. Unlike the smell of blood, it had a more natural smell. Like a forest in the middle of summer. It was comforting. Aphrodite's body was starting to feel warm. And the feeling of anticipation began to build in her. And that feeling only grew when she blinked her eyes and saw that she was now lying on a soft bed with Victor on top of her. Seeing Victor's face in front of her, feeling his breath on her skin, lust began to build in her body. Aphrodite knew what was going to happen next. And that knowledge made her completely forget about what she was feeling earlier. That absolute certainty of what would happen next unconsciously activated something in her body. Aphro. Victor stopped saying Aphrodite's name halfway through and opened his eyes wide as he felt a sweet scent spread rapidly. A smell he remembered clearly. A nostalgic scent that evoked a memory that wasn't his. An ancient memory of a man walking in the woods and meeting a beautiful goddess. The divinity of Aphrodite's sexuality was activated. And it was attracting Victor like a female in heat attracts a male. Only much more potent. And the goddess of beauty did not even notice this. She had been waiting so long for this moment that all her limitations had gone out the window. Aphrodite closed her legs around Victor's waist and shifted positions so she was on top of him. Victor opened his eyes wide when he saw the sight in front of him. With a seductive expression, and pink hair flowing as if defying gravity. Her whole body had pink energy covering it. Her cheeks flushed. And her breathing got heavier and hotter. She was stunning. She deserved the title of the most beautiful woman. And everything about her was perfect. Of course. Victor already knew that. But now he was sure she was the most beautiful goddess. Why? The smile she's wearing now. That smile was enough to categorize any woman as the most beautiful. A smile all his wives had in common. The strangely sweet smell grew even more robust. Darling. She ripped off Victor's suit with minimal effort. Lowered her center of gravity. And smelled him even more. Her body shuddered in pleasure. And the sweet smell in the room grew even more substantial. Aphrodite had utterly lost the shackles that bound her before. She was in a berserker state. The goddess held on for a long time. She wanted to have sex since the two weren't enemies anymore. But she knew she couldn't. She knew it would ruin everything. She also didn't know how she felt before. And even though she really wanted to have sex and leave the consequences of her actions for later, she instinctively knew she would regret it if she did. And she was correct. The current Aphrodite was very grateful to her past self for making a sensible decision. It was because of that feeling that she understood what she was really feeling. Victor narrowed his eyes as he looked at the room completely covered in pink power and realized that this reaction was much stronger than what he'd seen in Adonis memories. Which made Victor very pleased. After all, it was proof that Aphrodite felt more for him than Adonis. Sometimes having two memories is inconvenient. Primarily when he associated with individuals who were once lovers of the man of said memory. And Victor was extremely possessive about this particular issue. Victor focused on his ice power and isolated the room. She let out the breath she was holding and raised her center of gravity again. She looked at Victor with a crazed look. And her smile grew even wider. Get ready. Darling. I've been waiting for this for a long time. And I don't think I will be able to restrain myself. Proof of these words was the pink atmosphere getting even denser. The divinities of love and sexuality were working like crazy and evolving simultaneously. It was funny that love was driving sexuality. And they didn't even do anything yet. That was more than enough proof of how much the goddess of beauty was waiting for this moment. Even though you are you. If you are not careful, you will die. A drop of cold sweat fell from Victor's face. But this was all acting. While inside, he was thinking, that doesn't seem like a bad thing. Victor got even more excited. And his smile widened. Hey. You're underestimating me too much. Foo. You're overestimating yourself. I'm the goddess of sex. Ah. Victor interrupted the goddess by grabbing the perfect ass of the goddess of beauty and using it as a support to change position. And then he was on top of her again. Victor learned a lot from fighting Scathach. And even though he knew he couldn't defeat the literal sex goddess, that didn't mean he was going to be passive. Getting back on top of her, Victor tugged on Aphrodite's dress but was surprised when it didn't rip. Aphrodite's seductive smile turned into a more motherly tone. Foo. This is still a divine raiment. You know. It is enchanted in many defensive ways. This dress will not break so easily. She spoke like a mother teaching her child. Which, in a way, she was. After all, she already had several kids. Victor's eyes glowed blood red. Ah. Feelings were overwhelming her. Victor was showing all the feelings he had for Aphrodite. And the goddess's senses were being overloaded because of them. And to make her situation even worse, her divinities were reacting strongly to this whole situation and evolving on their own. And that sensation left her senses even more overloaded. And just with those pure feelings, she came. The goddess took a deep breath with a face redder than before. She couldn't believe she'd come with just that. Hey. Someone is very sensitive. A condescending smile appeared on his face. A vein bulged on Aphrodite's head. Humph. You are a freak of love. How can your love be greater than mine? I'm the literal goddess of love. You know. You may be the goddess of love. But I embody the very word called love. Victor smiled playfully and gently began to remove Aphrodite's dress. Then, those perfect breasts were on display. Aphrodite's heart fluttered even faster at the sight. And the atmosphere around them grew even denser. The entire room was alight with pink power. Knowing you, I wouldn't doubt that those words are the truth. As Ruby calls it, yandere. Right. Ah. She shuddered and came again when she felt her breasts being caressed. Why am I so sensitive? Is it because I haven't done this for so long? Or because he's doing it? Poor goddess of love, Victor touched Aphrodite's entire body, exploring every inch of the goddess of beauty. He was delighted with the sadistic pleasure of seeing the perfect goddess writhing under him like this. You are the goddess of such a beautiful concept. But you never got love back. Aphrodite shuddered at the words she heard from Victor. She wanted to refute them. But only moans came out of her mouth. She was entirely at his mercy. And she didn't care one bit. Her divinities were acting crazy. As if she had aphrodisiacs flowing through her veins. And her whole body was sensitive and overwhelmed. I, your husband, will show you how much I love you and thank you for all you've done. Humph. You only say that because I helped you. You had no obligation to help me. You did it because you wanted to. And I am grateful for that gesture. He lowered his hand to the entrance to the temple of the goddess of beauty. Ah. But that's not all. I'm not going to do this just because I want to thank you. But because I love you. And since we got married, many things have happened to us and got in the way. He bit her ear lightly. And she shivered. And once again, she came. In the preliminaries alone, she came more than 5 times. This is impossible. I'm not that weak. Is this because of love? Licking her neck with a spontaneous gesture, Aphrodite squirmed again. And he spoke in a gentle tone that carried all of his love. My wife. I love you. Wife. Wife. Love. 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 She repeated the words in her head as if they were something familiar yet unfamiliar. She'd heard those words a few times already. And every time she'd heard that word spoken to her, it had always been in an arrogant, lustful, or malevolent tone. But Victor's was so different. He was more loving. He was more possessive. He was more precious. It was so much more genuine. Soon her eyes opened wide. Yes. I am his wife. He is my husband. My love. Her smile grew wider. Her pink power practically doubled in potency. And before Victor could make it out, he was down. And she was straddling him again. Calm. My darling. The hearts in her eyes were bright and pulsing as if they were alive. Victor's smile grew in satisfaction at that sight and the feelings he was getting from her. The purest love and the most genuine obsession. She's fully awakened. Finally. Finally. She's completely mine, the wait was worth it. Victor got what he wanted. He turned the goddess of love into someone like him. The proof of which was that the goddess's love was growing to become equal to his. Wrong. It was easily surpassing his love. Victor so wanted to laugh in satisfaction. But he couldn't because his mouth was filled with the goddess's luscious lips. Victor's satisfaction when her lips touched his was much greater than the act of sex itself. Their feelings were connected in the purest and most genuine way and flowed between them, causing delicious sensations. A simple kiss that could evoke sensations much stronger than sex. All because of the various existing connections the two had with each other. Even though she was feeling the same thing as Victor, the goddess was thirsty. She wanted her insides filled with the seed of her most beloved right now. Because of that, the close act was quite natural. She simply evaporated her and Victor's clothes with pure power and straddled him. Ah, she released a genuine cry of satisfaction as she felt her womb being invaded and filled completely. And that genuine scream was followed by another, more hysterical scream, along with the feeling of her insides being filled. She unconsciously squeezed her entrance, making the grip feel as if she wanted to devour Victor's tool. Ah! Victor writhed with the sensation of having the tool being squeezed, along with the sensation of his orgasm and the feeling of connection. It was like a very addictive drug. The two of them were literally in a world of clouds for several seconds. Their physical bodies and souls were in a literal state of ecstasy. They weren't doing something simple like sex. This connection, their deep feelings involved, that sense of fulfillment. The two were making love. A love that the goddess of love potentiated. Putting all these feelings and motives together, the following action was quite natural. Rationality was thrown out the window. And all that was left was their instinct. And like two irrational animals, they looked at each other hungrily and attacked. On that particular night in the Snow Clan's territory, there were several reports of citizens declaring their eternal love to any person, object they loved. Some younger vampires finally plucked up the courage and went to propose to their mothers. Mother, I love you. Please marry me. Huh. Some elder vampire couples took a new honeymoon to rekindle their lost passion. Honey, today is a special day. Right. I believe so. Indeed. It's the day we were married in 1569. So why don't we have a new honeymoon? That's a good idea. Some men and women of different species met and declared their love. I know you're a yokai. And I'm a vampire. But I don't care. I love you. Adrian. I love you too. Some noble vampires, who were bound by tradition, finally worked up the courage to declare their love to their longtime friends. Old friend. How long have we known each other? 469 years. Master. So long. Huh. We wasted so much time stuck to these stupid traditions. Huh. What do you think? Old friend. How about moving to Clan Fulgur territory? I think it's a good idea. Some humans in the new city finally dared to declare their love. I know I'm just a useless human, as you say. But please let me love you. Senpai. Idiot. This is not a Japanese romantic comedy. And you're not even Japanese. Fred. Stop bowing. A young vampire screamed in embarrassment. Please. Senpai. As a man of culture, it's common sense to bow your head and ask for love. You have a twisted way of common sense. And again, you're not even Japanese. I am Japanese at heart. Wrong. I was Japanese in a past life. You're attracting attention. Come here. The woman grabbed the black-haired man and pulled him into hiding. Love knew no prejudice. Love had no barriers it could not cross. Religion, customs, limitations, age. None of that mattered to love. And love wasn't as simple as just a lover's love. It had many forms. Father. Mother. Are we going out today? I'm busy. That's what I would normally say. But, yes. Let's go out. My son. Are you serious? Of course. Your father never goes back on his word. That's not chivalrous. Are you coming too? Mother. Obviously. Yay. I'll go get my things. Standing on top of a building. A woman with long red hair and flaming eyes was looking out over the city. So many new homes are forming today. Hestia looked at a specific house that was the source of all this chaos. Lady Hestia. We have managed to stop Aphrodite's influence from expanding further. But the damage has already been done. And we cannot lessen her influence. Hestia fell silent when she heard the goddess's voice. It's okay. Love's influence isn't bad. After all, there isn't just one type of love. A woman's maternal voice was heard. Lady Rhea. Hestia spoke while looking at who had arrived. The first queen of Olympus looked at the Snow Clan's land with a gentle gaze. And soon after, she looked at the very place that was the source of all this chaos. She is a lucky woman. Hestia was silent for a few seconds as she looked at the other goddess and said, explain what has happened to Agnes Snow. And say that we have already contained everything. Yes. When the goddess left, Hestia looked at Rhea. What does Lady Rhea mean? I have only seen such a phenomenon once in my life. This event took place in the Egyptian pantheon. And those responsible for that event stayed together until the end. They loved each other unconditionally. A love that lasted until the end of their existence. A wistful look appeared on Ray's face. How were they erased? Their own family erased them. Something that won't happen to this family. Thanks to your blessing. But even without your blessing, I feel like that man would be fine. He's very different from Kronos or any man I've ever known. Rhea then added. He is more genuine. Is that why you said Aphrodite was lucky? Indeed. Someone like him is rare. No one can love another being unconditionally forever. Not even gods are like that. But he makes this impossible act seem easy. I really envy Aphrodite. Mother. Hestia stammered. Foo. You finally called me mother. Hestia squirmed. Not knowing what to do. I know I wasn't a good mother. But calling me Lady Rhea is too much. Right. She pouted. Come here. My daughter. Let me give you a hug. You too. Demeter. A goddess who was hiding in the bush appeared as she looked wistfully at Rhea. But, driven by the love in the air, her actions were more natural than she expected. And before she knew it, she was hugging her mother. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. Demeter, I should have protected you from your brother. The goddess of agriculture flinched visibly when she heard her mother's words. And right after, she just hugged her mother tighter. Apologies won't change the past. She commented in a cold tone that made Rhea cringe a little. But then added in a gentler voice. But thanks for your concern. And for your words, I apologize too. Of all the civil wars that took place in the past, you were undoubtedly the one affected the most. And we siblings completely ignored you, only Hestia stood by you. Rhea didn't say anything. Just like Demeter or Hestia. The three women just held each other in comfort. Enjoying each other's silence and presence. They knew that any more words would only worsen the feeling of peace. And they didn't want that. Chapter 640. A remarkable experience. 53 hours later. 325:39. That was the result. If one were only counting how many orgasms each had, Aphrodite would easily lose. But if you look at the result of the war, Victor lay looking up at the bedroom ceiling. His body a little thinner than usual. While Aphrodite was glowing. Literally. Aphrodite beat Victor easily. The sex goddess kept her record as invincible. Even if she lost in the orgasm department because she was too sensitive. She was the one who won the war. Victor felt like he had reached nirvana now. He felt like he had transcended into a higher plane of existence. He could swear he saw the image of several angels with trumpets applauding him for entering heaven. Wait. I won't die. Suddenly that image disappeared. And Victor snapped back to reality. Victor broke out into a cold sweat. For a moment. He almost went to paradise. Literally. Ha. He sighed deeply and went back to being relaxed again. While his body was going through peace after sex, his mind was in chaos. How in the seven hells is this possible? That was the question that passed through his head. He wasn't upset about, supposedly, losing the fight he was in. He was pleased for it. The woman in his arms was utterly full of his seeds. And she was entirely his. He couldn't care less about such a small thing. He was just very competitive with Scathach because that was how Scathach's personality was. With others, he preferred to enjoy the flow of things more. And that's what he did with Aphrodite. After all, like him, she didn't want to compete or anything like that. She just wanted to enjoy every moment. And believe me, they enjoyed it. A lot. This was undoubtedly the best love and sex he'd had. It was on the same level as the first love experience he'd had with Violet and the sex experience he had with Scathach. Victor was satisfied. Everything was perfect. He managed to transform the goddess of love into someone like him. The wait was worth it. But now comes the million-dollar question. How the fuck am I so tired? Shouldn't I have inexhaustible energy or something? And why did it all end after only 2 nights? Although he knew it was only 2 nights. He felt that the time they spent practicing was much longer. The whole experience felt quite surreal. Victor thought this must be some divine nonsense because it couldn't be anything else. He had the longest, most intense fights at night with Scathach, Natasha, and even Violet, Sasha, and Ruby. Yet, even after those fights, he never felt so exhausted. After all, he had enough energy running through his body to keep active for years if he wanted. The night he had with Scathach, it was understandable that he was exhausted. He didn't have the energy of a world tree sustaining him yet. And the woman was stronger than him physically. He could understand that. But with that energy constantly swirling through his body, he doubted he would ever get tired again in a nightly fight. And Aphrodite quickly shattered that certainty from him. Confused was how Victor was feeling right now. Luckily, Roxanne was around to enlighten Victor with knowledge. Darling, having sex with a god is very different from having sex with a mortal. Victor raised his eyebrow. What do you mean? Victor asked Roxanne. Just think. Where did Adonis get the power to see the future? Through sexual relations with the goddesses. Oh. When a god has sex, it's not just something carnal. Depending on the intensity, situation, and feelings involved, the soul can get involved too. And this contact can develop several strange things for weaker mortals. There's a reason human beings were the most commonly elevated mortals. And since you have a deep connection with Aphrodite, a connection that became even more united in this intimate moment. Well, Roxanne was silent, not knowing how to explain this. Fortunately, Victor could understand Roxanne's feelings. And he wasn't stupid enough not to understand where things were headed. You mean it's not my body that's tired from these activities, but my soul that somehow got in on the action with Aphrodite's soul? Yes. What kind of nonsense is this? Victor couldn't believe what he was hearing. 2 souls fucking. Huh. He never thought the supernatural world could get any weirder. Your body is completely fine. I guarantee it. Your body's energy hasn't even expended 0.00001% of your current capacity. But your soul. Roxanne looked at the representation of Victor's soul within him. As she was merged with Victor, she could easily enter the deepest corners of his soul. And what she saw was a red soul that contained multitudes of eyes all throughout it. Eyes that represented the souls that Victor consumed. The sight was grotesque and imposing. And that same imposing soul was sitting on the ground panting. It looked like a marathon runner who had to run in the desert without water for several days. Or even a boxer who'd fought strenuously and collapsed in his corner of the ring. Utterly exhausted. Your soul is weakened, was all Roxanne could say without explaining the sight before her. Roxanne approached Victor's soul. Yet it did not react at all. It just remained in the same tired position. She pointed her palm toward Victor's soul. And a soft green glow began to emanate from her hand. With my help in consuming some souls in his body, it is possible to increase the recovery time. Roxanne thought. Don't tell me it will always be like this. Victor asked. If he was going to feel like this every time he did it with Aphrodite, wouldn't he really die from doing nocturnal activities? What a wonderful way to die. Victor chuckled in amusement. I think so. As I said before, sex with a god depends a lot on the situation in general. And the feelings involved. After all, to make a child, a god needs to unite a piece of their soul with a part of their partner's soul for this child to be born. Wait. Does that mean Aphrodite might have gotten pregnant because our souls fused together for too long? Yes. Holy fuck. Victor was incredulous. As you've said, Master, gods, if disconnected from their concept, are basically high-level spirits. And like all higher entities, they don't mingle with the flesh, but with the spiritual part of things. When Victor thought more calmly about it, he realized Roxanne was right. At the time when you and Aphrodite were having sex, your souls tried several times to create a new life. But due to your opposing natures, such a thing was not possible. Progenitor or not, goddess or not, a being who belongs to the dark side of the scale cannot have children with a being belonging to the light side of the scale. And since Aphrodite embodies many good concepts, she is on the light side. Due to this process, the entire situation became exhausting for your souls. Victor was silent for a few seconds. From Roxanne's account, I am able to trust a theory. The theory that there is a power that prevents beings that break the balance from being born. If I want to procreate with Aphrodite, I must become a god. Then, regardless of my concept, we will be able to have a child. After all, the child that will be born will be a god. And they will automatically gain a concept on either side of the scale. Be it good or bad. The reason I was so tired wasn't because of the act of sex itself. It was because our souls were trying to procreate. And with each failure, it urged us to keep trying. Which resulted in our souls getting unnecessarily tired. Correct. But the one who suffered the most was you. Not Aphrodite. Your soul is massive, darling. Much bigger than a goddess's like Aphrodite. But your soul still loses in quality to a goddess as old as Aphrodite, who has several high-level concepts for divinities. Victor didn't comment on that because he knew Roxanne was correct. One question. How do you know that? Natural knowledge I gained from being a world tree. It's similar to the instinctual memory of the progenitor and dragons. I also read some books in Aphrodite's personal library. Feeling Roxanne's concern, he realized that the woman must have taken the books without Aphrodite knowing. Something I consider impossible due to Aphrodite's awareness of her surroundings. She must have allowed it and not done anything for being Roxanne. No need to be so worried. She won't complain if you do something like that. Just ask her later. I will. Cough. Returning to the subject. In my case, I received this knowledge directly from my father. Jean's brother. Yes. Although I don't know whether he gave me the knowledge directly or if it's something programmed for each world tree that grows up to a certain age. After all, in most scenarios, the world T is always alone with only her guardian on the planet until she grows big enough for life. Due to our energy traveling all over the planet we inhabit, we can indirectly influence the life that is growing there. When life starts to grow, the world trees need to know what they can influence and shouldn't to prevent any disruption in the balance. Because of that, multitudes of information of various kinds are in my mind right now. I see. That's convenient. Indeed. Roxanne didn't deny it. So she added, I was luckier than my sisters because I found you. Now I will never be alone. Me and Big Guy will follow you no matter where you go. Victor just smiled gently and lovingly at the cute statements from Roxanne. I will always be with you. Roxanne. Foo. I know, she nodded. Satisfied. Calm. A comfortable silence descended in the room. Victor just stared at the ceiling as he listened to the breathing of the goddess beside him. Then, slowly, his body regained its former appearance of vitality. A testament that his soul was recovering quite quickly. Something that was only possible thanks to Roxanne, who was helping his soul. Speaking of which, where is that gorilla? I haven't seen him in a while. He's changing. Still, it's been a long time. Yes. I also made some changes for him to be a more suitable guardian. He can't be a giant gorilla all the time. Can you do that? Victor asked in shock. Of course. The guardian is part of my soul. Technically speaking. But he is not entirely merged with my soul. He was born to protect me and always be with me. Because of that, I can change some things about him with each evolution. It's the same symbiotic relationship I have with you. Only I have more control over it. Oh. That's amazing. I wonder what appearance you chose. Foo. It's a secret. But I'll show you when he wakes up. Okay. Wait. Now that I think about it. Wasn't Roxanne in the anime watching group that Ruby and Pepper formed? A bad feeling began to fill Victor's heart. This malaise was not for him but for the gorilla. For a moment, he could have sworn he saw the appearance of a man with a monkey's tail screaming and his hair turning blonde. Victor shook his head a little to perish the thought and mused, it's okay. He's a gorilla, not a monkey. The two look alike, but they are different species. Victor's foreboding grew stronger. I don't know what will happen to you. But be strong. Big guy. He sent his condolences to the gorilla. The goddesses. Vampires. Human. An alpha werewolf in the room all looked at Aphrodite with wordless gazes. The goddess was glowing. Literally speaking. Her big gentle smile seemed to light up even the darkest darkness. Her happy expression could make everyone around feel happy. The aura she was emitting was like everyone was in the middle of spring with various exotic animals. It was a sight that was both exotic and relaxing. Cough. Scathach coughed. Which snapped everyone out of the trance they'd unconsciously been in. She's glowing. Literally. Violet exploded. Her aura is like she exists in a plane of existence completely from us. Even though she is in front of us. Thanks for stating the obvious. Daughter. Agnes rolled her eyes. Don't be mean. Mother. What kind of sex makes someone literally glow? I don't know what she had. But I want it too. The girls who had a physical relationship with Victor just kept silent. They agreed with every word Violet spoke in that sentence. To answer your question, Violet, it was the best sex I've ever had. Her smile grew. As did her gentle aura. The goddesses opened their eyes wide and looked at Victor with a predatory look and one of respect. He was so good that the sex goddess herself said so. I want it too. Demeter thought. A similar thought passed unconsciously through several goddesses. Before the goddesses could fall into the world of their imagination, they felt the warm atmosphere become dark as if darkness itself descended on the place. Perish such thoughts from your heads. The dark, emotionless voice of the goddess took everyone by surprise. Including Hestia. The goddess of the home didn't want to brag or anything. But she'd known Aphrodite for quite some time. And she'd never seen the woman act like this before. Looking at Aphrodite's lifeless gaze and empty smile. Demeter and the other goddesses who had such thoughts furiously nodded. Good. I don't want to accidentally kill my teammates. We are few. We should care for each other. Right. Aphrodite looked at Demeter. Why yes. Victor. At this moment. Had tears of happiness falling from his eyes. He looked like a mother who saw her son grow up and graduate from college. They grow up so quick. He sniffled. Violet. Sasha. Ruby. Natasha. Agnes. And Leona looked at Victor dryly. What did you do? Vic. Mizuki asked the question that was on everyone's mind right now. Even the goddesses. Especially Rhea and Nike. Were questioning this now. So they couldn't help but look at him curiously. I made her better. A smile appeared on Victor's face. So much better. Leona tried to hold back. She swore by all that was holy that she tried to hold back. But she ultimately failed to hold back the urge to roll her eyes and spoke. Great. He's raising yanderes now. One's even more psychotic than Violet and Agnes. Oh why? Agnes and Violet screamed. But Leona didn't care. And to make matters worse, his most recent project is the literal goddess of love. She even has pink hair and everything. Ruby added. Fuck. Leona and Sasha spoke at the same time in a monotone. Victor smiled proudly when he heard them talking about his achievements. Then he looked at the other girls with the same twinkle in his eyes. Mizuki and Leona felt a shiver down their spines. They looked around and tried to look for the source of that shiver but found nothing. Natasha, who was watching this interaction, only displayed a small smile. As expected. My decision wasn't wrong. He's perfect for my clan. Foo. Victor looked at Natasha confused. Why is she so happy and hopeful? Huh. Even though he could read body language and feel emotions, he couldn't read Natasha's mind if she didn't want him to. After all, the wedding ritual was a two-way street. Not to mention that Natasha was very chaotic regarding Victor. Anyway, it's time for you to leave. Girls. I will visit Eleanor's territory to do my job. I had forgotten about those women. All of Aphrodite's happy mood disappeared when she realized she had work to do. Don't complain. We should do this. Hestia spoke. Fine. Haha. I feel like this is going to be a long day. Let's go. Scathach, Nike, and Hestia. I wonder if I'll be able to fight someone strong there. Scathach spoke as he started walking towards the exit. I must finish this quickly and return to training with the girls. They have acquired a lot of potential. And Medusa's power to petrify everything is quite interesting to explore. Scathach was planning how to train the girls. A training that would be like torture. Obviously. Okay. Nike spoke as he followed Scathach. Wait. Didn't you say you weren't going? Hestia spoke. Oh. Aphrodite's smile returned. That's right. Isn't it? Someone has to stay and watch these delinquents. I had forgotten about that. Good luck. Girls, she waved at the women with a big satisfied smile on her face. The goddesses just looked at Hestia with a neutral look. A look that said, did you seriously have to say that? You just had to open your mouth. Didn't you? Hestia just rolled her eyes when she saw the goddess's attitude. And soon she walked toward the exit along with Nike and Scathach. Violet, Sasha, and Ruby looked at Aphrodite with dry looks. She just raised a flag. Didn't she? Violet brought up Aphrodite's earlier casual comment. Yes, she did. Sasha replied. Yep. Ruby agreed. Fuck. Violet groaned.